Another day, another giant fucking reboot. We just grabbed some stuff and we started. right. Almost. Oof. All right. Are we still dropping frames? No. We had some network drop frames, which is weird. But that could have been who knows what. Okay. It's me. What's up? Let me get this volume down a little bit. Oof. It's been a couple of weird days for me. It's a bit of a rut. Why are Americans well into mugging off liberals? I mean, just like not liking them, like the title. I mean, here, no words mean anything. I mean, it's only common if you're looking at either. I mean, if you're looking at right-wing spaces, it'll always be common, right? They're always going to hate on liberals. But leftists are like, so there's only two parties that really exist, or two sort of teams that exist. So right wings do crazy things and it sucks, the authoritarian, whatever, right? So the only thing that's there to fight against them is the liberals or the Democrats or the left, whoever it is deciding to call them that day, or depending on what their sort of view is. So people who are more left than the status quo liberals, Democrats left, look over and say, you guys are capitulating. When Joe Biden says, I'm also going to build a border wall, Jack, and I'm also going to deport them. We all agree. Kamala Harris is like, we all agree immigration is the problem, you know? And it's like, no, wait, stop. That's not the right thing. When they're like, yes, we're going to get a plenty bold healthcare plan that won't be Medicare for all, actually. And it's like, no, wait, stop. You know, like, we want them to be as left or more, you know, closer to where we are on the spectrum, or at least with the specific topics and policies in mind. Because that's another thing, is that Americans will always be kind of disconnected from a lot of things. And somebody might say, have a pretty, you know, left view on healthcare compared to the norm of America, but then have a very strict view on taxes, which would almost be counterintuitive to their own view on like healthcare. Because like, how are you supposed to get that healthcare without taxing? You know what I mean? So you law in the States see the Dems as the liberal party for sure. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, you can also, because you can also hear Hassam mention that everyone's a liberal, because liberal is like an official term when it comes to like political science, that it kind of even goes over my head a little bit. Like, I could do my best to give the context clues and whatever, but there's like liberal democracy, which is similar to like, I guess, some kind of combination of like public and private partnerships and like representation and all these different things. So like, in many ways it comes down to that. But then also, like, the term liberal can be kind of used as like a someone's just being inclusive, or there's you know, when someone's being a little bit of a wussy, whenever there's lots of different ways to use it. Almost like the word fuck. Like, it can be used in so many different ways, as a verb, as an adjective, as a description, as a noun, you know, as so many things. Liberal, well, there's libertarians that we have, right? Right. I mean, that's a pretty decent way of, I mean, because again, this is a lot of, because I don't read theory. I don't have a degree in any of this stuff. It's just kind of like what you end up picking up through osmosis or through context clues, and then it's colored by my own environment and then the people I'm listening to the most. Because before, I would always assume liberal is left. What do you mean, right? The traditional, I don't think about politics much. Politics understander, you know. because free markets definitely seems like a libertarian view. No government intervention is possible, definitely is libertarian view. Deregulation, see that might be a bit of hand in hand, as liberals will have controlled regulation compared to the full libertarian, right? So it's a bit closer back, but not as close. It's closer to full-on libertarianism than we would want, because I or other leftists that think similar to me are looking for government intervention, regulations be put on things. Hell, government should be the one in control of certain key resources and stuff. Possibly. Language is weird. You know, you guys will never call it gas. You always call it petrol. So some things will be different no matter what. And also, you've had multiple parties already. So, like, it's just, I mean, maybe, right? Maybe. I mean, I remember when Brexit was happening, you guys seemed to be in front of us because the Brexit thing happened and then we had Trump get elected. It was like a slight, you know, only a little bit ahead of us. So I always thought, I mean, at one point I was thinking that there's more conservatism happening, but then I didn't know shit about anything, you know? I didn't have it all figured out for sure. So, yeah, I mean, I was just, there were some things about like Obama talking about something and then Joe Biden talking about something. So I just said liberals, right? I would just put that. I mean, this is me feeding into the same weird sort of like use of the term and it all kind of becoming something. 200 years. I mean, I guess it could always be a question. Yay, yeah, what up? You got the new emote. Dara was working that one for quite a while. Just because she's very busy with her work crap and it sucks. And now her work is making it like they're mad at her and she needs to shape up or else. And it's like, great. So time to spend drawing me little gifts and stuff is limited. So I appreciate it when it comes. Yeah. I also included it on the Twitch TV along with the, let's see, because I guess it would only be usable when people are here, but the ZZ one and that Philco roll are also there. Are you serious? Yeah, I mean, because you're in Chicago, right? In Illinois. So they're supposed to be ramping up things. People were getting deployed, but then they were told to hold off and all this different stuff. That's crazy. Because, like, yeah. On top of everything else going on. Yeah, you don't need that shit. Junior party, which I guess means not either young or in small in number. Liberal Democrats, but during a coalition, they went back on a few promises with the Tories, and they just disappeared. That's crazy, man. Hopefully they don't. Hopefully they can, enough people can see the insanity that happens over here. I know. Well, because, what's his name? The little bald piece of shit. Stephen Miller is like setting these quotas. Like literally Republicans and conservatives or whatever are like, DEI, affirmative action, there's quotas, there's race quotas. This is ridiculous. How could you? Not a thing that happened. Was not actually quotas. Not the way it worked. About making sure that the job listings were posted in places that would be approachable by all. Especially specific hard quotas was never a part of the process. But now they're like, okay, we need a quota. You have to deport X number of people. It doesn't matter if you are going around your business and you don't see anybody that happens to be illegal. Doesn't matter. Just try and deport them anyway. Get those numbers up. Yeah. They absolutely have been doing that. They round up. They go to a building and then they just hit it up and zip tie everybody, including American citizens, like full on, no question about it, American citizens. They've even deported straight up American citizens, which is like, should be like the one of the most like largest scandals ever, right? But it just happens now so frequently, and it just, they're like, you and what army? What are you gonna do about it, right? I mean, that's nuts. So a part of the Obama deportations was that, and again, this it kind of goes hand in hand with some of the other stuff, because in an attempt to make them seem like they are, trying to find that Republican voter to like them and stuff, they included refusals as a part of the deportation. So like when people would show up at the border and they're like, wait, no, you can't come in, or you don't have the right visas, or we don't want you, whatever it is, whatever the reason to turn them away, they would count that as a deportation. So that helped the numbers get up, because they wanted to show that they were deporting too. They wanted to say that they were also tough on crime. They wanted that same kind of like idea. They still did a lot of things. ICE was first started by back in like just after 9/11, so that would be like George Bush, right? Sort of. I mean, I don't remember the exact specifics, but I remember that being a big deal, was that refusals was a part of it all. I might have even pulled it up. Wait, this is switching from Chrome to Firefox still fucks with my head a bit. No, that's not it. Well, I can probably just straight up search it. Now I gotta see if I can find a graph, which is not really gonna be. Holy fuck. Let's see what this is. Uh-oh. Hold on. You've been blocked. Oh yeah? What if I... Oh, I think I had it. As long as the graphs load. So this is back in very beginning of this year. In order for President Trump to keep his deportation of millions and millions, we need to move beyond the border. Well, you got it wrong there, but let's see. ICE in principle seems fine, but the huge resources and lack of accountability is absolutely wild. I mean, I disagree even on the idea of ICE being super important, but of course now the logged one isn't going to pull up the images, but because this was, it's unfortunately I can't see what. Oh wait, oh fuck. Let's try this one. Ah, here we go. Perfect. Okay. If only it showed me the colors. Sorry for the flashback here. What's the darker? So at the border, away from border, during COVID. So you can see if we give it a zoom, at the border is the lighter color, away from the border is darker, right? Most of the deportations happen at the border. And then COVID did an insane amount of deportations at the border, which is crazy, you know? Oh shit, you're right. What's this thing? Yeah. I'm seeing it. Yeah. I'm definitely seeing half of my frames dying out on my little OBS thing here. Like the encoding and all that stuff is fine, but it's actually the network part. Looks like it's running at about 6,000 bit rate, which should be the right bit rate. Maybe it's evening out because it was at 8,000 for a second. I don't know if I fucked it up by doing that like archive paywall bullshit or something, was like making it go to VPNs or doing something wild. What's the 12-foot fence thing? I don't understand what that is. Even though COVID was just spending time in the house, we really survived a virus that killed 7 million people. I mean, there's a lot of people died all over the world, for sure. America lost, I forget how many. There was like 1.3 million, 1.5, I forget. Peacefully in his sleep, yes. I mean, that's empathetic to have that, and I agree. It's empathetic to have that point of view. I mean, like, in my opinion, even if they caught Hitler, they should have put him on trial and then life in prison or something. You know what I mean? Like, right? That's me. Other people would disagree, and then they might do the death penalty or whatever. But, and my issues with capital punishment come from a lot of like key factors about humanity. But when you look at a world war, the issues that arise with opening that door is like, well, how many world wars do you expect to have? You know what I mean? Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. I didn't realize 12-foot fence was a thing that would get around that. I thought you were talking like the border wall. You wanted the 12-foot fence, and I was just like, I think it's already pretty tall. I got you. I'm used to archive is whatever, but I should definitely look into that one. A wall. 12-foot ladder? I mean, yeah, and the cartel stuff is like America's. It's a different form of blowback because like a lot of the big gangs that have existed that we hate, I don't think it's MS-13. I think it's Tren de Agua or whatever. I think one of those two started in like a California prison because our prisons are fucking insane and they're not designed around rehabilitating people and treating them like humans. It's about doing basically racialized punishment of poverty. You know, it's just crazy. And then we end up causing these problems, shipping them out. Those things grow, or we just directly go into those areas that cause problems, and then they come right back. Well, so like that question opens up because like you have Jeffrey Dahmer, right? Technically never pulled the trigger himself, but very literally the most involved person in the process as he could have been. You're against the death penalty because you want rehabilitation versus punishment, but I think World War II gets a fresh start. Yeah, I mean, it's like the same thing with like the Civil War and stuff like that. So like there's certain things about like state crimes, big wars, the Nuremberg trials, all those things, international groups. But like when a country or a justice system inside of a country is able to utilize capital punishment, like you can see how capital punishment is utilized this day. And when it's in the books and it's chill, it gets used. and it gets used on a sliding backwards scale of easier and easier and easier. It doesn't get harder and harder and harder. And also, these motherfuckers aren't the Joker. They're not breaking out of jail every other day. What are you trying to do? Also, traditional capital punishment ends up costing us more than life in prison, because the food that you feed somebody really doesn't cost that much, right? It really doesn't cost that much to feed somebody. But it costs a lot to go through all the crazy amount of appeals, because in order to make it somewhat rigorous to go through you can kill people rule, you need to have lawyers, you need to have judges, you need to have panels, you need to have all these different things. Those are all expensive. They all take time. They all gum up the works. The works are then gummed up and have to be worked out. So just feeding a guy another 2,000 meals really doesn't cost us anything. Should be used against killers though. But killers, that's a thing, man. Like, what's a killer? Person that drove drunk committed homicide, technically. It's like a homicide, or murder 1, murder 2, murder 3. Like, manslaughter is still considered a murder charge, right? Like that. There's lots of different ways that it can be combined. Whether somebody, and also some people who have been killers can then be rehabilitated. They were killers for circumstances in their life that pushed them to do horrible, bad things that should not be, forgotten and moved on from. But like, you can't just kill people. But also, sometimes you find the wrong person, so you can't just kill somebody thinking that you got the right person. There's however many cases of people who are not actually the killer, where the victims are like, the victims' families are like, please don't kill this person, he didn't do it. And the detectives and shit are like, we got it wrong, it's not him, he didn't do it. And then the governor refuses, and then they fucking inject them and kill them anyway. And it's like this crazy shit. It just doesn't, the risk does not meet the reward, especially when it's just, the reward is you get to kill them instead of keeping them in prison. Like, it's not really much of a reward for society. You lost a sister to a drunk driver, and you firmly believe that if you made that decision to go driving that day, you should have had something else planned, because why take an innocent person's life because you were being reckless? No, I mean, for sure. I mean, the drunk driving is a serious crime that needs to be taken seriously. It's not something that can just be, slap on the wrist, move along. Not saying, but also that person doesn't need to die. That person dying does not help society. It does not help. I mean, every individual is different, but usually doesn't help the people feel better that person is now killed. You worry with the legal framework of capital punishment in places where it's very easy for crazy things to happen, where abortion is suddenly a capital offense. For sure, right? Once, even if it is under lock and key or to the strongest degree, it gets a little bit easier and a little bit easier, and it gets more and more normalized the more and more you do it. And again, just if they're in jail, it's fine. Like, there's not that many of them that you need to capital punish, right? Even in 340 million people, there's not that many people need to be capital punished. Just keep them in jail, Well, people are saying that because you killed what could be a baby, that's considered a murder, therefore capital punishment. If you were a abortion doctor, now you have killed hundreds, thousands of babies, however often you do the technique or the procedure, right? That's all of a sudden someone just says it. So I find it so much cleaner, so much easier, so much less debate when it's like, look, you can't do it. We don't kill people here. That's it, right? We just don't do it. Now you no longer have to question whether or not we want to, kill this murderer or kill this abortion doctor, no matter what conservative branch of government took over, no matter what. It's just so much easier. It's just no longer an issue. And like, shucks, now we don't get to sate our bloodlust with the death of this one guy who did a bombing or a shooting or something, but instead they're in jail for the rest of their life, right? Okay. I mean, they're still like removed. They are still, stasis, contained. The triage has been done, It's a cultural thing. The last person sentenced to death was in the late 50s. You don't have a culture of it. I mean, a culture is a moving target, right? I mean, all kinds of things, because the English obviously had, you know, feudalism. There was capital punishment all over the place. People put to death, you know, but different, right? Time changes. America had the witch trials, you know, but then we had the civil rights movement, which was, you know, half the people or more than half the people really hating the idea of civil rights. So, like now, like, I mean, I was trying to make the argument that we've had good times, but even those good times are full of half the nation being against it. So, like Civil War, we had the people who wanted freedom, and even if they were still pretty racist, but like they wanted freedom at the very least, there's still that many people that then didn't want freedom. So it doesn't really work out to being entirely. Maybe we have a bit more of a culture of it, and also our culture is much younger, right? So it's a bit more connected to our setup of our roots. So yeah. Yeah, and but then there's also like there's also federal crimes. I don't know. Maybe federal death penalty doesn't exist. I mean, I haven't looked into like the nitty gritty details of it. So I know that usually it's a governor of a place, of a state, that can then stay the execution. So it might only be for state crimes that are executable, but then maybe federal prison can also do it for like high crimes of treason or some crazy shit. I mean, I think that's supposed to be like a thing people say, is that Trump did insurrection, that is treason, which means gulp. You know what that means, Trump, right? You know, but ultimately, obviously, it's a joke. It's not. We are too fucking wimpy to bust that one out. But yeah, so like world wars, it's an international thing. Even your laws against what is and what is not allowed, capital punishment, that gets a lot more muddied up, whatever. That's different. I don't think The Hague should put Bibi Netanyahu to death. I feel like he should be in prison for the rest of his life. I don't think that Bibi being killed by hanging or whatever the fuck they do would functionally help anyone in Gaza. You know what I mean? It's just not it's not the thing. The most unfair jail time you've seen is from a guy that hacked into a school's website and cleaned students' debt. For sure. Yeah. I wish there was more white hat hackers, right? Doing that thing. Yeah, well, there's which country is it? It's like one of the Nordic ones, I think. There's like countries that do have non-extradition clauses, because the US is like, our criminal justice system and our prisons are seen as inhumane. So no matter the crime, they would not extradite anyone to America no matter what. Because they're like, yeah. Too cruel. AI bullshit. Many nations will not extradite individuals in their country. Believe this thing. Canada has previously denied extradition to the U.S. for fugitives on the basis of the potential U.S. sentence was shocking. So potentially even Canada. Countries that do not have extradition treaty with the U.S. China, Indonesia, Mongolia, Russia, the UAE, Vatican, Vietnam. Often refuse. Cuba, well, yeah. Iceland, Switzerland, you know. Yes, it's definitely more rehabilitative focused, like in Norway and stuff. Yeah. I've seen some things where like a person would go to jail and then they would like go to their work and whatever, and then they come back, and then on the weekends they're almost like free, and then they come back and they have like their time, and like the idea of, especially the most normal things, little bullshit things are not like murder and like these giant like creating a gang or something. It's offenses, abuses, theft, but there's so many. And then also those places generally also have better social safety nets set up in general to make sure that people are less desperate, are less lack of options, you know. This is the highest crime rate in the world, the Vatican City. I mean, who's reporting am I going off of? The Vatican City's rate, or what everyone else says the Vatican City is guilty of, you know what I mean? I'm just thinking of like Catholic molesting or whatever, right? Like that kind of stuff, where they hide it and then everyone else is pissed at them. Also, Vatican City is like a super tiny ass little country or something, right? So I imagine that probably fucks with the numbers overall. Oh, wait. I went to, maybe it was when I went to the 12-foot ladder thing is where I lost some frames. Oh, I lost some frames since then. Son of a bitch. I think my internet's just being weird. That's just one of those things. Well, that, yeah, I remember hearing that France is terrible. You go there, you're gonna get pickpocketed. But that was like 4 years ago or something, I think. So a little bit out of date. Let's see. All right. We've got ourselves some stuff. Now I'm going to try. I don't think it's going to work, but. Did it? Let's see. It sure didn't. The slash pin went to the YouTube chat, so fuck me. All right. There we go. Sorry if I did it twice. Yeah, I did it twice. Okay. Let's get filled in. Okay. Pause the music. And ta-da. All right.
Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show. You daily dive into the...
Somebody's on vacation. I just find it funny when they try to do pickpocketing in American, and then they end up getting humbled because they normally don't get hit back and stuff. Is that a thing? I feel like Americans would get pickpocketed pretty easy because we're not used to cities. We're not, you know, it's a bunch of like people from fucking Nebraska or suburbia showing up to this insanely populated, bustling thing with mass transit and stuff that we're just totally unready for. So then when you get bumped around, you might get your shit stolen or whatever. I don't know. I mean, pickpocketing sucks ass. That's fucking awful, you know? So I would hate to get my shit fucking ripped, especially when you're on vacation, especially when you're like out of the loop. You have all these important papers on you. You might not be able to get back on your fucking plane. You don't have your ID. I mean, that sounds like it sucks. Like, at least if the person is there to steal your money, at least just drop the, you know, take the cash, but drop the wallet, you know, give them back their fucking bullshit, right? Like, you don't need it. You can't even use it, but who knows, right? And then if they were to actually leave the evidence, it might make them more likely to get caught. So they'd rather just fucking trash it out of sight, which unnecessary. They're seen as soft. Yeah, I mean, we're pudgy, we're fat, we don't walk around much. Also, we're a bit boisterous. I have not been abroad to see America as a bunch of assholes either. So this is all just sort of like what's been passed along to me, what's been ingrained into me. There's probably a good collection of like, you know, instant karma videos that are out there. Like someone tried to pickpocket a red-blooded American, but, you know, then fucking, you know, truck music starts playing and then he like fights back or whatever. And I can see that being a thing that exists. Whether or not it's the norm doesn't matter, because you just get, that's what you see. I guess I used to see a lot of like American shaming content where it's people going to like a pub and then like singing American songs and being like, you just speak English. And it's like, you know, I guess pubs would be pretty British, but you get the idea. Just sort of like waving their flags around in other countries because it's the thing that they hate the most. Like that same American that would show up to anywhere in Europe and wave their own flag, they'd be like, I never want to see them show up in my country and wave a flag, but I'll come to their country and wave a flag. You know, you know, like just be normal and not give a shit. That's the easiest thing. I feel like Europe must get pretty used to flags waving just because sports teams and also everyone's so much more connected. You know, it's like somebody coming, you know, to Florida and be like, I love Georgia. I'm not getting all pressed about it. Like it wouldn't really matter to me. It would just be like, okay, sick. I'm glad you like it.
News. It is Monday, and there's a lot to talk about, starting with this. We need to talk about Gaza, Israel, and Hamas. Because the ceasefire, it seems to be holding. All 20 living hostages have been released by Hamas, and nearly 2,000 Palestinians have been freed from Israeli imprisonment.
Let me fix the audio. Sorry, it's a little quiet.
Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show. You daily dive into the news. It is Monday, and there's a lot to talk about, starting with this. We need to talk about Gaza, Israel, and Hamas. Because the ceasefire, it seems to be holding. All 20 living hostages have been released by Hamas, and nearly 2,000 Palestinians have been freed from Israeli imprisonment and detention. But then with all that, there's still violence in Gaza, and there are a lot of questions about what happens next that still haven't been answered.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I'm worried about. It's similar to the back to brunch thing, like when Trump lost and everyone's like, back to brunch, Biden's in power. Don't worry, Orange Man bad. Oh, yeah, you're right.
Start with the good news. As we talked about, Israel and Hamas, they agreed on a first phase of a ceasefire and hostage release deal.
I didn't even recognize that it was a Hogwarts thing.
On Thursday. And then on Friday, Israeli forces withdrew to a new defensive line inside of Gaza. In that, it left them in control of 53% of the territory, and also it triggered a 72-hour deadline for the hostage exchange. And then we fast forward to this morning, and Hamas first released 7 hostages at around 8 a.m. local time, with them handing them over to Red Cross, who then transferred them to the Israeli military. And then around 11 a.m., the Red Cross received the final 13 living hostages. With us then seeing the first clips of these people reuniting with their families after more than 2 years in captivity.
I wonder if Phil is going to cover it.
Then you had similar scenes playing out as Israel released 1,968 Palestinians, who I will note here have most often been described in mainstream media as prisoners. And I mention that because, you know, for many, that label, it's in dispute, right? Because among those who were released, there were only 250 who had actually been sentenced to prison terms, right? Most of those people were convicted of murder and terrorism and deadly attacks on Israelis, according to Israel's Justice Ministry. Though also notably, some were convicted in military trials that rights advocates say often lack due process. And then also, right, beyond that, the remaining 1,700 or so Palestinians released, they were among several thousand Palestinians that Israeli troops have taken from Gaza and have held without charge. And in fact, even now, about 1,300 Palestinians from Gaza remain in Israeli custody. And that's according to a recent count by an Israeli human rights group. And in fact, most of the detainees were held under new laws that were passed in Israel at the start of the war that allowed Palestinians to be detained for months as so-called unlawful combatants without judicial review or access to lawyers. And with that, you've had rights groups, the UN, and detainees themselves all having reported routine torture and abuse in the facilities where Palestinians have been held, with at least 75 dying in custody, according to the UN. And so then with that, as far as the ceasefire and the hostage release deal, I mean, there's still a matter of returning the bodies of those who have died. Right? And specifically with that, you have the remains of at least 26 hostages who died in Gaza, meant to be handed over in exchange for the remains of deceased.
Also, most of the time, maybe the ratio is not clear, but most of the time when the hostages were dying, it was dying because they were being bombed or starved from Israel.
These Palestinians held by Israel. But also, both Israeli and Hamas officials have said that it would be difficult for Hamas to gather all of the bodies in the 3-day window that was stipulated by the ceasefire agreement. Right in that, I mean, it's already sparked anger. You have the Hostage Families Forum, for example, accusing Hamas of dragging their feet, saying in a statement, this represents a...
Wait a second. I thought that was a speaker for a second. Not to go back into my TV production thing, but I remember we were looking at his weird microphone and being confused by it, but that was a silver microphone that he had at his like home studio. Now he has a black one here for his away studio. Maybe maybe it technically could be silver because this is a silver like Apple thing, I think. So it might just be really crazy reflections, but it seems like there's even a different model that he has. Well, Israel's kind of just a client state of America entirely, right? And then they are, and then some people say that America is more of a client state of Israel, or instead of vice versa. But um, yeah, I mean they're pretty complicit in this whole thing, no matter what, right?
Hostage families forum, for example, accusing Hamas of dragging their feet, saying in a statement, this represents a blatant breach of the agreement by Hamas.
I mean that's in some ways I can understand that framing, but also you make the call and you say, "Bitch, no more money for you." They go, "Ah, come on," then they'll stop the war. Every other time Israel had been doing a Gaza war, it was ended by the Americans saying, "Okay, that's it. Enough's enough." Because it wasn't like they did it and they said, "Perfect, we did the job." Like they never stopped on their own. It was always, "Look, we're going to cut you off, or if you don't stop," and they go, "Fine, we'll stop." Right. So, but they get to sort of like go like, "Come on, 5 billion more, please," and then we do it. So like that's where one side looks like we're giving to them, but then eventually we get to put our foot down and stop it. So it's one of those things. That's true. That the APAC has one of the largest lobbies. Well, maybe not one of the largest. I know it's a big one, but I shouldn't say one of the largest without knowing. But it very well could be the largest. I just don't know the exact, like, again, pie graph or whatever. But it's a pretty big one. It literally funded some of the like not even Senate races, but just like the House race, like when Bowman was running, and then they put in more millions into a single House seat than ever before, all through APAC money. So that's what makes it, in my head, one of the biggest lobbies, because they funded a race far larger than any other race that had ever been funded before for some random House seat, right? So, 70% of politicians are Jewish. I don't even think that's right. APAC accounts for like 20% of political funding and gets special treatment. Yeah, the special treatment that they get is they're not a foreign entity, right? They are normally a foreign lobby, especially for a foreign country, right? Not just like a lobby of like, look, it's Canadian lumber. It's like, we are Canada. We are we are Russians. We are, people from Azerbaijan, right? We want to like talk to your politicians and make them do laws the way we want them to. They don't have to register as a foreign asset or a foreign entity. They can just be APAC, hi, we're just here. We're just little old APAC. But it's like, what the fuck? People in Israel don't pay taxes. Hell, we end up paying for their healthcare and giving them free healthcare. Where I fucking don't have healthcare. It's crazy. Let's see. Religious composition. Pew Research from December of 2024. Congress, Christian, 86%. U.S. adults is 62%. So if you get out of that, then it's Catholic, then it's Latter-day Saint, or Catholic, Latter-day Saint, which is Mormon. Messianic Jewish is a super low percentage. Jewish overall is 6% of Congress, right? So 70% of Congress is kind of like very different. You know what I mean? Muslims, there's more Muslims than Buddhists. We'll check that out. 4 versus 3, they got them beat. Humanist, what the fuck? Unaffiliated, we got some fucking atheists up in there. Don't know, refuse, 21. Interesting. Yeah, well, the whole like their dealings, they get less scrutiny over things, over fundings, all these different stuff, right? Because obviously there's more eyes on. I mean, I don't even know exactly the difference between being a domestic versus international, but from just what makes sense, the international ones are looked at and controlled to a harsher degree because they're looking to avoid those foreign entanglements, whatever. But yeah, man, I don't know where you're getting your numbers from, because like not even Christians are 70%. Like Christians are like 86%, right? So like I would be really careful where you're getting something that's saying that 70% of politicians. The 70% of total US politicians is gone. What do you mean? That would be, well, I guess something else is 0. Don't know, refuse. Maybe a Scientologist would refuse. I don't know of any Scientologists that are in the place. Total funded. What? You mean like state legislatures? All U.S. politicians. Reading it the other day, but where were you reading it from? Because that's where you might have accidentally stepped into a spot that's a bit anti-Semitic, right? Yeah. We need to look at like all politicians. Let's see. All U.S. Religion percentages. Because I don't even know where you would. "2023, the politics of religion." Let's see. Because usually, whenever anybody reports on politicians in general, it comes down to Congress, between the Senate and the House, and then obviously the president, just counts as one. But I haven't seen much ever to look at all the different things. Now, the money, that doesn't mean they're Jewish, right? Like, AIPAC money is a whole different thing, right? Because evangelical Christians, for example, are the biggest funders of Zionism and AIPAC and all that kind of, like, they're the ones that want to support the Israel lobby a lot. But doesn't mean they're Jewish. State senates and everything else. Yeah, but I mean, like, there's just not that many Jewish people in America as a whole. There's just not that many. Like, there's literally 2% of the population is Jewish, according to that Pew thing from December of last year. So it's just sort of it's non-believable to be 70% of the 2% of the population. American Israeli Public Affairs Committee is what AIPAC means. Yeah, that's the acronym they set up, which doesn't really mean much, honestly. It's just an acronym. But also, it doesn't mean that they're Jewish individuals, that they didn't get funded by it. But I guess they say, oh, no, it's not Israel, right? I guess maybe this is what you're getting at, is that it's not a foreign lobby, because no, it's the American interest in Israel, which is like, that's dumb. It'd be like, no, no. Jewish influence. I don't like the term Jewish influence, right? Because that just kind of also has a weird stink to it. Because the whole issue with Zionism is it's well, associating the nation state of Israel, right, is not the same thing as the Jewish religion, you know, right? Yeah. So that's making sure to keep those two things separate. Otherwise, it ends up becoming a whole different conversation.
You also had the Israeli defense minister writing on X that Hamas failing to return all of the bodies is a failure to meet its commitments, and adding, any delay or deliberate avoidance will be considered a gross violation of the agreement and will be responded to accordingly. But also, despite those concerns, you had Trump hailing today as the historic dawn of a new Middle East when he became the first president to address the Israeli parliament since George W. Bush.
Anything from Israel is Jewish influence. Israel itself isn't a secular state. It's a self-declared Jewish state. Sure, that's the issue with the state of Israel and the idea of Zionism as a whole. But now you're upset with what the nation state of Israel is doing, but that's not what all Jews are doing. That's not what Jewish people are doing. That's not like what being Jewish means, right? So that's why we separate the Jewish part from the Israeli part. Just because Israel says they're Jewish doesn't mean that Jewish is Israel. You know what I mean? Like I mean, just even if you and I mean the same thing, if you're going to go out into the fucking daylight and talk about this, you definitely need to make sure that's clear. Otherwise, exactly, Catholics in Vatican City, right? Great way to put it. There's a bunch of Catholics. JFK was a Catholic, but he was not like being controlled by the Vatican City. Literally, there were people, because they think he was the first Catholic president in the United States, and people were freaking out about the Pope controlling him, which is ridiculous, right? Yeah, exactly. So like, even if you and I are meaning the same thing, it's one of those things where other people understand it in a different way, and you definitely, assuming that we're meaning the same thing, you don't want to come across like you're meaning something different. Otherwise, you're going to come across like you're sort of feeding into the anti-Semitic Nazi talking points, and that's something that you definitely probably want to avoid, unless you're trying to push that kind of sentiment. But I just try to. It's like when my dad would be like, "Oh, look, you know." He would use like a really outdated term for Asian people. And we literally have a store in Florida called like, you know, O-word market. And I'm just like, just don't use that. I mean, I know, Dad, you're not being racist, and I know that's just what you were told, and that's what the store is called. But like, I know you really need to like not use that term. You know what I mean? No. Israel gets to claim what all Jewish people's influence is. That's not true. Jewish influence would be like following the laws of being the Jewish faith, you know, lighting candles on fucking Hanukkah is Jewish influence. You know, like you can't say this one nation that set up its own laws is now all of a sudden what this religion is doing as an influence. That's kind of fucked up. You can't say that shit. It's super fucked up. My neighbor who's Jewish is also not the nation state of Israel, right? Making Israel equal the word Jewish is bad for Jewishness. And like, because it's not actually Jewishness, it's just the idea of what Israel is doing. I mean, America is not a religion, but Israel can claim 1,000 different things. It doesn't make it so. Israel claims influence, connection to Judaism as a cover. You're doing a better job of getting the point across than I am, which I apologize. I should be doing a better job. But yeah. They are using it as a shield, as a cover. They want to create their little fucking ethno state, right? They want to keep all the fucking... Yes, it's definitely dodgy to conflate Israeli influence with Jewish influence. I mean, again, you and I could be meaning, you know, Titus. We could be at our heart understanding the same thing and ultimately meaning the same thing. But I'm doing my best to just look you in the eye and say, you can't use this framing because this is Nazi framing. This is dangerous framing. This is incorrect framing because of what we're all getting at here. And if you keep pushing that this is the correct framing, I will have to ban you because you're being a Nazi. You know, like that's technically what I have to do. you can just leave the word Jewish out of it entirely. Just don't bring up the word Jewish. Should be pretty simple. Should definitely be pretty simple, you know, as a whole. Because it's not like connected to Jewishness in any way at all. They claim they want to use it as a thing, but none of the policies that they do are connected to it in any way. They just set it up. You can separate the two. No, you absolutely can and do separate the two. I work with 2 Jewish people. They didn't know shit about Israel. Nothing about it. But now you're connecting Israel to them. Right? You get that? Yeah, there's literally 2 different words, right? Yeah. I feel like you're really trying to make this connection, which is making me very concerned about the motives behind this. Because, like we were saying, again, I'm trying to be as charitable as possible and as good faith as possible. Why do you have smoke? I mean, like, if you ignore Israel for a second. Why do you have this smoke for Jewish people? Like, you know, like that's where your issue is coming from, is that you have this racist hatred. You're connecting a negative thing with an entire group of people that does not need to be there. There are also people that wear glasses. There are also people that play the Nintendo Switch 2. That has nothing to do with the case, so you don't bring it up. There are people that wear shoes. They wear shoes in Israel. So these are shoe wearers. Shoe wearers. It's the shoe layer lobby. The shoe layers are doing it. You know what I mean? It's just kind of like connecting a thing that everyone else goes, why are you connecting that thing? It makes no sense, right? That's yeah, don't fall for the defense they're using. Why it's important to clarify the connection. They're constantly trying to make it, the connection is a false one. Yeah. Hopefully the point has been made.
In 2008. Right, in typical Trump fashion, you had him seemingly veering off script, bashing Joe Biden and Barack Obama, while also heaping praise on himself and his administration. Right, and then you also very notably had him urging Israel's president to pardon Netanyahu, who's in the middle of a long-running criminal trial on corruption charges. And then on the other side, you had Netanyahu and other Israeli politicians heaping praise and applause on Trump, although not all of them. In fact, at one point, 2 lawmakers belonging to a...
Yeah, and it's both the conflict, it's the connection that they are trying to push to use it as a shield, but then also other people are constantly seeing it and they're kind of assuming so, right? When they say, I am anti-Zionist, then people say, wait, that's anti-Semitic. How could you say that? And then people not understand the difference, right? That's where they sort of like, that's what they want. They want to be able to use that. They want to cry bully. They want to, but the problem is, then people go, oh, look, you know, 70% of America is connected to the Jewishness or something. And now they're going to become anti-Semitic. They're going to be like fucking Kanye West with a fucking spreadsheet and say, look, all these people's names are controlling the media, which even those people's on that list that he literally had were people that were like Protestants. They were just capitalists. The connection is that Israelis are self-proclaimed Jews. What is Israel is not using... Okay, I've done that before myself. Well, but if Israel uses the weapon, it doesn't matter. Because then they win when you say in a chat, 70% of America is influenced by Jews, or 70% of politicians are Jews, right? By making you misstep and can make that connection even in the word form, makes you look like a person. So we can it's easier for people to ignore you or to ban you. And it's a connection that they will then, as soon as you make that connection to them, they say, ha, you know, they continue to use their shield. So you're giving the shield to them, which doesn't need to be given because obviously it's not true. They're not actually representing anything about Jewishness at all. Like I said, they're shoe wearers. They wear shoes. It has nothing to do with their laws in their place. Being used in a negative fashion and by their own definition. I have never heard them say it's Jewish influence. I've never heard that. You mean no? Don't through line connect it like that. Don't just like by transitive property of multiplication now then say I can now replace the word Israeli influence with Jewish influence. You can say Israeli influence. You know. Yeah. So again, trying to assume that you are on the same mindset as us, but then the wording is making it weird. I'm just saying to you, one person to another, stop connecting it, especially in words, connecting the Jewishness and the Zionism together. Because again, the most Zionists in the world are not Jewish. There are more Zionist evangelists than there are Jews in the world as a whole, let alone, factoring in the difference between Zionist Jews and anti-Zionist Jews. You can just say it's Israeli influence because the predominant influence in Israel, especially their arm of foreign policy and foreign influence, is through the in charge government. If Israel eventually became a secular state, right? So it is just Israeli or it is Jewish? Are you asking a question? Why is standing against Israel anti-Semitic then? That's just what they say. It's not anti-Semitic. Is that or are you confused by that? Because I feel like that shouldn't be a question. Because you were saying before that Israel is separate at its core from what being Jewish is. So then anti-Semitism is about being anti-Jewish. So therefore, it's disconnected entirely. They want to connect it because they want to use it as a shield, but we're saying don't connect it. It's not connected, and it has no point in what we're trying to connect. But it is, according to the most of the U.S. by definition. What do you mean the most of U.S.? Most of U.S. is like there's definitely a battle taking place. There's been some laws that try to connect it, but they've been fought against and pushed down. And even if they have been connected, they've never been actually prosecuted on that line. But we're making sure that they never are prosecuted on that line. I forget. Remember, there was a whole thing about trying to change the definition of anti-Semitism to include anti-Zionism. But I don't know if that part actually got through. And even if it does get through, if it is then ever actually adjudicated and then pushed down and to say that you've committed this crime through this part of the clause, then it would go to the Supreme Court to fight against it. You know what I mean? I mean, it seems like you want to be the one to connect it. That's the thing. Like you just, even in a space where you finally get to be somewhere where we all share the idea that it's not connected, you still want to connect it. And I don't know what the goal of that would be. Why do you want to connect it? The only person that's been debanked is, I think, fucking Kanye West, because he was saying that he loves Hitler and was going like literally crazy on Maine. Right? He's the only person that has been, I don't think he's been debanked though. Like he got removed from YouTube after going crazy again because he went back on YouTube for a little bit. They re-released him, but then he went and did his thing. Mel Gibson is not debanked. I promise you. Mel Gibson said some insane anti-Semitic. He didn't even say anti-Israel things. He said anti-Semitic things when he was drunk at his DUI, right? That's when he got in big trouble for being a big racist, right? So sorry, Darius. I was like connecting you and Frost for a second, but still, yeah. I don't think he's debanked. I mean, he went on Joe Rogan. He was not debanked. It was pretty crazy. I mean, I remember hearing the audio recently. I was like, oh my fuck. But like every time you're like, I get it. I told you I don't have a problem with Jews, but I just really want to make this connection with the thing that we hate vehemently and Jews. And it's like, but now you're creating a connection that does not need to be there. And you're showing me the animosity, and then you're showing me that you want to connect it and nodding your head. And I'm just like, but that's bad. Don't do that. Don't do that. Because other people will see that and go, ew, gross, right? And then we go, don't do that. Even if you want, like, it's weird that even in this space, you have to keep connecting it, despite me saying, don't connect it. And you go, I agree. I understand why you don't want to connect it, but I'm going to connect it again. And it's like, okay, but like, hey man, I think we're all talking together, but just don't connect those things. Got it? And he's like, you're like, got it, but I want to connect it again. And every time you want to connect it, it's causing another issue. Get rid of the word Jews from that. Israeli people that wear shoes spit on people. But you don't want it. You don't have smoke. You don't want to put smoke because a lot of people like wearing shoes. A lot of people like shoes for different reasons. People use shoes for all kinds of reasons. Fashion, collectability, function, spirituality. But you don't make that connection. That's the difference. But it's not. It's a bit of a wide one. It's a bit of an exaggerated one, but it's not. Because those people who were spitting on them were wearing shoes at the time, but you don't bring that up. And the other people that wear shoes, they're totally fine. I got no problem with those people that wear those shoes. But these ones wearing shoes, I got a problem with, and I'm going to call out their shoe wearing. But I don't have a problem with their shoes. Everybody wears shoes. Everybody wears shoes. We're cool with everybody wearing shoes. But these people wearing shoes, I'm going to call out specifically for wearing shoes. You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to like get to the core of, is that you keep bringing up a thing that you say it doesn't matter, but you clarify it. It's like when your dad goes like, all right, I was at the counter and then this black guy at the counter talked to me and he goes like, hey, why is he black? And he goes, I don't know. It's no big deal. Every other guy is not the script, but this guy, he's a black guy. You know, you one of those like, why bring it up? Why bring it up if it doesn't matter? Right? Same idea. You're bringing it up. It doesn't matter. I love it. I know no problem with it, but I'm going to bring up this adjective specifically to target this adjective. Unnecessary tangent there. You were saying it doesn't matter that they wear shoes and that you have no problem with people that wear shoes, but then you wouldn't bring up that they wear shoes. But then I say, why are you bringing up that they're Jewish? You go, well, I got no problem with Jewish people. It has nothing to do with their Jewishness, but I'm going to bring up Jewishness. It's fundamentally the same argument, just with a different total population involved. Because there's definitely some people who don't wear shoes, right? It's not literally everybody, okay? Not to randomly bring out the barefoot. Also a great point that they're not actually all Jewish either. I mean, yeah. But like, this is a space where we're trying to make sure that's clear and separated, and then you agree that it's separated and that the understanding is there, but then you personally keep bringing it back up, causing me to get stun locked and to stop the whole everything, and then make sure that this is understood. Because there's only like 5 of us here, so it's not like there's it's like a big section of the room that needs to be addressed. I mean, if I guess, you know, there was much more populated space, it would be easier to kind of just move on. But it's like 1/3 of my chatters saying something that I'm like, oh, I need to correct that for sure. So like the fact that you, even in this space, you want to keep using it is what I'm getting at with all that tangent there. You still want to say it. So that makes me worried for your sake that you're going to be saying it out in the distance. It also makes me worried that you have a different motive than you're letting on for bringing it up. I don't recognize you as being in the chat all that much. So like, it's possible that you've been around for a while, but it's like, you know, a new person saying some stuff that I disagree with fundamentally and then won't go back on it, right? It's just concerning. Let's see here. Anime avatar, I got that dog in me. You've streamed a little bit. Who doesn't like Mega Bonk? Mega Bonk's an awesome game. Magic the Gathering, hey, everyone has their mistakes. Everybody has their mistakes. Yeah. Even if that's the case, there's zero reason to keep bringing it up, even if we all understand it's a false connection. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about, and that's why I'm like diving a little bit deeper just to be sure, just because I don't want to waste my time, and I also don't want to fuck a bunch of shit up. Let's see. Huh? I guess I'm not super knowledgeable enough on the back end though, but doesn't seem to be super crazy or super weird, but I don't know. Just trying to do my best. I definitely, I mean, I forget that exact exchange, but I guess we're not debating that either. Yeah. If I had the knee jerk reaction, I would say I'm pretty sure Brexit is definitely heavily connected with racism, right? In general. But maybe I'm misconnecting a couple of things. And also, you're in the UK and I'm not, so that gives you a little bit more of a connection to it. You recognize that Israeli and Judaism are hand in hand. It's like we're having a super deeper fundamental disagreement. And you say, whether it's real or not, I don't think you can healthily completely disconnect the two. Why? Why can you not disconnect the two? Missing part of the entire country's reasonings, and like you can debate their claims to the land. Like that's different. Like you can debate even like the religious texts or whatever. Not that religious texts are a good reason, but that's the other problem is that the religious texts aren't there. But like you're not even trying to address their religious arguments. You're just saying that their money is involved in everything and their influence and their fingers are in every pot, right? Utilizing those anti-Semitic tropes, and then again connecting the Jewishness of them heavily, right? Coming in saying stuff about 70% are Jewish. Oh shoot, tee-hee, oopsies, I said the wrong thing. Tee-hee, I keep wanting to connect the two. You know, like that's for your own sake. Disconnect the two. For our sake, disconnect the two. You need to stop recognizing and seeing the pattern of the two connected, because that's going to cause you to have a negative view of Jewish people, because the Jewishness has nothing to do with the Zionism. It has nothing to do with the ethno state that is what they are trying to build. Vatican City, as far as I know, well, I don't know shit about Vatican City as far as like it being an actual fucking country, because it's like a weird ass little definition of a country. But like, I don't know who's a citizen of the Vatican City. Are there fucking regular ass random citizens that like work there and pay taxes? Like, isn't Vatican City used as a fucking like tax loophole or something, and isn't like got no real citizens or whatever? I think like, so like, you know, Vatican City setting up, you know, ethno state laws and forcing people out of their homes and then telling them they can never return because they're not of the correct fucking, you know, racist ass thing they decided. That's the problem with I would have the same problem with Israel if Israel was now taken over by Arabs and then they said this is an Arab state and the Jews are not allowed to go into places. I would have the same problem with it. It wouldn't matter. I would have a problem with America if America said this is a Christian country and now Arabs and Jews and Mormons are not allowed to do things here because we are now a Christian country only, right? I would have a problem with that too. It has nothing to do with the religion. It has nothing to do with the government. But don't focus on the Jewishness of the Zionists. Like also the Zionist freaks are American. They're just American Christians. And then in the case of Netanyahu, an American Jewish person. It's a great question. And I think it's a fundamental good simplification. Because like me as a communicator, I am kind of mumbling and slurring and like tripping over different ideas in my head to then formulate a sentence. I am new to all this, right? So I have my, you know, intellectual blind spots. I have my, you know, a rough idea of the different facts and figures, but I don't have them raw on hand and then immediately start spitting out and then finding exactly where the source material comes from. So like there's difficulties when I'm trying to say something that I'm like, I want to make sure I don't say something that I know is wrong or cannot really be 100% sure is right. So I'm trying to use my best to get it as close as possible with the confidence that I feel is reasonable. But this is a great way to summarize it and get it all down. Zionism is not inherently Jewish. Hopefully you can agree with that. And then you need to also, a part of that first part would then be understanding that there are more Zionists who are not Jewish. So pointing out the Jewishness of the negative impacts of Zionism is not the right way to do it. If anything, you should be focusing on if you're trying to solve the problem of Zionism, focusing on the Jewish part of it is actually less effective as than focusing on the Christian part of it, right? Not that I wouldn't believe there are more non-Jews. I just don't know the numbers. That's fine. There's also there's just more like so. What kind of website? Try to find actual data here. Also, a bit annoying that AI just fucking shits it up and gets it all in your face immediately. Are there graphs in this? I don't think so. I mean, data does not. have to be in a graph to be shared, but damn it, does it make it easy for a dumbass illiterate like me? You're saying that the rapture is inherently Christian, I feel, but I couldn't have come from anything but Christianity, so the two are intertwined. Do you agree that the main driver behind Israel and its action is specifically Zionism? You're cooking here. You're cooking here, Russian. I'll eventually find something. Not necessarily. I've heard that a lot of it also is Netanyahu being a nutbag trying to piss off everyone. There's some Jewish prophecy that said the world would attack Israel and God. Well, that is the evangelical side of things specifically, right? Let's see. This might be what I'm looking for. Christian Zionism predates Jewish Zionism by at least 50 years and today dominates the Zionist movements by at least 10 to 1, probably near 20 or 30 to 1 for every Jewish Zionist. But where's the information for this? That's kind of like there's probably that's not the most that's not the most usable quote. Who the hell who's okay? I'm definitely not a scholar. I could try to using Google Scholar to figure out all the information, but hopefully we can just sort of put this to bed and move on. Just don't connect. Here we go. This might be a good summary here. If you agree that one, not all Zionists are Jews, and two, that Israel is doing things because of Zionism, then you should understand there is zero reason to ever bring up the Jewish part of any of these arguments. It doesn't matter. Zionism is not Judaism, and the main driver behind Israel's actions is Zionism, not Judaism. If you want to be more specific about who in Israel is committing atrocities, you can say Israeli Zionists, not all Israeli Jews. Yes, there's also a reasonable number of anti-Zionist Israelis, and the numbers of the number of Jewish people in Israel is somewhere around, according to this thing, it was, this one. 75% of Israel is Jewish. Israelis are Jewish. 21% are Arab, and then there's Christians and a few other Zoroastrians and other things in the mix. So Israelis as a whole are not even all Jewish, right? Are you saying? Oh wait, what did the evangelical thing? Zechariah 12:14. Yeah, I don't know anything about fucking the Bible shit. I'm aware of it being, done. The whole Left Behind, turning in the clothes, funny stuff, whatever. Making fun of TikTokers who think that the rapture was coming but didn't. But I definitely don't give a shit about some old book when it comes to kicking human beings out of their homes, and I don't think you do either. So again, connecting it to that other book again is kind of annoying. If Nazis were Christians, you know what I mean? But we don't ever bring up the German Christians involved. It's important to keep the ideology the ideology. It's important to keep the politics the politics. not only is it more clear, not only does it do less collateral damage. I mean, I guess that's it. I was trying to like set up a whole like, organizing thing, but it's like, that's it. That's why you would do it. You would not want to accidentally create anti-Semitism for somebody who's misunderstanding what you're saying and thinking that they can put all this smoke towards someone who is Jewish, right? So they wouldn't. And like, if somebody in Israel is like pro IDF and is joining up, but they're a Christian when they're in Israel, and they want to then benefit from this now Zionist endeavor, even as a Christian inside of this thing, then bringing up the Jewish part really has nothing to do with it, right? It really is. It has less and less and less and less and less, the more and more we fucking nail it down, to do with the core problem. Israel itself and America or the rest of the world tries to tie it with Judaism doesn't mean you should repeat that. Yeah. I worry about you thinking it's interesting. But that's also because, we're all inhabitants of this Western world. We have baked in misogyny. We have baked in white supremacy. We have all these different things sort of like unbeknownst to us just by like the fucking background noise of our society. It has been built upon those foundations. It's slowly path of the least resistance moves us in certain directions. So what makes it interesting is because they are a bit of an other, right? Whether you mean it to be or not, it's a way to monolithalize. It's a way to, create a different tribe to make it easier, a team sports element. Just transcend the monkey and become more human and fight back against that. I know I was not I mean, men commonly get to have their last names taken and women have to change theirs. Baked in misogyny. It's weird when a woman doesn't, or it's unusual. You may not even think it's bad, but it sure is unusual. But why is it unusual? Because it's just different. That's a resistance. That's a baked in misogyny that society pushes you towards, right? It's one of those things that like you don't really think about it until you think about it. And then you go, oh, why the fuck would I care? Right? A woman has to be a virgin, but a man has to be, can have fuck around. She's a slut, I'm a stud, right? What the hell? That's kind of fucked up, right? That's a background noise. It's a part of the society that pushes it. Also, women get children, men, lose it in child support, whatever, in those divorce court hearings, because women are supposed to be the ones that raise the kids, and men are supposed to be the ones that go out and make money, right? That's another thing where the patriarchy is now hurting men, right? It's disproportionately, it's a negative, just the way that everything's built around us and the way that the status quo is difficult to move. It's a slow moving, gigantic, heavy thing that's burgeoning forward, and you got to do your best to push against it. So I'm just using that as an idea of why you thought it was interesting that the Jews were doing stuff. Unfortunately, it is a chat room. So that's an example of other things pushing you unbeknownst to Lee, and not even with any vitriol, just slightly towards a topic with a different starting point than maybe you wanted to be at. And now you thought it was interesting that people who were Jewish were being bad. And then you get to sort of point out the Jewishness of the bad people. And like, that was interesting to you, but that's probably there because of underlying issues. The idea of Jews and money, Jews and banks, Jews and greed. Those are all fake shit that's been slowly put into society. Fucking goblins and Hogwarts. Fucking, Tolkien. All kinds of shit. Those little subtle hints. Brother, you're making connections I wasn't. Now, I'm describing other connections that exist that would then help you see how connections happen, right? And then a blind spot of yours, there's connections there. And I'm trying to make sure that you can overcome those connections, overcome those blind spots, and see the world with more empathetic eyes. That's my goal, is to bring up these other things that at least have impacted me and most likely have impacted you, being a person from the Western world. Whoa. It's okay. Hold on. It's okay. Well, yeah, I take it back. Palantir is good, right? Don't you love Palantir, Darius? Okay. Oops. So it's not saying that you have made those connections. I never was trying to imply, and I apologize if my framing somehow was trying to say that you were. I was just setting up. Recognizing that Judaism and Israel go hand in hand doesn't, but it doesn't. Israel and Judaism does not go hand in hand. The government setting up laws to say that Arabs don't have equal rights does not anything to do with Jewishness. That's not true Jewishness. They can say it's true Jewishness, but it's not. So it does not go hand in hand. But saying it goes hand in hand and now saying that Jewish people are anti-Arab. Now you've created anti-Semitism. Literally what you said that you weren't doing. Does that make sense to you? Because what Israel's doing has nothing to do with true Jewishness, right? Has nothing to do with it. Okay, so now I think you are just like a Reddit atheist or something. Do you think Saudi Arabia is now connected to all fucking Muslims? Saudi Arabia is using slave labor and like cutting off hands. Therefore, all Arabs are cutting off hands. We're connecting it to the Arabness. Is that what? Because that's fucking insane. That's bullshit. America is deporting fucking, brown people. Is that what fucking Christians do? Are you saying it's a Christian thing? America wants to connect its Christianness to itself. It has nothing to do with that. I mean, I'm pretty sure. You can see Israel is misusing its religious claims, but it doesn't mean the country isn't connected. No. Yep. This is seriously it. It is not connected to the religion. Yeah, specifically, the second half of that sentence is completely fucked. That is completely wrong. Completely disconnected. Entirely. And you doing that is anti-Semitic specifically, right? Which is the reason why nations and religions should not be tied together, because nations have to do all kinds of things, which are very disconnected from what religions are supposed to be able to do. Religions are supposed to be there to like give people a purpose in life, give people their moral code. But then all of a sudden the country invades somebody and kills a bunch of children. And you go, well, now I guess that religion kills children. And now you've just villainized the entire religion, which is why fucking nations are not religions. Oh my God. I'm sorry, Darius. Tolkienism is just been well known to have connected some old tropes to character styles, is all I was getting at. That's all I was getting at. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure Israel, at least in their laws, is making it where Jewish people have more rights than other people, right? So that's where I would say, whether it's the wrong fucking words, that's the issue with like their output. The government is now creating tiers of citizens, the apartheid. That's all based on making it a Jewish nation state or an ethno state, an ethno-religious state, right? So I don't know if what Russian's trying to get at specifically, but I'm pretty sure that's where that's the issue with why Israel is wrong. Because that's a bad way to set up a structure, especially if they're supposed to be the woke people who also do not allow gay marriage, for example. So I hope you would not connect Saudi Arabia to Muslim because they have laws that are based off of Muslim laws or whatever. They're basing their laws off of their interpretation of the Muslim faith and creating human rights abuses. But like, I don't consider that a problem with Muslims. You know what I mean? Just because they're doing it doesn't mean anything. Iran has connected a lot of its laws to its understanding of the religion, and that's bad. And they end up doing bad things. Afghanistan is actually, I saw a headline about the women's rights are pushing back again because they're not into it. I'm upset with how Saudi Arabia exists, but there's no reason for me to bring up the Muslimness of Saudi Arabia because all that does is just attack and besmirch Muslimhood. You know what I mean? You just say Saudi Arabia sucks. They do human rights abuses. You don't say that Muslim place of Saudi Arabia sucks. Those Muslims are doing human rights abuses because that would just have way too much stink for no reason. Because there are other places that are Muslim that do not do those equal abuses. They do, they got other problems or it is, but even like Turkey is a primarily Muslim place, but they're not operate the same way as Saudi Arabia, which is therefore goes to show that it's not, the Muslim connection has nothing to do with it. Just like how them wearing shoes has something to do with it, which is why you don't talk about the shoes, is why you don't talk about the Muslim part. So now why, when it happens to, well, I guess you're saying that you do still bring it up because of what you're trying to say. And I'm just like, just disconnect that because all you're going to do is bring in the people who. But it doesn't. If the religion didn't exist, they would still be doing it. That's the ultimate thing. It's like saying that wars are done only for religion. Because even the wars that were under religious pretenses would have been done for different pretenses. Because those wars were actually done for the reason of resources and power. The religious is just sort of attached to it. Exactly. Thank you, Bill Casey. Now, when you say you don't agree, religion is the overwhelming backbone of culture, and then therefore these wars, that's where I was like the Reddit atheist thing. Are you just like a Reddit Christian then? Like, are you saying that your religion is the only good one, and that's why you won't say negative things about Christians, and you'll say negative things about Muslims and Jewish people? Because that's kind of wild. That's kind of fucked up. It's like I'm like, putting on a polite face and saying like simple little like that's fucked. That's that is bad. That is that's a bad thing. Especially considering that a big problem with them is also like the ethnic connection to religion, which then gets to the point where you would then be saying like South Africa during the apartheid, where black people had less rights than white people, right? I guess you're keeping it to the religious part of it only. But that's literally the next layer of skin deep is then attacking their ethnicities and saying that it has something to do with it. The culture has something to do with it. All of a sudden, race thoughts. It doesn't separate Israel from Judaism. It absolutely does. Maybe you're like me and your mother used Tylenol. Maybe you're a part of the the range of spectrum of neurodivergency, and you have a thing about words, and you really just need this word to connect. Connecting Stalin to atheism. No, my atheism. No. I take plenty of issue with Christians. Ooh, but at the moment, they aren't really doing too much. What are you talking about? What do you mean? What religion do you think Russia and Ukraine are right now? Yo, what's up? Yo. Russian Orthodox? You don't think that's got anything to do with anything that's going on up there? They can say it, but we know it doesn't. But you know it doesn't. So you're not going to bring it up. But someone else could bring it up and you go, "Hey, don't connect that with that. Don't connect that. Don't connect that." Brother, neither is the war in Gaza, war in air quotes, that's also not a holy war. It's just a fucking genocide of human beings. Oh no, I just gave you a whole nother thing to like focus on now. A whole nother like thing to hallucinate. Okay. I'm just, for my sake, Titus, I'm just gonna do a one day just so I can move on. I feel like everyone has made their points. I apologize if it seems harsh, but it's just like I said, I've eaten the Tylenol. I can't let that go. Also, I literally cannot let it go in my Twitch chat without having some kind of like pushback. And the constant need to keep the connection going is definitely a red flag. And if I let it go unanswered, it would be bad on me, right? Like there's literally, like the word Zionism is actually considered a slur depending on how it is used. If there's not the right proper context attached to it, it is then considered a bannable offense. And this connection to Zionism and Jewishness as a connection in the chat is definitely a TOS violation that I need to properly moderate. And also, I need to moderate my own brain, and we can only discuss it so long. Russian was here doing a very helpful to help, summarize some thoughts that get me back on track a bit. Now let's play the video.
Joint Palestinian-Israeli political
My mind is so fucking backwards. Okay, hold on. We're just gonna restart this fucking story. I don't even remember where it fucking started.
Right in that, it's already sparked anger. You have the Hostage Families Forum, for example, accusing Hamas of dragging their feet, saying in a statement.
Ah, yes, the hostage thing. Okay. I was wondering if he's going to bring up the point that Israelis bringing home hostages get to celebrate, but when Palestinians get to bring home their prisoners and their hostages, they're not allowed to celebrate.
This represents a blatant breach of the agreement by Hamas. You also had the Israeli defense minister writing on X that Hamas failing to return all of the bodies is a failure to meet its commitments, and adding, any delay or deliberate avoidance will be considered a gross violation of the agreement and will be responded to accordingly. But also, despite those concerns, you had Trump hailing today as the historic dawn of a new Middle East when he became the first president to address the Israeli parliament since George W. Bush in 2008. Right, in typical Trump fashion, you had him seemingly veering off script, bashing Joe Biden and Barack Obama, while also heaping praise on himself and his administration. Right, and then you also
Trump and his weave. He loves weaving back and forth.
Very notably had him urging Israel's president to pardon Netanyahu, who's in the middle of a long-running criminal trial on corruption charges. And then on the other side, you had Netanyahu and other Israeli politicians heaping praise and applause on Trump, although not all of them. In fact, at one point, 2 lawmakers belonging to a joint Palestinian-Israeli political party were escorted out for displaying signs that said, "Recognize Palestine." And you had one of them writing on social media afterward, "To crown Netanyahu through flattery, the likes of which has never been seen, does not absolve him and his government of the crimes against humanity committed in Gaza, nor of the responsibility for the blood of hundreds of thousands of Palestinian victims and thousands of Israelis."
Yeah, I guess he's just out there living life, but I don't know if he still has that whole team. Because remember at one point when I first started getting into his stuff, he was talking about his whole like rocket news team. That was like a thing that he started, and there's all these different people that are all typing up all these news stories and summarizing them for a script for him to read and doing all this editing and stuff. I don't know if any of that shrunk down because of COVID and money, or if it ever stayed and continued to grow. I'm not really sure.
Victims. With him later adding, "There are 2 people here and neither is going anywhere." But then also with the situation, you have Trump leaving for Israel and heading to Egypt for a summit on the ceasefire deal along with other world leaders. And soon we're gonna have to wait to see if that leads to any questions being answered about what happens next. Because, for example, as of right now, it's not totally clear which, if any, countries are planning to send troops to join what was called an international stabilization force that Trump said would handle security in post-war Gaza. And then beyond that, there's also the question of whether Hamas will also be disarmed and stripped of its power in Gaza, and how the territory will be governed after the war. Because that's a demand from Israel, but we've
I was just going to say, it's very, not to completely distract, but this is very how, like, I've always got like my fucking backpack and stuff and then things on the bed. So he's just like, I got to record. I got to get this in. The morning light is coming in the window. We got to get this recorded.
But we've already seen reports that Hamas has been moving to reassert its control over the territory. I mean, you've got the BBC reporting that Hamas has recalled about 7,000 members of its security forces to move into areas recently vacated by Israeli troops. And the mobilization order reportedly announced that their aim would be to, quote, cleanse Gaza of outlaws and collaborators with Israel. And then, seemingly connected to that, you also...
Wasn't this what Trump was saying on the airplane, where he's like, you know what? They have the right to do it. They cleared with us first, and we you know, they have to do it. They have to, you know, police their lands. You know, don't sweat it. And when someone was trying to like pose this as like a big negative gross thing or whatever.
By the BBC reporting that at least 27 people were killed over the weekend in clashes between Hamas and armed members of a major clan in Gaza.
Because that's another thing, is that like the whole, there was some really famous Palestinian person who was doing a lot of like the theft of like the supplies, and then it turned out that he was propped up and set up by Israel, right? They just propped up a fake gangster to then sort of just sort of allow him to be the bad actor in this case, but it's Israel doing it. Like, Israel in theory is letting in this aid and then also funding a guy to come in with guns and violence to then seize it and take it and then sell it at the black market. And it's like, what the fuck? What the fuck? But you know, and it's like when they come in and say, all right, gang, you're fucked. You know, Gaza is here, or Hamas is here to be its military, be its police that it's supposed, you know, that's, you know, when those people ended up getting attacked, 'cause you know that Israel, just like how when we left Afghanistan, we left behind the interpreters, right? We left behind the people that were helping us, and then they got found out, kidnapped, whatever, you know, we just said, fuck you, right? Goodbye, you know? So Israel wasn't there to protect that guy. They hated that guy. They just used him for the sake of using him. So those gangs, those clashes, those clans, whatever, that's why they needed to go out and to secure the area, because it's not always going to be a good place.
Gaza City. And you had what was described as a senior source in Gaza's Ministry of Interior telling Al Jazeera that the clashes in Gaza City involved an armed militia affiliated with the Israeli occupation. And for some important context there, you had Netanyahu confirming way back in June that Israel had been arming clans in Gaza that he said were opposed to Hamas. And you also had international aid workers later alleging that leaders of one of these groups, or who Israeli and Palestinian analysts claimed had been involved in drugs and weapons smuggling before the war and also did business with the Islamic State, was behind the systemic looting of aid entering the Gaza Strip last fall. And with that, you've had analysts and historians saying that providing weapons, money, and other support to these types of groups is a strategy that Israel has used several times in the past to divide Palestinians and undermine their national aspirations. Or with one Columbia University scholar saying it's the oldest colonial strategy in the book, and adding, Israel wants a state of chaos because if the Palestinians are unified, then they might have to actually negotiate or deal with them. With also a retired security officer who previously served with the Palestinian Authority in Gaza claiming, Gaza is flooded with arms. Looters have stolen thousands of weapons and rounds of ammunition from Hamas stores during the war, and some groups have even received supplies from Israel. And then adding, this is a perfect recipe for civil war, weapons, frustration.
God, that's awful, man. Dude, you go from a fucking genocide into some kind of like prolonged conflict with like detractors in the civil war. Oh my God. Dude, if that's another element of this whole thing, is they finally agree to the ceasefire only because they're going to be shadow working through a proxy of then in a very American style fucking guerrilla trained, you know, Bay of Pigs ass fucking shit, and just to continue it, but just using brown bodies instead. Oh my God.
Chaos and a movement desperate to reassert control over a shattered and exhausted population. And so ultimately, you know, that is where we are, and we are going to have to wait to see how this plays out because there is so much happening right now. Right? I think we can hope for the best. We can celebrate people being back with their loved ones and their families, but we should also prepare for the worst and expect that maybe everything doesn't go according to plan. At least the public-facing peace plan. But then next up in the news, Donald Trump has a Marjorie Taylor Greene problem right now because she's been breaking from Trump and her party.
Yeah, we've watched a couple of her interviews. What is this? What a weird. It's like one of those like AI images with Jesus looking over your shoulder. Like this is Also, her mic looks like her mouth is giant, but it's just the microphone. But it looks like her mouth is just this black hole. um, she was like on CNN being like, "Look, I'll never betray Trump. I'll always be pro-Trump." But and then start saying insane things about like, well, not insane, but insane in the MAGA context, where it's like, look, my constituents say they need their health care, so I want to fund the government. I want to fund these programs. I want to, she was like on the Epstein. She's one of the 217 out of the 218 who were saying release the Epstein files. So like she's been pushing back on things, and I'm like, is this her seeing a swamp and while still tweeting out about Jewish space lasers, also trying, vying? I mean, I don't think that she's like, becoming an empathetic person. I could be wrong, but I feel like she's trying to slide into a post-MAGA world, because she was always a MAGA believer, and even in the interviews being like, look, I love my big president. I love him. I'll never disagree with him. But she was there fighting against him. She was fighting against the tug of war. She was very public in the tug of war between Speaker of the House debates that were happening back before. And now sort of, room reading, trying to stay relevant in the new dawn that's coming. Because they're already safe. They're already in power now. So it doesn't hurt to be no longer a rising star in this side of things, but instead positioned to be ready for the recovery.
Over and over recently. I mean, just over the weekend, she got a ton of attention over comments that she made regarding Trump's ICE raids and immigration policies, saying on Tim Dillon's podcast.
But I look.
Oh, I did not know this. Hold on.
At, showing up to a high school graduation and deporting someone's father, I go, this seems to a lot of people to be inhumane.
Yeah, that's hard to watch. Having a secure border, oh, hell yeah. Unapologetically.
Yeah.
Yes. Immigration laws, you have to follow our immigration laws. Those are our laws. However, let's be in reality for a minute. We have a labor force in America across many industries that has been built on illegal labor. That's a fact. That also cannot be ignored. As a conservative.
Yes. Every time they do a raid of like a fucking, farm, and they arrest all of the workers who pick all of our crops, I'm like, arrest the fucking CEO of that farm, arrest the landlord of that farm. They could just make sure that everyone is a, legal resident when they get hired, but they don't look for that specifically because they don't want to look for that. They want to find people who are undocumented, illegal, whatever. So that way they can then utilize them as replaceable, unprotected labor for situations like this. Are you complaining about unionizing and complaining about, not being paid properly or having sexual harassment running rampant on our fucking grounds? That's it. Let's clean this batch out, call an ICE raid, pay, a small fine that nowhere near compares to all the different revenue we make off of their labor. As a cost of business to just do like a seasonal switch out, which is gross and an abuse of humans and the law overall. And it should not be a slap on the wrist for them and punishment for the others, because it's like saying that the drug takers are going to be the ones that need to get the harshest punishments, and the drug dealers, slap on the wrist for the drug dealers. Like, they would never fucking agree to that. And that's what they're doing every single time they do this shit.
And as a business owner in the construction industry and as a realist, I can say we have.
She's a realist. She's a little quiet.
To do something about labor, and that needs to be a smarter plan than just rounding up every single person and deporting them just like that.
With her comments coming as ICE raids have been making headline.
My noise meter, it's like goes from like negative 35 to like negative 20. It's like, holy fuck, what a difference. Philip.
After headline from Chicago lately, where with, for example, tons of video showing an instance where 2 women were allegedly pulled from their cars outside of an elementary school, and more footage showing a news producer being detained by Border Patrol agents while her face was held to the ground.
Interesting. I guess I don't know enough about, because she has an ideology, so she follows her ideology. Is that what an ideologue, I guess, is what it's supposed to mean? This is me being a dumbass, just double checking. Again, a word I've heard 1,000 times. I mean, I honestly thought she did think that. but then she took a field trip. You know, she took the punishment field trip to Poland to learn about the Holocaust and go, ah, shucks, wait, really? You know, so as a soft, squishy leftist who wants rehabilitative justice for all individuals, her having a bit of class consciousness, at least for the class that she left behind, because she is a rich person, right? She has a construction business and these other things. But her adult children are using the ACA, so I guess they're jobless, I guess, because any well-to-do son of a congressperson, daughter of a congressperson, would go on to have a job that would at least cover insurance. So they either must be like on contract work or something, but yeah. So that's kind of what I was if I was saying that, I mean, she appears a little, I mean, but like she has like a fucking, you know, like what was it, that anti-material super sniper rifle 45 caliber thing that like you can't just be like, those things cost like tens of thousands of dollars. You know what I mean? Like, that's a car, depending upon how you structure it. So, and just to be able to shoot those like, you know, $100 bullets, you know what I mean? So, and she just gave it away as a part of her like campaign drive or something like that. I forget the exact specifics, but it makes sense that she's got, you know, people who are small business tyrants or whatever it is can make their way into the Capitol and have time to be a QAnon freak, right? Because other people are just fucking ends meeting kind of everything, spending all their time just trying to like work and maintain. So, but if she is at least being able to understand, like if she as a pure ideologue can see people are suffering and trying to find a way to solve their problems, theoretically, again, as a squishy-hearted leftist, that is, I hope, a first step on a long road to becoming a better person. Because I don't think, at least not currently, we're going to be able to be rid of her because she's like very powerful. She won re-election soundedly. Lauren Boebert nearly lost by like a really tight recount, but MTG was not really close. So I don't think George is going to kick her out anytime soon. But if she can like become less radical and become radicalized more to the left, will she ever like relent on like trans issues and things like that? I don't have as much hope, but I hope that she's seeing the need, because I feel like Medicare for all should be such an easy thing that Republicans and Democrats would just fucking push for. You know what I mean? Like, it's like one of those things where like, if they actually cared about what their people needed and like just wanted to be popular, they would just fucking do it. But they don't do it because of the donors, because of the fucking, you know, the capital that is held up, that's stopping it all from happening. But if they just actually fucking cared, everything would be so much fucking better. You know what I mean? Like the idea of governing is just to be there for the majority of the people. And most of the things that need to be done are the most obvious things that need to be done. You know what I mean? Agreed. I'm just saying, like, if Bill Casey is right and that she is actually believing what she says, because she only ever say what she believes, and then just parts of her belief are shifting, then at least she'll be there to vote on healthcare. She'll be there to vote on the Epstein list, right? She's literally is there currently voting on the Epstein list. Maybe it's all ruse, and when the new person comes into office, she'll vote against it with some Trump thing or whatever. But for now, she's voting on the Epstein list, and she's pushing back and saying healthcare is a bigger issue, and Republicans are wrong for that. I don't want to get the wool pulled over my eyes and think that she's the new AOC or whatever, right? But I just want to like nod in approval when someone does a thing that makes sense. The most bipartisan thing ever should not be $10 billion to Israel. It should be $10 billion to the American people.
Before being put into a minivan. Right, Marge also saying that her party is just not doing enough to address costs of living and other everyday issues that Americans are actually dealing with.
But I'm really upset with the direction Congress is going. But when we
Trump's fault, it's Congress.
Doing anything to address the cost of living, we aren't doing anything about Blackstone buying up houses where people.
I was like, oh, Stone. Okay, good. I was like, what do you say? Okay.
Most young people can't find a house and they're having to compete in bidding wars.
Right.
And we're not doing anything about health insurance premiums then for the love of God, what are we doing?
And again, this is just the latest and what's been kind of a trend for Green lately. In the past few months, she called what was happening in Gaza a genocide. She's one of the few Republicans pushing for the Epstein files to actually get released. And actually, with this shutdown we're seeing, she's been very outspoken. I mean, just last week, she pinned the blame on her Republican colleagues and leaders like House Speaker Mike Johnson.
So you're putting the blame on the leadership of your party?
Absolutely. We control the House. We control the Senate. We have the White House. I've been vocal saying,
Hey, if you only ever look at those three issues, wow, what a batting average, right? She's sitting here with her red dress in front of the red CNN cup. She's going to be a part of the CCP soon enough, or if you only focus on those three issues.
you can use the nuclear option in the Senate. This doesn't have to be a shutdown.
Right, and with all this, condemning her party for not having solutions when it comes to healthcare, saying that Mike Johnson should really bring the House back.
They've got concepts of a plan. It's coming together. They got concepts of it. Poverty. Everyone kicked off it's falling apart entirely. It's all medbed fucking AI videos in there. I got nothing.
Session for many reasons, and saying this cliff is coming for millions and millions of Americans where their health insurance premiums are about to skyrocket, so put your money where your mouth is. And so, all of this, it's prompted a lot of reactions.
I'm just so mad. Just thinking back on that in the debate, I got concepts of a plan, and everyone's like, sure, I believe him. Fucking sure, why not? Sure, why not? He didn't do it before, never talked about it before. Now when you say it and ask him if he's got one, he's like, I got concepts of one. Everyone goes, okay, cool, good enough for me. What the fuck? God damn it, dude. If Bernie Sanders was like, I got concepts of how I'd pay for it, they wouldn't be like, oh, sick, awesome, thank you, Bernie, right? Even when he tells them how you pay for it, they go, fuck you, they won't pay for it. You're a piece of shit. What the fuck?
From people from all sides, right? And connected to what we're seeing, you had the likes of Johnson saying that he had a meaningful conversation with her about issues like healthcare. Though that also, as you had other Republicans seemingly like a little more annoyed with her, arguing that it's unfair for her to pin all these issues on her own party. Right? But then also on the left, you had some seeing her comments and asking, how is Marjorie Taylor Greene a new ally of the left? Right? You're seeing pieces out there titled Marjorie Taylor Greene, Welcome to the Resistance. And a columnist for the AJC putting out a piece saying she is the, quote, singular Republican voice in Washington willing to speak truth to power, her own party politics be damned. And adding,
it's been a while. What, Liz Cheney was the last fraction. Mitt Romney, yeah, another one that was willing to push back slightly, only on specific issues, only to be like Trump's kind of a gross guy. That was all that they were willing to fight back on. And then they were pushed out, and then it has been fucking radio silence. We got fucking cinemas and mansions and Fettermans. We're fucking lousy with these bitches. Right? And they're fucking constantly, bait and switching us, lying to us in one place and then fucking, turning their backs on us on the other. So it's about fucking time. You gotta, nature's gotta even it out eventually.
If you don't agree with Greene on everything, or even most things, you have to admire her willingness in this moment to say what is true even when other Republicans refuse to. Maybe it's career suicide, or maybe it's leadership. But then also, you had some really not sold on this, right? Arguing that her so-called pivot, it's not a moral awakening, saying it's a political calculation that recognizes Trump's political weaknesses.
Which is what we were kind of getting at a bit, right? It does seem like... Because even left politicians have to measure their words. When people were saying defund the police, they go, ooh, not measuring enough. You really should have walked that back a bit. But instead of doing the messaging and doing the work to make that work, they instead just want to go, ooh, didn't do a good enough job. I'm actually going to shit on it. People were mad at the different things that Zoran's calculating and doing with his walking back the intifada. I mean, intifada, the fatadas. I agree that I wish he didn't walk it back, but that's a political calculus. So this could also be, like we were saying before, more political calculus perhaps than others, because everyone has to do it to some degree. Maybe they shouldn't do it, or maybe they don't have to do it as much, but there's a certain amount that their true thoughts can never really be expressed because there's only one version of yourself in your head, and people, they want to vote for something that makes the most sense. You kind of create a bit of a amalgamation of your constituents' ideas and your own ideas to try to push them forward. You never give them the 100% the end goal unless you happen to be really close to your constituents. But usually you just slowly, lead the ship, and you can only be 15% ahead of them as over. That's why in super red districts, super far left blue ideas, well, I would say that but the general populism was being like, hey, look, we want healthcare. Hey, look, we want equal rights. Hey, look, usually that also does play well. So I think I'm just trying to say it's a pretty normal thing for politicians to read the room and then try to make micro adjustments. And this could just be micro adjustments.
And with that, you've got people pointing to the full interview saying, if you look at them, she's still praising Trump's leadership. She hasn't done a full 180. But if you go to her Twitter, you see kind of anti-vax rhetoric, or her claiming Antifa was on January 6th. And even though, she's slamming the Republicans' handling of healthcare, she's also still pointing fingers at Democrats and Obamacare. And so that is why you also have people like this columnist for USA Today saying, keep in mind that Green, like so many MAGA figures, is a grade A grifter who craves the thing all good opportunists need: attention. Saying Trump is unpopular, he's aging swiftly, the economy, as Green so boldly noted, is not good for most Americans, and adding, before long, MAGA will need a new figurehead, and you can bet every fast-talking, fact-averse tail-kisser who helped Trump build his faux populist racket wants a shot at the con artist crown. And saying, I don't think Green has come to her senses. I think she's a gifted grifter dipping a toe in the pool of Trump defiance to see if it makes waves she can ride. But then also, regardless of her...
It's probably smart to keep your defenses high, so that keep that squishy part of me behind a shield of armor, so that way I don't get stabbed and hurt. Not that I have my hopes caught up on it, but the more I say, look, I extend a hand to those who want to learn, and then they fucking stab a knife through my hand, they go, ow! Right? I just look dumb and dumb. The more and more I do that, the more and more holes I end up with my fucking hand. So it makes sense to at least not extend the hand at all times, but can just look from the side to see how they climb,
motives here. You have outlets like Time noting, either way, Green's growing independence poses a risk to Republican power. With a thin majority in the lower chamber, every non-party line voter could upend Trump's and the GOP's agenda. But ultimately, that's where we are right now, and as we wait to see what happens from here, whether it be with Marjorie Taylor Greene, Donald Trump's relationship with her, or even other Republicans, right? Do they start joining her? I gotta ask you, what are your thoughts, opinions, and reactions here? Like, do you think
that is interesting how in certain collections or configurations of the House or the Senate, that the most influential individuals are the ones that are not, like, sometimes you have like the leaders of the parties pushing things and being in the limelight and being important, but then you also have those detractors that are also sometimes even more in the spotlight. So all the more reason for a spotlight hog to jump into it.
there's an ulterior motive, or no, she's a true ideologue and Trump's.
And how fucking unfair is it, and how easy it is for these fuckers that they can just go like, okay, I'll just have 15% more actually good takes. I'll have 15% more actually correct takes. I'll just allow myself to have some like truth mixed in about like, oh man, cost of living sure is hurting our people. Actually, it's not getting better for them, despite my party trying to say otherwise. Like, it's just like, you know, when a person on the left tries to say that, you know, that Joe Biden's not doing enough, they say, shut the fuck up. Don't look at the stock market, you goddamn. You want Trump to win, don't you? You want Trump to win, don't you? Like, it's not fair that they get to fucking say the truth and like end up getting rewarded for it. It's so fucking annoying.
The one that's straying from it, and so she is kind of tried and true, or is she just a grifter navigating the situation? What are your thoughts and feelings here? And then there's more we've got to dive into, but first I got to take a minute to say, you know, I love from babies learning colors to teens building legit robots. I mean, even adults, you're not
legit robots.
Age, curious, sugar rush, holiday magic. So use code to friend. But then next up in the news, the U.S. is not letting Qatar open a military base.
We got through the first fucking story. Holy shit.
Because that is very much a thing that a lot of people thought was going to happen after Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth made a very confusing announcement during a meeting with Qatar's defense minister. Because
I actually thought, it's from what I understood, and so this is interesting for me.
You had Hegseth thanking Qatar for its role as a mediator in peace talks between Israel and Hamas, and then adding,
and I'm also proud that today we're announcing, we're signing a letter of acceptance to build a Qatari Emiri Air Force facility at the Mountain Home Air Base in Idaho.
I don't see how you could understand that as anything other than exactly what he said. I am proud to announce we are going to be building this thing in Idaho. they are controlling it, and it's in Idaho. Like it seems like the most cut and dry. And like, does he not know how to read? I mean, from one illiterate to another, I understand, brother, but like, just double check it, you know?
Location will be host a contingent of Qatari F-15s and pilots to enhance our combined training, increase lethality, interoperability. It's just another example of our partnership. And I hope you know, Your Excellency, that you can count on us.
And so you had a ton of people out there taking that to mean that the U.S. is letting Qatar build its own military base on American soil. And I don't just mean like everyday random people. We're talking about prominent conservative and MAGA voices who tore into the idea. Right? With people like Laura Loomer, for example, who posted a series of tweets slamming the announcement and writing at one point, "Never thought I'd see Republicans give terror financing Muslims from Qatar a military base on U.S. soil so they can murder Americans. I don't think I'll be voting in 2026. And then adding, "This is where I draw the line." Right? And then, because the backlash got so big, you actually saw Hegseth posting a statement on X where he made what he
But we can build a military base in Qatar. Fuck yeah, we can. You better fucking believe we can. I mean, I'm not pro-military, them building military bases here. I just want to get rid of our military bases too. Like, if you're mad about their building a military base here, you'll be really mad to hear about how much we spend on our military bases and other places that we just don't need to be. You know, we just make things worse over there, actually.
Called an important clarification, and he wrote, "The U.S. military has a long-standing partnership with Qatar, including today's announced cooperation with F-15 QA aircraft. However, to be clear, Qatar will not have their own base in the United States, nor anything like a base. We control the existing base like we do with all partners." So then, with that clarification, you had many noting that this is actually not an unusual arrangement at all. Air Force units from countries like Singapore and Germany, they regularly train at U.S. facilities, and pilots from some NATO countries, they've done so.
Do I misremember what he said about building them a Qatar base? Does he just mean like we're going to build a thing that is a base for them, but it's actually just like a place for them to stand, but actually it's our base? Because he didn't really say that.
For decades. But still, despite the follow-up clarification, you had Hegseth getting a ton of backlash, with many arguing that this is just yet another example of Hegseth fumbling.
We're signing a letter of acceptance to build an Air Force facility. Oh, not a base, just a facility. Did they use him twice? Did they use RuPaul twice?
Pilots from some NATO countries, they've done so for decades. But still, despite the follow-up clarification, you had Hegseth getting a ton of backlash, with many
Oh, it's a quote tweet. Got it. Okay.
arguing that this is just yet another example of Hegseth fumbling the ball.
You drunk?
Because of the way that he phrased this announcement. It's saying that communication is key for leaders, and he really made it sound like the U.S. was allowing a foreign Air Force base in the United States. But also, I will say, beyond that, you still had plenty of...
Which is a pretty good, I mean, he's definitely a little tipsy at all times. You know what I mean? Sometimes alcoholics need to have that morning drink to keep the shakes away or whatever. I mean, he didn't look drunk to me, but I mean, I've actually had a decent number of people in my family die from cirrhosis of the liver from like drinking, but they were also like a lot of times mixing the drugs, mixing the drinking with other like painkillers and stuff that'll really kill you really fast. So that's why they died when they were like 50 or 60. So
folks slamming this partnership. So people like Loomer responding to Hegseth's clarification by doubling down, right? Nobody wants the funders of Hamas in America being trained to fly fighter jets on U.S. soil. And then saying,
we don't want that Al Jazeera blades in here.
That this move is a threat to our national security.
A jihadist in a suit is still a jihadi. I mean, there is a really weird connection, but she's doing the thing that what's his name was doing, just connecting this country's crimes with a religion.
Also, in addition to that, you had others condemning the move as a quid pro quo, or with people arguing that Trump's doing Qatar a favor because the Trump organization is building a multi-billion-dollar golf resort in the country, which also gave the president that luxury $400 million jet to replace Air Force One. And then, just yesterday, you had Vice President J.D. Vance going on Fox News, where he seemingly tried to reframe the story. He blamed the fake news media for all the confusion that Hegseth created.
What is the function of this Qatar facility? People are wondering, is this an air base? What is Qatar going to be developing in Idaho?
Yeah, I saw some reporting about this, Maria. I actually talked to the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, this morning. This is largely a fake story. We continue to have, with countries that we work with, we have relationships where, sometimes their pilots work on our bases, sometimes that we train together, sometimes we work together in other ways. The reporting that somehow there is going to be a Qatari base on United States soil, that's just not true. We are continuing to work with a number of our Arab friends to ensure that we are able to enforce.
I mean, hey, I'm not a trained politician who's been on television a lot, but what a sentence.
This peace, but we're not going to let a foreign country have an actual base on American soil. So there was a bit of misreporting on that, as there often is, as you know, Maria.
Misreporting. They fucking said it. Also, I wonder if they're trying to like split hairs here, right?
But then, after that, we saw other big reactions, though, in different ways. So pretty much all the reactions focused on Vance saying largely a fake story. Some, they just read that first line, disregarded the rest, and they were like, okay, so this is proof that either Vance or Hegseth's lying, which I will say doesn't make sense when you take into full account the context of what Vance is saying. Which then brings us to the other big reaction of people saying, why are you blaming us for a thing your guy said? Vance, he could have just explained the misunderstanding, but apparently he just still had to blame the media for some reason. Hey, long story short here, Qatar is not building a military base in the United States, but if you were confused about that, that's really not on you. You're not alone on this one, and they messed this up in their very special kind of way. But then next up in the news, we've got to talk about how this factory making munitions for the US military exploded and left 16 people presumed dead with no survivors. Right in the factory, it was Accurate Energetic Systems in Humphreys County.
Bucksnort does sound like a city that would be in Tennessee. I guess I shouldn't have like such heat for Tennessee, especially in a story like this, but I don't know. I saw that name and I'm like, that's crazy.
Tennessee, and it's a privately owned facility that processes ammunition and explosives for the Army and Navy. And reportedly, they had contracts for products like landmines and smaller breaching charges to get through doors. But then, early Friday morning, an explosion completely leveled the building, with the shockwave being felt by residents in a town 20 minutes away. And as far as those living closer, they said they were scared for their lives, with one telling the AP, I thought the house had collapsed with me inside of it. And as far as the facility, it was situated on roughly 1,300 acres, a rural, wooded area, pretty far away from most
damn,
areas.
dude.
But, I mean, with this
I mean, yo. That's wild.
Explosion, you still had charred debris and mangled vehicles littering roughly half a square mile, with some debris being...
Is it like, when you're zoomed out like this, you like, everything kind of just looks like, but when you realize every little thing is a gigantic thing. Like there's an entire factory there. Giant roof. Full walls, interior walls, stories of floor, all this stuff, and it's just all just a dirt mound again. And you're like, huh? Like it's hard to get the scale right. Like is that a bush or a tree, or every now and then you can spot like, maybe not in this picture, but sometimes you can see like a little car and realize, oh fuck,
found up to 2 miles away. Right, and those who live nearby being told that any debris found should be reported to the authorities so that trained professionals.
Also, like, because apparently there were like explosions happening for hours after, just lots of little tiny little pops and booms, because I guess a fucking mine, flies away half on fire, and then an hour later it slowly cooks through its casing and kaboom, it blows up somewhere. So they're like, we're hearing lots of little explosions, no one should be worried about them for the most part. I remember seeing the press release and I'm like, that's fucking crazy. Like imagine like oh man. If you're downwind of that fucking exhaust cloud, that can't be good. I would stay indoors, keep your windows tight, put on a fucking mask or something, man. I mean, because nobody wants to get some kind of like horrific fucking, concentrated munition burn cancer that smoke gets inside of your fucking lungs. I don't know, man. Just, that sucks, man. Like the East Palestine thing, where like that gigantic chemical thing exploded and caused this huge problem. Like, everyone's like, fucked, like from now on, 10 years from now, my thyroids have a problem. Oh, my prostate has a problem. Is it exacerbated? Is it related? Insurance and lawyers. No. But you're like, I think so. What the fuck,
Professionals can come take care of it. Because again, like this was not just any factory. It's essentially like there was an explosion at the explosions factory. That also is exactly the reason why
I've seen fireworks factories go up too when it hits the magnesium stores and the place just goes like, because at first it's like weird little things happening. All of a sudden, the microphones can't pick up the type of explosion that it creates.
It's going to take a while to get any answers about what actually happened here. Right, the authorities, they even said that they're moving at a snail's pace, going foot by foot through the explosion site to make sure that it's safe as they look for evidence. You've got Special Agent Guy McCormick with the ATF saying that there are certified explosive specialists and bomb technicians on the scene to help make sure that the area is safe. And adding, in a situation like this, what we find is that when these explosives are subject to the event that took place, which is heat, the explosion being thrown, pressure, they can change and they can become different than how we know them to act. And so hopefully we'll have a clearer picture as to how this happened in the near future. Especially because you have many wondering, was this an accident or was it foul play? But again, you have local authorities saying that answer, it could be weeks or even months out.
I mean, how the fuck are you going to look at that explosion site and say, wait a minute, a worker put something on the conveyor belt they weren't supposed to? How the fuck would you ever figure that out? There's nothing left. Everything is shreds. Everything is hundreds of yards thrown in different directions. Like, I'm always blown away that they can look at a fire and say, we know where the fire started. I'm like, brother, it's all ashes. What do you mean? Like, I guess it's easier when there's more things that are still left, where you can kind of like see where the fire has burned through and then eventually ran out of fuel and slowly died out. But because people were saying that they were looking at OSHA complaints already. But in the facility, because it's capitalism, right? I mean, rather than it being some like weird fucking ploy to blow up our very little amount of infrastructure for one of our only industries that fucking is actually exportable from things that we make, which is goddamn guns and bombs. It just seems like it's probably just a fucking horrible accident.
As far as the local authorities believing that no one survived here, 16 people presumed dead, you had a rapid DNA team being brought onto the scene to identify any remains recovered by investigators. While those numbers would be horrible anywhere, I mean, what we're talking about here is a relatively small, tight-knit community. And you could see and feel that when the local sheriff, Chris Davis, got choked up at a press conference after the explosion.
Truly devastated. It's a tremendous loss, a great loss, and at this time we have recovered no survivors.
You know, currently, as far as the dead, we have not seen any names released, but we have seen the community come together to support one another. You've got vigils popping up, including one where the senior pastor noted that many of the attendees knew the victims and their families, and saying there's a lot of people hurting, a lot of people who are crying a lot of tears. They can hardly speak or anything. They are so emotional. I think as this goes on, it's going to hit more people. The depth of this, the reality of it. That's when they're going to need people the most. And also Sheriff Davis saying, I never want to give up hope. Hope's always been my heart, but I don't want to give false hope either. And saying we need our communities to come together and understand that we've lost a lot of people. This doesn't only affect those families, it runs deeper. This could be people that you grew up with. Right? He also noted that this tragedy, it comes just a few short years after the area was shaken by another disaster. Right? A flood back in 2021 that killed 20 people and destroyed hundreds of homes and businesses. But with all that said, right, regarding what has happened now, as far as any accountability, what we've got there is Accurate Energetic Systems releasing a statement on Friday evening, calling the explosions a tragic accident and saying, our thoughts and prayers are with the families, coworkers, and community members affected by this incident. We extend our gratitude to all first responders who continue to work tirelessly under difficult conditions. But here's the key thing. There have been multiple safety concerns that were raised about this specific plant in the past. And in fact, they were slapped with a fine from OSHA back in 2019.
They care so much. They care. But it's only a $7,000 fine. The fact that they even able to get a fucking OSHA investigation in Tennessee in this like 16 worker facility is kind of wild. Gigantic props to the insanely understaffed OSHA team to have even in the past 6 years something on the books. And they got $7,000 for all their work. And then of course the company fucking does a rounding error on their goddamn budget and then covers that and then does nothing to fix it, and then people die. And they go, oh man, our hearts go out to all these people.
19 for violations related to personal protective equipment, employee exposure to contaminants, and inadequate safety training. Though officially, the company contested the findings and eventually they reached a formal settlement. That said,
are you fucking kidding me? They reached us. They didn't even pay the whole fine. Oh my God.
fire back in 2020 that broke out in the same building that exploded, with the company at the time laying the blame on Sammy Creech, who's a former employee who lives about 12 miles from the site. But Creech also sued for wrongful termination, saying that the investigation into the fire didn't even try getting a statement from him about the situation. Or with Creech saying, "I tried to talk and reason with them."
Bro. They saved his life, in a sense, depending on what job he had.
They seemed to enjoy the dismissal. I was very ashamed that I was fired. And that case was eventually dropped during mediation, but we may now see it referenced in the conversation surrounding Friday's explosion in the coming weeks as more information comes out. But that, my friends, is the end of at least this video, but there's more to watch. You've got my brand new interview podcast, In Good Faith, and this week I had Hank Green.
That's crazy. Well, that was a long time watching one video. We're only 2.5 hours in. Hey, I did it. We got one. We got one. Didn't I? Let me see. I thought maybe this is just an opened up one separate. I was trying to organize things differently today, but maybe I fucked up. Okay, that's all right. I'll just pull it up the old-fashioned way. Da-da-da. It's yesterday's news today. All right. Oops, that's twice. There we go. Grab the URL. I have to put it into my traditional. There we go.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report.
I wonder if I can use this thing. There's supposed to be a force volume. So if I'm rocking here at like 40% volume. And this refreshing has been so fucked up on my Firefox for YouTube videos. It's like a delay of how fast it finally responds. Let's see if this is the proper volume. It's about where I had it.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report.
Now if I go over here and lower the volume.
I'm Amy Goodman. Hamas has released...
It does, in fact, still lower it. This is using the extension, like Better YouTube Player or something like that. I wonder if forcing the volume just always sets the volume to that number. That's probably what it does. Because I also have loudness normalization turned on, too, which is supposed to keep things from being too all over the place. But maybe that's causing more problems than it's helping. I just, it's too much to figure out. So if I reload the page, maybe it will force it back to 40%? That looks like it did.
Welcome to Democracy Now!,
democracynow.org,
the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Hamas has released the remaining 20 living Israeli hostages who've been held in Gaza for the past 2 years. Red Cross vehicles carried the captives from Gaza to Israel. Hamas is also in the process of handing over the bodies of 28 Israeli captives who've been confirmed dead. In exchange, Israel is releasing nearly 2,000 Palestinian prisoners, many of whom had been held without charge. This all comes as part of the first phase of a U.S.-backed 20-point plan. Earlier today, President Trump addressed the Israeli Knesset.
Like the USA right now, it will be the golden age of Israel and the golden age of the Middle East.
A group of leftist Israeli lawmakers briefly interrupted Trump's address by waving a sign calling him to recognize Palestine. Trump heads next to Sharm el-Sheikh, where he and the Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi will co-host what's being described as a peace summit. Leaders and officials from 27
Hey, look, it's a Jewish person from Israel.
7 countries are scheduled.
Who is not a Zionist, I think. I don't know those two individuals, but the fact that they're asking to recognize Palestinians is kind of like kind of goes against the idea.
Scheduled to attend. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was invited. First, it was believed he was going, but now it's believed he will not be attending. Celebrations have been held across Israel today as hostages held in Gaza reunite with their families.
I waited for this day so much. 2 years we've been waiting for the hostages to come back home, for the war to stop, for the soldiers to come back home. This is a historic day. This is a happy day. They're coming home.
Meanwhile, Israeli officials have threatened to arrest Palestinians.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to cover. I think I have a story on this as well, but
in the occupied West Bank if they celebrate the release of Palestinian prisoners held in Israel. Since the ceasefire began on Friday, tens of thousands of Palestinians have streamed back into northern Gaza to find their old neighborhoods reduced to ruin. New drone footage shows vast areas of northern Gaza where every structure has been destroyed or heavily damaged. In recent days, Palestinians have retrieved more than 295 bodies that have been trapped under the rubble from Israeli attacks.
Oh, my God.
Mahmoud Abu Ameda is a Gaza City resident who returned to find his home destroyed.
This was the most beautiful place, this camp. But now you can see it's rubble, destruction. Life isn't life anymore. We can't find water. We can't find food. We can't find anything to drink. It's like we've gone back to disaster. It's like a nightmare, something you would have never imagined seeing. Tell me, could you ever have imagined this happening to you? I ask myself, no, we never imagined something like this could happen to us. A machine of destruction, a machine of war.
In other news from Gaza, the prominent Palestinian journalist Salah al-Jafarawi was shot dead Sunday by an Israeli-backed Palestinian militia in Gaza City. In other news from Gaza, Drop Site News reports Israeli forces in recent days set fire to civilian infrastructure, including the destruction of an essential sanitation plant in Gaza City. Israel's released the remaining international flotilla passengers who were abducted last week on the high seas while attempting to bring humanitarian aid to Gaza. In total, Israel had detained 145 people aboard the Freedom Flotilla Coalition vessel, the Conscience, and a group of sailboats organized by the Thousand Madlines to Gaza campaign. Major protests in solidarity with Palestine were held over the weekend in many cities, including Sydney, Australia, Oslo, Norway, and in London, where attendees included former Labour leader Jeremy Corbyn.
Many question marks over the 20 points that Donald Trump and others have put forward, many of which are very disturbing. But if there's no bombs falling and nobody being killed, then that is, of course, a step forward. But the long-term...
I'd love to know more and more about Jeremy Corbyn and like his stances on a lot of things, because a lot of people in America were saying that he's like Bernie Sanders but better, which is awesome. It could just be literally the Israel thing being a big difference, but I mean, it'd be good to know, you know, what they got.
Peace requires the Palestinian people to be involved in deciding their future, not just the USA and Israel.
The federal government shutdown has entered its 13th day, leaving hundreds of thousands of government workers furloughed or working without pay. Late on Friday, the Trump administration sent layoff notices to more than 1,000 workers at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, though a federal official later told the Washington Post some notices had been sent in error and would be reversed. Among those losing their jobs are scientists working on infectious disease outbreaks, injury prevention, and global health. Separately, the Education Department fired nearly everyone.
Who needs them? They're like, we're going to get rid of... They said that they were going to get rid of the Democrats. And by that, they mean the vaccine people.
In the Office of Special Education and Rehabilitative Services, and in the federal TRIO programs, which help students from disadvantaged backgrounds access higher education. On Friday, President Trump said there will be even more cuts to the federal workforce in coming days.
How many layoffs have you authorized for this first round, and from which agencies?
And it will be Democrat-oriented, because we figure, you know, they started this thing, so they should be Democrat-oriented. It'll be a lot.
Democrat-oriented.
We'll announce the numbers over the next couple of days, but it'll be a lot of people, all because of the Democrats.
Meanwhile, President Trump's directed the Pentagon to issue salaries to military service members. They were due to miss paychecks Wednesday. Most other government workers are not being paid during the shutdown. A federal appeals court has temporarily blocked the Trump administration from deploying National Guard soldiers in Illinois. However, Saturday's ruling by the Seventh Circuit U.S. Court of Appeals allows the Trump administration to continue to federalize the National Guard while the court considers a formal decision. For now, some 500 National Guard soldiers from Illinois and Texas remain stationed at a base about an hour outside Chicago. The Trump administration says it's planning an appeal. On Sunday, Vice President J.D. Vance told Meet the Press, Kirsten Welker, that Trump has not ruled out invoking the Insurrection Act.
Are you seriously considering invoking the Insurrection Act?
Well, the president's looking at all of his options. Right now, he hasn't felt he needed to, but we have to remember, why are we talking about this, Kristen? Because crime has gotten out of control in our cities.
In response, Illinois Democratic Governor J.B. Pritzker said President Trump cannot invoke the Insurrection Act to deploy the National Guard to Chicago unless there's an active rebellion underway.
The Insurrection Act is called...
Ew, what the fuck? There was this person here. Hands off Chicago. There's one like, we love ICE. We love ICE. Stand proud. Stand proud. We love ICE.
There's an active rebellion underway.
The Insurrection Act is called the Insurrection Act for a reason. There has to be a rebellion. There has to be an insurrection in order for him to be allowed to invoke it. Again, he can say anything he wants, but if the Constitution means anything, and I guess we all are questioning that right now, but the courts will make the determination. If the Constitution means anything, the Insurrection Act cannot be invoked.
I mean, you can't stand behind, well, according to the rules, you're not supposed to do that. That would be wild. I mean, I guess he's just trying to play by the rules, trying to say what is like, I mean, I hope, maybe he can't say it, but I hope that he's fucking preparing for when they do, because they're going to. You have to assume, especially based off everything that they've done before, that they're going to break this rule. They're going to tell them, go. They're going to give them their deployments, whether or not it's air quote allowed. It's you and what army? And they're sending in the army or National Guard or whatever the fuck, Navy, you know, all these different bullshit things. You make sure that you're fucking, you know, all your Chicago police are ready to fucking push back. We have a fucking, you know, way over funding of our stupid ass police force. Now's the time to fucking use them.
To send them in because they want to fight crime.
Federal authorities have released a TV news producer without charge following her arrest by federal agents in Chicago's Lincoln Square neighborhood Friday. Video shows masked federal agents pinning WGN TV producer Debbie Brockman to the ground, binding her hands behind her back and forcing her into an unmarked vehicle, then sideswiping a nearby car as they sped away. ICE later accused Brockman of throwing objects at a Border Patrol car, but
so like, can we get them for filing a false police report? Can we get them for fucking? Also, their shit says fucking police on it. They're not police. They're falsifying a police officer. They're impersonating an agent because they're not actually police. Police are, by my understanding, an employee of the city. Whereas if they were like a sheriff, they would be through the unincorporated county, but they just had the word police on their vests, and that's not the fucking truth. You know what I mean? They're making up lies. I don't care if they're a federal agent or not. They're committing a crime.
Provided no evidence.
Also, they're kidnapping this person. There's no good faith shown in their investigation that just, oh, shucks, turned out to be, you know, they're innocent. You literally didn't even have any evidence. You claimed this thing and you kidnapped this person. If you're not held to a higher standard, then I don't know who should. What the fuck?
The arrest appears to directly violate a federal judge's order one day earlier banning federal agents from using riot control weapons and other force against protesters and journalists who are not posing a threat. On Saturday, the Chicago Teachers
jail
Union
him.
organized a protest dubbed Funds Not Feds outside the Chicago headquarters of Google. They're demanding an end to ICE raids and calling for federal funds to be redirected to schools, healthcare, food assistance, and violence prevention.
What an
This
idea.
is Chicago alderperson Anthony Joel Quezada.
We're also here because we know what we're up against. Donald Trump and his fascist authoritarian administration are advancing an agenda built on fear and division. They are stripping away health care, food access.
I don't know what an alderman is. I've heard it a few times. Let's see. An elected member of a municipal council. Huh. What is the role of an alderman? They spend time meeting and answering questions of the citizens. Aldermen are elected to serve the citizens of their ward and are often are asked to meet with their constituents. They attend all board meetings and vote on items as they appear on the agenda presented by city staff. So it's a city thing. Huh.
Access and housing from those who already struggle the most, like our elders and our working families. They are terrorizing our communities and kidnapping our neighbors. And while they take from the many, they reward the few.
In Oregon, dozens of protesters Saturday rallied outside a federal immigration facility in Portland demanding an end to Trump's mass deportations and his plans to deploy the National Guard to the city. Many of the protesters wore inflatable costumes mocking Trump's description of Portland as a full-blown war zone.
Yes, we're in costumes to show just how ridiculous that is. It's not a war zone. The only time it's a war zone is when they come down and abuse us protesters out here fighting for our community. As you just witnessed, they come down, they shoot pepper balls, they grab people.
I'm here tonight because this is literally actually bananas. Like, that we have these guys in full military uniforms, costumes basically, coming out because the President of the United States, the highest office that we used to all have respect for, is saying that this is a war-torn, blown-out buildings.
In news from Sudan, at least 6...
It's the cutest protest I've ever seen. And then you got ICE agents trying to spray pepper spray into their air holes. Just like, yeah, you're really doing a really good thing. You feel like a big man, literally bossing around goddamn mascot outfits. What the fuck's wrong with you?
60 people were killed Saturday.
I mean, it's like, ugh. I mean, I don't know. Is it a crime to like pull their mask off? Like, if I was out there, I would just be like, oops, mask off. Oops, oopsies. Oops, sorry. Didn't mean to touch your mask like that. Oops. Like, it's just like, I guess it is. I don't know. They're such pussies. But like, it's a human being in that fucking, plate carrier. Just stripping away the human rights of a person right in front of them. And like I'm American. I'm doing this for a good cause. I'm doing this for the right thing. It's like, they're hiding. They know it's so fucked up. They know that they could never look their fucking grandchildren in the eye and say that they were a member of the fucking SS, aka ICE. There's only so much you can say. There's not much left to say. It hasn't already been said. I don't care how desperate for money I mean, I guess maybe because I have loved ones and family that I would be able to lean on before I have to ever go work for ICE. If anyone I knew worked for ICE, I would have to talk to them first. But believe me, I would basically be telling them, quit your job literally this second. Call them up and quit right now. Or, leak something as you're quitting and the very next thing you do. Or, we're done. It's just, that's it.
When drone and artillery strikes by the paramilitary rapid support forces hit a camp for displaced people in the besieged city of El Fasher in North Darfur. The dead included at least 17 children, including a 7-day-old infant. Last week, the RSF shelled a maternity ward of one of the last remaining hospitals in El Fasher, killing 13 people. More than 12 million people have been displaced by Sudan's civil war, which has triggered widespread famine, making it one of the worst humanitarian crises of the 21st century. President,
I definitely need to know more about and learn more about the whole, because like that's an insane number, right? You know, we talk about the 2 million, 3 million people in Gaza, but 12 million people being displaced and famine forcing on them. Last remaining hospital. Like, it all sounds familiar, but the numbers are cranked up. Now, America is obviously insanely connected to what's happening with Israel and Gaza. So, but I'm sure with this civil war happening, there's probably a lot more connection than I realize. As a way it kind of seems to go with all things. I would honestly be kind of surprised if there was no connection, but just like we were talking earlier with how involved AIPAC is and how much money of Americans go there, and how the messaging is policed. People in Texas are not allowed to be a public school teacher if they do not sign an agreement to never besmirch fucking Israel as a country. It's insane. You know, there's no measures that say as a Florida resident I cannot get hurricane recovery if I don't like Sudan or whatever. So at least not yet, obviously. So I'll have to learn more about it as time goes on, but
Trump is threatening to send long-range Tomahawk missiles to Ukraine if Russian President Vladimir Putin doesn't agree to a settlement to end the war. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov responded to
it looks so crazy when they launch, man.
Trump's threat by expressing extreme concern. He said, quote, "Now is really a very dramatic moment in terms of the fact that tensions are escalating from all sides," unquote. This comes as the Financial Times has revealed the U.S. has been secretly sharing intelligence to help Ukraine target Russian energy facilities far beyond the front lines. Meanwhile, Russia continues to target Ukraine's energy grid as winter approaches. According to Ukrainian officials, Russia launched more than 3,100 drones, 92 missiles, and around 1,360 glide bombs over the past week. Madagascar's president
He thought it would be the easiest war to stop. Holy fuck, man.
Says he's resisting an attempt by the army to seize power by force. On Sunday, a renegade army unit said it had taken command of all branches of the military, while an increasing number of soldiers are joining youth-led anti-government protests demanding the ouster of President Andry Rajoelina, who came to power in a 2009 coup that toppled Madagascar's previous president. Trade tensions are escalating again between the United States.
I don't know enough about the background of either one of the. I mean, whenever there is a coup or a revolution happening, it's either something that we have literally no hand in, or it's something that we have an insane hand in, right? So usually when it's one that we don't have hand in, it's because the one that was put in before we had a hand in. That's very frequently been the issue, is that people eventually don't like the person that's in power. Very rarely does it come. No, it's okay. I understand. Yeah. I get you. Like, for example, Cuba, there was a revolution and we didn't have a hand in it, but we had a hand in Batista, who was put in there in the first place. Right. And then Batista was a revolution pushed against the thing that we did not have a hand in, right? Which was their duly elected, democratic society. We're the ones that upended that. And when they upended back at us, we go, how could you? How could you? How could you? How could you? So, default setting, I think we have a hand in one of the sides, either the one that's there already or the one that's about to come. I don't know. It's possible that we don't. I just have lost faith in America's isolationist messaging. I don't necessarily buy it. And if not us, one of our American companies wasn't behind it. You know what I mean? Like,
States and China. On Friday, President Trump threatened to impose a 100% tariff on Chinese products starting November 1st. A new.
I mean, it's about international things. You know, this is about Madagascar, right? It's just that, oops, we've happened to have been involved in so many different things over the years that everything kind of comes back to us because we have 800 military bases all over the world, and we run covert missions to train a grassroots or a astroturfed fake grassroots measure to overthrow a country. I mean, it depends on what you're watching with American news. If you're watching local news, a lot of times it's just, you know, the little stories, little things, little this, that. There's some things that get you riled up, some outrage about this, that, and the other. Yeah, that's reasonable because you would need to cover things that are shown in a light that could be negative, whatever it is. The "as" was a very important word. Yeah. It's just America's going through quite a lot right now. You know what I mean? So.
Export limits on, quote, any and all critical software. A day earlier, China had announced a plan to restrict access to rare earth minerals. The UN Security Council held an
that raw earth, baby.
Emergency meeting Friday at the request of Venezuela to discuss escalating U.S. military activity in the Caribbean. In recent weeks, the U.S. blew up 4 boats claiming
that's true.
They were carrying drugs. Venezuela's UN ambassador, Samuel Moncada, warned the U.S. may be preparing to invade Venezuela.
The belligerent action and rhetoric of the U.S. government objectively point to the fact that we are facing a situation in which it is rational to anticipate that in very short term, an armed attack is to be perpetrated against Venezuela.
In other news on Venezuela, this year...
Venezuela, a socialist, communist country that's supposed to be failing. Let's sanction them to hell and back and bomb their fucking boats with civilians on them. He's going to invade them for the Peace Prize. Yeah, he's so pissed that the weird Zionist lady won the Peace Prize that he's going to now invade to get his Peace Prize. From her. Doesn't need a hug. Yeah. It could use a hug. You know, both for the sympathetic individuals fighting underneath it, and then also, I don't know, I'm squishy. I like to hope that if we... I mean, I don't think that you can hug a Nazi and make him, like, calm down, but at least you got to try. I don't know. But Argentina, that libertarian corporate hell world that they've created to get rid of all government things to do for only for businesses. Oh, you know, fired all the federal workers. Oops. Turns out we need the $20 billion of bailout money, not even to go through Congress. That's what they need. But Venezuela, we need to possibly invade them. How could they? Nationalize their own resources? How could they?
There's Nobel Peace.
But the Peace Prize winner, she wants to sell it to companies. That's right. She gets the Peace Prize to instigate a war in Venezuela. She gets the Peace Prize. What the fuck?
Peace Prize winner announced Friday, Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado has dedicated her prize to President Donald Trump for, quote, his decisive support of our cause, unquote. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton has brought felony charges against 8 people linked to a midwife accused of performing abortions in violation of Texas state law. In a statement, Paxton called the 8 a, quote, cabal of abortion-loving radicals and fake doctors, unquote.
Abortion-loving. What the fuck? What the fuck?
This comes after Houston midwife Maria Rojas became the first person criminally charged under Texas's new laws outlawing virtually all abortions. In response, Rojas's lawyer told CNN, quote, Paxton heartlessly shut down several clinics that provided lawful, affordable services to families around Houston, most of whom...
They like to think, I mean, it's losing its stink, right? They would say it to make someone look ridiculous, but the more you use it, the more ridiculous you sound instead. Exactly, yeah.
Were low-income, uninsured immigrants with few options for health care, unquote. And in Tennessee, investigators say 16 people are confirmed dead following a massive explosion at a munitions plant Friday. The blast left the rural factory in ruins and rattled homes more than 15 miles away. The cause of the disaster is under investigation. The Accurate Energetic Systems plant
On the fringe, on the far ends of a bell curve, on one side or the other. It's definitely over. Yeah. The Lord of the Rings saga. Let's see. According to some, the orcs are considered to be portrayed as inherently evil, brutish, and inhuman monsters. Squats, broad, flat-nosed, sallow-skinned, with wide mouths and slant eyes. Echoes of Victorian era caricatures of Mongol types. Disliking the French. The dwarves. Tolkien himself drew parallels between the dwarves and Jews, though interpretations of this comparison vary. Dwarves and Jews as once natives and aliens in their habitation, speaking the languages of the country, but also an accent due to their own private tongue, yearning for their ancient homeland, a theme similar to Zionism. Some argue that in The Hobbit, the dwarves, particularly Thorkin Oakenshield, exhibit stereotypes of greed and love for gold that align with anti-Semitic tropes. Easternlings and Southrons, Herodrim? The human peoples who align with Sauron are often depicted as swarthy or dark-skinned and contracted to fair-skinned men of the West. Oh boy. These groups come from the East and South. Huh, interesting. Huh. Wait, South? Huh, interesting. Wait, East? Huh. The moral geography. Oh my God. From the East and South, while virtue originates from the West. Yeah, we've heard that before. The Woses, the Drudane, wild men, primitive and alien, valuable allies. I'm not sure what that's supposed to be. Anyway, I'm just saying that there are complexities between, or there's comparisons that have been made that, I mean, it's some super old dude writing a fantasy book, and then he kind of makes some of these fantasy races a little bit monolithic and tries to draw parallels based off of other previously made stereotypes. Thankfully, they are different and unique, and I do appreciate lots of new forms of representations of that sort of Tolkien, baseline, but then building out on it, removing sort of the necessarily fundamentally cruel elements of orcs, removing sort of there's just, sort of like breaking up some of the things and making them more people instead of just like a very specific type of previously main person. Yes, he did. Yeah, he did say that he was, at least in the thing that was summarizing the descriptions, was saying that he hated Nazis and all these different things. But again, we're all human beings built into a world that is, peppered of all different types of biases that, in many ways affect us in subtle ways. And it's a bit silly to be like, oh, look, these orcs are, you know, anti-Mongolian styling or anti-black styling, or, you know, it's empathetic to look at it in that light and to make sure that you don't overdo it or not to cause issues with it. But it's not like I should throw the book away and never like fantasy ever again. You know, like it's an overreaction. And it's also not going to win you any friends, right? So I'm just sort of like, I was just bringing the parallel in from the other conversation, but I knew that, you know, I'm definitely not a super strong Tolkien enjoyer in general. I've watched the movies. I think they're pretty neat. I don't have like a huge love for them. I probably am too stupid to really appreciate them. I'll be real. But one thing that annoys you is that there's no doubt the right, and especially the tech right, is trying to claim Middle Earth, and Nazis did exactly the same thing. That's crazy. That's good. That's good. To tell them to get out of here. Yeah.
Was under federal contract to produce bulk explosives and landmines for the U.S. Army and Navy. And those are some of the headlines. This is
crazy. I don't know. I don't have a lot on that one explosions thing, but let's see. We can bypass the Gaza stuff just because it's only so much you can handle with it. And they already kind of covered a little bit about the Palestinians were not allowed to celebrate what the other ones were. But that's true. Well, they fight some. I mean, some work together. So in Tolkien, were elves corrupted to become orcs, or were they always a separate thing? Because I remember in the movie, they're like coming out of the mud. But is it like, did they put an elf in the mud and they come out? Or is it just like a whole different thing? I wasn't really sure when I was watching it. He never actually decided? That's crazy. That's wild. Also, aren't elves like... immortal or whatever? Isn't that like their thing? Wasn't that like when Aragorn was dating that lady and she would like have to give up her immortality to like date him or something? I don't get how that works. Like you put on the fucking ring and all of a sudden like you lose your magic? The most common interpretation is that Melkor, Sauron's boss. Oh my god. Bro, there's a whole nother guy to kill. Also, Saruman is the old white guy, and then Sauron is the big guy made out of armor who gets his finger cut off, who is now the eyeball. And he was an elf, but now he's fireball, evil, manifest, kind of, but also just a wizard that just did wizard very well and became this immortal force that lives within a tower. It's a little bit lost on me. It's been a while since I watched it with a more critical brain, and even then it was limited. Gandalf and Sauron are lower angels. Do you mean actually angels, or do you mean like just wizards? And Sauron is a higher angel, aka literally angels? Is that why Gandalf can come back? Wait, I didn't know the old men wizards were fucking angels. Oh, that's crazy. Huh. What about Tom Bombadil? I know that he was a tremendous slur, according to the old Flash cartoon I watched from Something Awful Forms. Apparently he's like more powerful than all of them put together, but just doesn't care. No one knows what he is, including Tolkien. That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, because my brother would always... my brother also... Wait, I think he did read the books, but... because he could read all kinds of crazy books super fast. He's a remnant of the song that created the universe. Well, who sang it? If they created the universe. Chicken and the egg situation. Melkor is the devil. Well, who's God then? If Melkor is the devil. Oh my. Okay, so you mean you've got it all logged in. You're all set up. Very cool and interesting to have. And what's nice about Tolkien is that it doesn't bleed into the world in the sense that, like, somebody is really, really into QAnon and that has to be connected to the earth. Even somebody that's into guns doesn't have to connect it to the earth because they can just enjoy their hobby, go to the gun range, own their guns, and be a responsible gun owner. You know, you don't have to fucking put it in there. I've enjoyed Warhammer 40K for a long part of my adult life now, and it has nothing to do with anything. The Horus Heresy has no meaning on my active life. Yeah, people can enjoy the things, and it's important for people to enjoy things. From the film, Aragon is a direct descendant of basically Atlantis. So he's the one returning to the king. Or he's the king that returns. I've definitely watched The Fellowship a few times. And then I think I've watched The Two Towers a couple of times. And maybe Return of the King once? Probably twice. But the memory gets real fuzzy. Probably halfway into the second movie. I remember the big, like, standoff in a castle. Right? You got, like, the little suicide bomber orcs blowing up the gates and the trolls. And then you got everyone fighting and falling back deeper and deeper and deeper. I mean, I'm never going to be able to read the books because I'm illiterate, basically. I mean, not actually, but basically. By the sense that, like, do I read books? No. Can I read books? Sure. But do I? No. I could, but will I? Let's be real. You know, I don't do a lot of things I should do. And maybe I should put reading to the top of that list. But I feel like working out and, like, doing more important content creating things for my career and for my activism are higher on that list. And I'm also, like, fucking slacking on that. You know what I mean? So it's like, I really, really like sitting down to read a book for hours on an end because I'm also slow at reading. So that's one of the hardest things about reading is that, like, I'm so fucking slow with it. Let's see what Obama was saying. Oh, that was the issue. I got it. Okay, I figured it out. What happened before? I pulled over the window that had my shit in it, and then I was like, where'd my window go? But I already pulled it over. All right. So apparently, a wave of authoritarianism is sweeping the globe. Wait, not just America? Hold on. No, it makes sense. Introducing yourself to new ideas. Reading is one of the best ways to do it. Your ability to retain information when you read it is significantly higher than just, like, watching a video. Watching a video is a simple way to have it drip towards you, but really grasping things, it takes a silly amount of time to watch it. And then you're kind of just reading the words and whatever you see on the screen a little bit here and there. I mean, a conversation is a pretty good way to translate it, but there's no feedback in a video format. A comment doesn't count because they're not going to respond to you, and that's a slow process, even if it happens even if it does happen. So sitting down with somebody and discussing a topic would definitely be a great way to learn something new, but that requires you to grab somebody, sit them down, and one-on-one with them. And you got to wear pants and everything, right? Reading, again, great way to have those words come to you, but also come to you in a way that's dense compared to distracted and lightweight of a video. But speaking of a video, here's Obama.
President J.D. Vance signaling over the weekend that the president was not opposed to invoking the Insurrection Act in his effort to deploy the U.S. military in American cities for law enforcement purposes. Former President Barack Obama weighing in today. He had a warning about what he believes would be the broader consequences of that action.
That's what I'm saying. Who the hell wants to wear those fucking pants? I never got to work from home. I never got to work without pants on. I guess now I kind of work without. I have like shorts. I like little like cloth shorts.
You have military.
That's great.
That can direct force against their own people. That is inherently corrupting. When you have what looks like a deliberate end run around not just a concept, but a law that's been around for a long time, posse comitatus.
Does sound a little bit. It could be the recording, the mic being kind of far away, not straight into it, whatever, a few different things. I think also there's been like background rumors that like he's going to be having a divorce or whatever, because he was like allegedly, in case anyone, any Obama type is going to like just sue me or something, but like having sex with the lady from Friends. I had her name a second ago. And she was in Bruce Almighty. Jennifer Aniston. Got it. So, well, I guess newer since then, but so that could make life hard outside of the media, you know, not like he's yelling and arguing all the time, but you get the idea. You know, also he's getting older, you know, all kinds of stuff.
That says, you know, you don't use our military on domestic soil unless there is an extraordinary emergency of some sort. That when you see an administration suggest that ordinary street crime is an insurrection or
a terrorist act,
Huh. Barack Obama used the National Guard for Ferguson and Baltimore. Huh. I guess those are technically under governors, but still.
Yeah, that is a genuine effort to weaken.
It's possible the information is misleading and it's some other stuff. I mean, it would definitely be a scandal, and it would be a lot of fucking, like, even if like, let's say, for example, the allegations are true that he was being aloof and or disrespecting the partnership that they had as a monogamous couple. I can imagine being an ex-president wife. You don't want to deal with all the bullshit if you got to actually have a divorce. You know what I mean? You don't reckon Michelle would let him divorce her? So I was thinking that Michelle would go like, look, I'm done. Oh, gotcha. I'm done with you. But like, if I get a full on divorce, my life will be even more under the scope of things. I'm going to be getting all this bullshit and I just want to be done with it. So like, they could be like, you know, because she didn't come with him to the inauguration, all these different like rumor things. Is this, I guess, like the fucking, the princess of our bullshit. You know what I mean? I'm taking literally. Yeah. I mean, / Kappa or whatever. Some people really don't like Kappa as an emote. And I guess theoretically an emote of like, I'm lying, you know, he's kind of annoying, but it is a way to represent, because I know like Nandre hates Kappa. I think he's literally not allowed it in his chat. It'll stop your message or won't show up or whatever. So I don't mind it as much. I just would rather somebody be clear whether they're joking or not. That way I don't lose my mind, because I have I have ways that I prefer to communicate, and then when it doesn't work out, I get fucking stun locked super hard. Kappa come from? I thought so too. I thought that's where Cap came from, honestly, but all good. Yeah. That also works perfectly. Just to make sure. But also, you don't always want to put like you can ignore this message emote on it, because then people might not read your message, right? Yeah. I don't even know what Cap means, like, other than I understand the colloquial meaning of it. I just don't understand where it came from. Where did term Cap come from? I gotta get better at like typing as I say it out loud, because sometimes I start typing and I'm so like mentally typing that I can't talk anymore, but I'm typing so long that it fucks it all up. According to April 5th episode of A Way with Words touches on this. According to them, the term to cap goes back to the 1500s, referring to a game of quoting plays or poetry to each other, capping being the act of outdoing another's quote, which apparently turning into a game of insulting each other. So then no cap meant not even, exaggerating, lying, kidding. I see. Now, why did that kick up with Zoomers? I have no idea. But oh, yeah. They do the same thing with our new Kara's debut of her new remote. Also gets a little... Wait, why didn't it fly on the screen? Maybe there's a cooldown on it? Well, they do the same thing with the Philco roll. It'll get like a little... Oh wait, I used the Twitch TV one, not the actual one. Sniffy 4 roll. I used the 7 TV version of it. That's funny. But they get little hats on them too.
How we have understood.
I think the Streamlabs thing goes, look, it's holiday time. Time to holiday up our things, you know. I think I could set up a different emote set where like each emote has an alternate version for these different months, but I haven't actually done that before. And also I don't have a very large chat, so priorities, I guess. But like, hey, I'm unemployed. I should be doing all these things.
Democracy.
All right, joining us now in the arena, CNN legal analyst Elliot Williams and CNN chief national affairs correspondent Jeff Zeleny are here. Scott and Jamal remain with us as well. The text chain is also joining us there on the left side of your screen. They're going to have additional analysis.
Huh? What? I have never seen this before. This is like when you're in an in-person meeting and they have people on Zoom as well, and they type in the chat and there's like nothing there, and you forget to check it until randomly go, oh shit, 5 minutes ago someone asked a question. Well, sorry, you know, we kind of covered it. Hope you're okay. You know, they're just going to be typing in is this them trying to be a Twitch stream? What the fuck? What the I'm literally, I cannot understand. This is awful. That's terrible. Just have them fucking remote in. What are you doing?
For you while we continue to chat here. Jeff Zeleny, you covered
Kristen Anderson, Lamau, W, you know.
Obama's entire campaign, right? And I'm struck by the contrast of the campaign.
They're really going to picture this with this on this? Oh my God.
That we saw in 2008, and the energy there and sort of the laconic stylings of the now former president and the way he is coming across. He has not said a lot. That was more than really he has said in the past about the country, the president, and what he clearly seems to think is a slide toward authoritarianism. What do you make of his decision to kind of enter the chat in this way, so to speak, and the message that he has?
Look, he's been doing it with increasing frequency after being
He has to look over to... That's crazy. That's crazy.
relatively silent throughout much of the first Trump administration. Obviously, during the Biden years,
is like one of them going to pick up a message and say, "Hey, bitch, what the fuck," and shake it around like a Sonic? What the hell?
It's a little awkward for him to speak out. He's been speaking him out much more this year, I think, than he probably has over the last almost 8 years combined. Look, he came across as more a professorial, Barack Obama, a little bit above it, taking a look at it. What I was most struck by was his sort of admonition to progressives. And that reminds me of something that we heard from him actually pretty frequently. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. He said this, he said, I'd say you can't just be a scold all the time. And he said progressives have a holier than thou superiority. So yes, he has some strong words to say for
How many times do your centrists got to fucking do nothing? How many times do you have to undercut your own fucking previous, tenets that you stand on, like LGBT, immigration, DACA? How many times do you have to fucking go back on all your things to double down on a genocide, and then you get mad when you lose and say, well, you guys are just fucking negative? And it's like, no, we're saying what the people fucking wanted. Oh my God.
President Trump and the state in which the country finds itself, but also a little bit of tough medicine for Democrats and progressives as well. So I thought that was that's probably his biggest contribution to the chat, if you will, as Democrats try and rebuild themselves and rebuild their party out of the wilderness. He's trying to be pretty, trying to put his thumb on the scale in terms of the direction of the party.
Is he right, Jamal?
Well, first of all, I think he's back in his office. What's with the muted tan tones? The Oval Office looked that way too.
So I mean, it's like the beige
suit
became a room.
I never liked it. Listen, he is saying what is on a lot of people's minds about getting out there and talking about the creeping authoritarianism that people feel is happening in the country. One thing about Barack Obama today is that he has a lot more freedom to be able to speak out. He's a president, so he has immunity. So Donald Trump
I mean, there's a combination of he pissed off so many wild Republicans because he was just a black man. He just existed, right? He's still deported. He still did not give, he literally did a thing to sate the audience and gave, the Mitt Romney version of fucking healthcare, right? To stop us from getting Medicare for all as a stopgap to quiet down the discontent enough to keep it still within the profit motive. He did everything they fucking could for him. Never gets called mixed race anymore either. I mean, I guess, yeah. I mean, they like to look at and say, hey, look, we had a black president, therefore racism solved. End of story. They don't say, hey, look, we had a mixed president. It doesn't hit as hard. So he is now a black president 100%, right? At least when they talk about it retroactively. Also, I never really remembered that being a big thing before. It was just the birther shit. That was what they were fucking going off about. Which, look how successful that was.
Actually can't attack Barack Obama with his legal forces the way he's doing with other political opponents. That's not insignificant. And so the president, I think, has to step up and speak out in a way that maybe some other Democrats won't be able to. But I did learn this when I worked for Bill Clinton as a kid, which is it takes a horse to beat a horse. And I think this is what Barack Obama is talking about. Put your own ideas on the track, get them out there, let people judge them.
That's what we do as progressives. What the fuck are you talking about, man? Are you abundance pilled? Do you want to go fucking, reduce regulations? Or do you think that's going to help anybody?
This is Donald Trump's, not just be a scold about how bad Trump is.
Scott?
Yeah, I mean,
I guess when it comes to America, there's always been a population of people that are mixed or whatever, but the racism ties to the mixed part. You know what I mean? You're white and something else. And that's mostly on just the passing thing. If somebody was dark enough skin, no one would even say that they're mixed. Whether or not their parents happened to be an actual mix didn't matter. It was always just about the thing. I mean, sometimes red hair can sneak up on you, right? It's one of those things that you may not even notice a person's red hair until they grow a beard and you go, wait a minute. Oh, holy shit, you're a ginger? Or, whatever. So it can happen. It'll sneak up on you. but it's just like states' rights to do what? It's mixed with what? I'm not sure the entire struggles with racism in the UK versus the United States, but there are disproportionately socioeconomic issues with people of color in America that have been built in through decades and decades and decades of sometimes literal laws, and then other times soft things that are then poorly policed against. So it's like, yeah. But she could still have pride or whatever in the thing that makes her different. I mean, I guess that's we call them ginger ninjas. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, like for a while, I did not know that Will Neff, for example, was ginger until someone mentioned it. Then I'm like, oh, okay, I can kind of see it because like he's got freckles and some other things. And now that I look at it, the beard is not just brown; it is a little red in hue, and the hair is also slightly red in hue. Right? Okay, I get it. But I wouldn't have normally just immediately just clocked it or said it, whatever. And all the jokes about being soulless, it's interesting. Biscuits and socks, huh? I would say, at least in America, it's mostly soft racism like we have against Italians or the Irish. I mean, obviously, different ones were legitimate racisms before, but as far as long-standing systemic issues, there's no redlining preventing Italians from getting a business license or a residence. You know what I mean? The same way that there are, long-standing issues against black people. There's not like Italians getting frisked every time they get on an airplane, right? Like there is for people who are Muslim or Muslim looking. So like, it's different. Yeah, well, red hair is one of those like double recessive things, right? So like, you don't need any one parent, or people can have it in them without realizing it's in them. It's a bit of a mutation. Less common than intersex people as far as like total population or total genetics representing in the population. So it's rare, but not like so insanely really you've never seen one before. Seen a person before that happens to have red hair. So they're like, do they take that they're seriously discriminatory towards people with red hair? That's kind of it's a representation of how silly all racism and bigotry is, because it's like, oh, I would never think to discriminate against them, but oh boy, would I discriminate against something else? You know what I mean? Does your aunt say stuff to him like just because? Oh, right. They might joke. I mean, I can say in America, people joking around about it, but it being different in the because Yogi's from Australia and then Darius is from the UK, so it's all different.
He's been the most hyper-political and hyper-partisan post-president we've ever had. He's still acting that way. They're not over the fact that Donald Trump won the national popular vote last year, and they keep warning about the same things that they were warning and fussing about during the campaign, to which the American people then responded to. I think Donald Trump is
this piece of shit. Let's see what I didn't hear at the beginning of his sentence. I'm trying to like read their chat and my chat. It's like it's a whole different fucking part of this.
He's been the most hyper-political and hyper-partisan post-president we've ever had. He's still acting that way. They're not over the fact that
what? Donald Trump wasn't a hyper-partisan post-president?
Donald Trump won the national popular vote last year, and they keep warning about the same things that they were warning and fussing about during the campaign, to which the American people then responded to. I think Donald Trump is executing every part of his agenda in almost exactly the way that he promised he was going to.
Scott Jennings is this guy's name? Yeah, I really I deeply lose hope for humanity when I see him talk and look at him. I know for a fact this dude doesn't believe a word he says and is a disgusting human being from the inside out. People I would have good faith towards, people I would talk to and try to have them work out the inconsistencies of their worldviews and find the empathy in the other side. But I know for a fact this fucker is the most bad faith individual possible. And like his entire reasoning, his entire job at CNN is to be the most despicable Republican possible, to fucking throw a wrench in already the most liberal and not, you know, the most centrist fucking kind of shit that we already have. He's there to ratchet it as hard as possible to the right with all fucking bad faith talking points and the just disgusting messaging. I can't stand him. It's pathetic of me to get this mad at what is obviously a troll character and a troll person and a worthless, useless person. But fuck, is it so infuriating to see such a disgusting little guy.
Up to and including enforcing laws in the United States that have been on the books for a very, very long time that his predecessor chose simply not to execute. You throw that on top of the fact that he's having this extraordinary success on the world stage, and I just think Democrats from Obama on down are having a heck of a time understanding where they went wrong and how Donald Trump has captivated a nation and now the entire world.
Elliot, how do you...
Just make that face. What do you think? Captivated the whole world. I'm totally kept up on his promises as people's homes and prices are fine. The wars are still going. Oh, that guy is he is the Republican that CNN staffs to then put on the panel to then give a full balanced coverage. Ugh.
See this from a legal perspective?
Well, I think there's no...
He's straight up like said, I can't remember exactly which one it was. If it was an insanely Islamophobic thing that he said to a guest on the panel, and then someone he tried to backtrack it and cover it up. There's been a bunch of times that dude has like done things that should have got him. He should have walked away under his own shame, but he hasn't. He's a shameless, worthless person.
No doubt that authoritarianism is on the rise around the globe. Just look at the kinds of folks who have taken power in the last decade, from Belarus to El Salvador, Bukele, and Viktor Orban in Hungary, and on and on and on. They also happen to be often folks that the president speaks about favorably. Like that's a fact. That's not a criticism of Donald Trump. And I just think the kinds of things that have made those men so powerful are the kinds of things we ought to be careful about embracing here in the United States, like firing prosecutors. And some of the other acts that might seem good and might seem wonderful on a gut level to many people, but are profoundly dangerous for the rule of law in the country. And I just think when you strip down the politics out of Obama's statements, like he's not making an untrue point about authoritarianism around the world and what we ought to be cautious of in the United States.
Yeah, so speaking of this, I want to play a little bit of what the former president put out. We saw him on a podcast that was released in the last day or so. This was at the Obama Foundation, or for the Obama Foundation, over the weekend on Saturday, where he's talking about how basically the United States isn't immune, even though perhaps many people in the United States thought that the U.S. was immune. Let's watch.
Like many of you, I've become increasingly concerned about the rising wave of authoritarianism sweeping the globe. We're seeing politicians target civil society, undermine freedom of the press, weaponize the justice system. And no one is being spared.
Dude, he's got the Charlie Moist critical black shirt on. Oh no, this is bad news.
Even countries that thought they were immune from wholesale assaults on democracy now understand We're all part of this struggle.
I will admit, Jeff, to being slightly distracted by the soundtrack from the point that the former president is making. But basically, I mean, and I remember thinking this too, or I should say, if you covered Capitol Hill before January 6th, right, there was a sense from so many lawmakers in both parties, but with, certainly with Republicans, that something like what then happened on January 6th couldn't happen here. He seems to be saying broadly that the world is different now, and that the things that we have seen happen in countries that have ended up with authoritarian regimes, that it could happen in the United States.
Look, I mean, I think this is very much a post-January 6th conversation, obviously, and I think that he is talking about, he's been giving a lot of speeches to civic groups and younger groups as well about sort of the rightward shift. And one question I have, he doesn't do many interviews. He does the podcasts and things, like he does mainly friendly interviews. To what degree does he sort of hold himself responsible, or what is the reaction to his presidency with the rise of Donald Trump? I saw that Kristen Isolde Sanderson was asking that question in a chat on the side there, and that is such a central question here, because it's interwoven. It's absolutely interwoven. The rise of Donald Trump obviously started during the Obama presidency, and it has certainly continued since then. So those two men are interwoven in American history in a way that I can't think of any presidents that necessarily are. Of course, Obama was
This is pressure companies to move away from things like DEI, in part because Trump was wielding power, but also because culture winds felt like they were shifted. They shifted because MAGA doesn't shut the fuck up. And then liberals go, hey, whoa, hey, okay, fine, hey, whoa, okay. They just give ground endlessly. They never fucking stand on business and fight for what they fucking believe in, because they don't believe in anything. They just believe in fucking money.
correction to Bush, if you will, on the Iraq War and other things. But the Trump-Obama sort of
Obama
relationship is interesting.
I think you're exactly right. I mean, Obama's presidency delivered Trump, and then Biden's presidency delivered.
He's like, wait, what do you mean? Wait, why are you saying I'm right? Hold on. And then he's like,
delivered Trump stronger than ever. So that Obama-Biden political era, I mean, the net result of it is that Donald Trump is now one of the strongest presidents in the modern American political era. That is the net result.
Casey, as we think about democracies, one thing that is good for democracies are stable, vibrant middle classes, and people sort of having aspirations.
And that's all gone now.
Ability to move up. And I think one thing that's happened since the financial collapse of 2009, 2010, is people have lost that faith that that's going to happen. I think that is not something we can ignore as we look at the rise of the sort of authoritarian, strong man government around the world.
Yeah, fair point for sure.
Someone made $200 million betting the crypto was going to tank recently. How do you make $200 million betting it's going to tank? Wait. Are there bets on the value of crypto that aren't just like investing in crypto? It's a bet that says crypto is going to tank in the next X days. I'll put money on it. The rates, you know, the like a poly market bet or whatever. That's crazy. It's speculation on speculation. That's just like, because the speculative markets create market caps, move value around, move obscene amounts of money that never existed in reality. That's only been given and shared in government contracts and subsidies. This money moves into people's pockets through no actual work or products being made. And then someone could then bet on the outcomes of that thing. And again, making money. That's a zero-sum game because somebody else had to bet on it, right? And then the house takes their cut. So that's less insane, I suppose. Because a lot of times the value of stocks comes from Like it's technically zero sum in the sense that a stock goes up when someone buys it at the previous price and now the new price is a higher price. So it can only go up by so many dollars per time. But every time it goes up, it doesn't go up by 1 penny. It goes up by the amount that it's supposed to go up. And those differences in gaps is where this artificial inflation and gap in the fucking value of it comes up from. Unless literally the gap only goes up 1 penny at a time per individual stock sell. I have to imagine, whoa, big old power hit. Check that out. Computer still going, internet still going. Because I got everything on a UPS. Uninterruptible power supply, whatever. Oh, the light turns to warm. I gotta... Change. Change, damn you. Oh, whoop. Why doesn't that work? It's one of these, like, you gotta touch it, but it's like not a button, it's like a tap thing. The power works. Doesn't the color work? What? Oh well. It's just gonna be orange for some reason. I can't even do the brightness either. That light is going crazy. Oh well. It's a quick one.
Welcome to an $190 million...
Holy balls, buddy. Holy fuck balls. Wait, is this still increased? It is. I see. So I gotta refresh that before I...
Welcome to an $190 million insider trading analysis. Someone made $190 million while the crypto markets were crashing yesterday in light of tariffs that seem to have been preempted by a very specific trader. We're going to get into it. I want to be clear that I'm not accusing anyone of a crime here. Insider trading specifically relates to securities. We've been pretty clear that crypto, especially Bitcoin and Ethereum, are not securities. So I don't even know what this is. I think this is all legal, kind of. I don't think it should be, as you'll see. But the question is, what did this guy know? Okay, how did somebody make $190 million while everyone else was losing their shirts yesterday? If you don't know, there was one of the biggest crashes we've ever seen in crypto. And someone came in 24 hours before and...
So what's the crypto market level right now? BTC price. We're over here at 111,000. I remember when it was under 100,000, it was around 90,000. I guess now, even after a historic crash, we still live in a world where it's over 100,000. I had a good friend who fucking told me he was going to get out because Trump would be good for crypto and he's going to ride it up and a big wave is going to happen and then he's going to sell it and then be good. I haven't really kept up with that friend very much because things have been tested along those lines. But don't know. Because the problem is, whenever you have speculative asset, you never sell. It's never time to sell. You always got a little more greed to suck out. Wait, what if I'm at the beginning of the fucking peak? I can't sell now. I'm gonna feel like an idiot for not selling when it's worth 200,000. It's going up. It's gonna go crazy like it did back when I first bought in, and I was hoping to get that gain again. You know what I mean? It's just that always the message of keep holding. You can get more. Don't be a fool. You're gonna get out when you're gonna get out, and you're not gonna get out yet, but you'll get out when you get out, and then you never get out. And then it never works out. I know the way that my mind works. And I watched my friend, we were in a fucking card selling business together. And when do you sell the card? You try and sell, you try to move some product, you try to recoup your fucking gains. But we technically got the money back by liquidating a bunch of stuff. But that was physical media. So it's difficult because there's logistics involved, and then somebody has to physically want it, and then it has to be in still the same condition, and a whole fucking pile of pain in the ass around it. This takes out the whole pain in the ass. So if it's The same model should be as easy as possible. You buy in instantly, you sell out instantly. There's no fucking post office. There's no quality control or whatever. It's all just fucking built in. I thought I heard a fucking noise outside. It was weird. Let's see. What the hell? Let's see. What did this person do? Some guy selling windows or some shit? I think so. Whatever, bro. Whatever. 3K in AUD worth of shares at the minute? Wait, what? What do you mean? Oh, working at Bunnings, I was given 34 shares in the parent company to track them down. Neat. But when do you sell? Is it going up? Do you ride the market? Wait, do you get out now? Then you feel like a fool.
Started placing shorts against the market. Short is just when you bet that the...
Oh, these are shorts. Oh, got it. So it's not even like a bet. It's a short.
Underlying asset is going to go down in price and you will make money on that. Now, this all started October 9th at 16:39 GMT time. They start accumulating this Bitcoin short. They initially put, and this is not chump change, guys. This isn't under your couch, pennies. This is $80 million that initially gets deposited, and they start placing shorts against Bitcoin. Okay, that's fine. Now, the amount is unusual, but that itself is not the unusual part. Then we have Ethereum starts to get shorted at 340.
Yeah, it's a whole side market thing where it's like, I'm going to create a contract that guarantees this money is going to buy or sell at whatever price it's supposed to be. And then you could come up and buy that guarantee because you're thinking to yourself, I know it's going to perform a way that maybe you don't think it's going to. So if you think it's going to do well, you can put up this thing that says, look, I'll guarantee to sell it to you for a insanely high price. Or I guess you would say you would a guarantee to sell it at a super low price. But then like when is it actually like has to be done? It's I mean, even I was like getting stunned like there because I'm like, wait, how does that? Why would you? Then you always be fucked. Like, I guess it's like I will buy this at the current price, right? And then you short it when it goes up a bunch, but then you do the other one, it goes down a bunch. Whatever, it's the same kind of like thing. But it all works through intermediaries, and then you can then have those contracts, and then like if they're getting closer and closer to their date, they're getting worth, because if the thing is about to make $1 million, or if it works properly, will make $1 million, and it looks like it's going to make $1 million. So then like a day before, it's worth 900,000. You could sell it to somebody to get out of your bet, hoping that you might go the wrong direction, and now instead of being worth a full million, it's only worth $500,000 or something. There's this whole thing about not only making the bet, but then also holding the bet for the certain amount of time and then selling it right. And then it's a whole confusion market. It's all insane.
9 GMT. Interesting. 30 million.
Yeah, it's definitely very similar to gambling, where whether it's you versus the index or you versus there's somebody involved putting the money up one way or the other, but Like somebody has to like accept it or take it, how that works. My eyes glaze over. It's too much.
Dollars gets deposited into this account, immediately start placing major bets that the market is going to go down. Why is this significant? Well, because at 14:57, this is only a few hours later, like 12 hours later, Trump posts on Truth Social that they are calculating a massive increase on Chinese tariffs. This is due to a rare earth mineral dispute. But the point is, nobody knew this was coming, except, of course, maybe this guy, because he's already got these multi-million-dollar shorts. Now, where I think this goes from suspicious to downright diabolical is the fact that at this point, the market dips a little bit because you have these threats of tariffs. But the person does not start closing out their shorts yet, which I think is very interesting. If you place this huge short bet and then the president tweets something like this, you would...
Yeah, because it's like, okay, now that these look more realistic than before, its expected value is going up. And if I sell early, I won't get the full expected value, but I can cash out on that windfall and the luck that I'm betting on now, because now it looks like it's going down, which is what I was saying it would do. So now this thing is close to being full value, and someone might buy it, hoping to gain that last little bit, assuming that it's going to continue the trend or whatever.
Think you would close out your order, but not only do they not do that, not only do they not close out their short, they continue to place short bets against Bitcoin. In fact, this person continues to short Bitcoin all the way up till 2049-23 GMT. Why is that significant, ladies and gentlemen? It's because 2049 is the last short he places, okay? 2050 GMT. A minute later, 1 minute later, Trump announces they're considering an 100% tariff on China, which of course tanks the market, and this person makes literally $190 million.
190 billion? Oh, what the fuck? Money's not real. What the fuck? What if it's Donald Trump doing it? Probably nobody would care. Nobody would fucking do anything about it. I mean, I'm being honest. I don't think anybody would fucking do anything. They'd act all big and mighty. There'd be tweets going around like crazy, and no one would do a fucking thing.
In 24 hours. Meaning the guy was placing shorts up to 1 minute before Trump announces this big, huge 100% tariffs. And then...
I guess 100% tariffs are crazy for Bitcoin because they go, oh no, our graphics cards... Our something is going to go down, or Junior, or any of them. Yeah, like, oh, don't worry, it was Junior. It's totally chill. Yeah, it's totally chill.
By the way, immediately, as if he knew something, we start seeing the shorts close only 30 minutes later. So both the ETH and Bitcoin short closed 30 minutes later. By the way, these accounts were funded by the same people. This is the same person making these trades. So to recap, this person not only times the same day that a big announcement was made, he makes these $110 million short against crypto. He then also conveniently waits past the initial tweet about tariffs until the most significant announcement, which is the 100% tariffs, and he's shorting it up till 1 minute before that. Guys, this is some of the most blatant crime is legal moments we've seen. $190 million. And the question is anything going to be done?
Oh, million.
No, actually,
okay.
I can already answer that for you. Probably not. But I think what we are seeing here is just the rise of insider trading across the board. I think it's disgusting. I think it ruins capital markets, and it's bad. But I don't really know what to do about it because it just seems like everywhere we're seeing the insider trading. I don't know if some of you remember there was a time where, Trump was going to post on his Truth Social that it's a good time to buy crypto, yes, and people were buying SPY calls immediately before it. But this is...
But he technically wasn't president yet. Oh, it's not a president pump and dump. He had not yet been sworn in. Oh, it's, he's not technically a president yet. Come on.
I mean, this is just completely blatant stuff, just given the perfect timing of it all and the size of the bets that were made under such kind of sniper precision. At least that's what it looks like to me. But I also wanted to say, this isn't the only place where this is happening. This YouTuber Cheddar Flow has a tool where they analyze options, and they pointed out that recently there's been a big AMD announcement where they partnered with OpenAI. OpenAI is going to, receive some of their stock, and conveniently, people were making bets on that as well immediately.
Like they were pushing crypto as a market that is deregulated. And they're acting like that's a good thing. Because, my friend included, people saw regulation as a bad thing, inertly. And they're like, I got to get in on the ground floor on this, so that way I am the winner. But they failed to understand that you are a minnow and you're going to get devoured because, oh, look, no regulations. Well, fucking wonderful. As this now becomes fucking mainstream garbage, guy that works at OpenAI knows this is happening, does this thing. The PR thing comes out, closes it out. Suck my dick. Insider trading fucking now is just daily trading. And they're like, cost of doing business, baby. That's it. But don't worry, I'll get my insider trading soon. So that's why I need to keep fucking making this thing a reality.
Before it.
The most insane insider trade of the entire year just happened. An AMD whale bought 6 million plus of out-the-money calls, which was super unusual. Cheddar Flow actually posted on X right as that occurred. And then only 2 trading days later, we had news that OpenAI took a 10% stake in AMD. And those calls that these whales loaded only 2 trading days before were already up 300%.
So yeah, I just wanted to point out that it's not just crypto where this is happening. Seems like across the board. By the way, I love the title of this. It says this has to be illegal, except I don't think anything's gonna happen about it. And that seems to be the rough...
That's not even a fucking crypto market. That's just the first straight up AMD stock. I thought it was related to the crypto markets, but that's just straight up the normal ass shit.
Vibe in the industry.
Like the insanity of crypto has now bled into the market that we have, and then the deregulation fucking fiends out there fire a big part of our fucking, like, there's the federal workers are fucking furloughed right now. They ain't closing this shit out. Hell, half those guys are doing fucking ICE raids right now. They're not there to fucking look into this. Oh well, don't worry, don't stop this happening. Millions of dollars of our inflated, stupid fucking AI bubble market cap is being, literally stolen. But now I need to get this dishwasher and fucking arrest him despite him being an actual citizen. Great. Awesome.
Recently, it's that, like, hey man, it might not be technically kosher, but if you can get away with it, you're probably fine. And it seems like most people are getting away with it in this market. Even the Nobel Peace Prize isn't safe from people front running. This is the poly market of it. And as you can see, this is where it finally got announced, the winner. But before that, traders were already basically pricing in the fact that somebody knew ahead of time that the person who won was going to win hours before. And they made a bunch of money doing that. So there's...
Those websites are insane. Those websites are just there to take advantage of, like, as the desperation rises, gambling rises. You know what I mean? It's like, I need this more than ever. It's my only way out. Flush. Oh, God.
Insider trading, an opportunity to insider trade across the board for people who have that sweet, sweet insider knowledge. and it doesn't seem like a lot's being done about it. In fact, specifically, the smartest thing to do is just know what Donald Trump's going to post on Truth Social ahead of time, since so much of our market is now just moving based on tariff threats. That's like where the real alpha is. It used to be you had to buy a Bloomberg terminal. Now you just have to know what he's going to post ahead of time, which, for the record, I think is a great way to run our economy.
Imagine a world there is no stocks. Imagine what that would be. It's just like that Lionel Hutz, A World Without Lawyers.
Mr. Hutz, when I grow up, I want to be a lawyer just like you.
Good for you, son. If there's one thing America needs, it's more lawyers. Can you imagine a world without lawyers? Oh.
Just imagine it. Just imagine it. If you want to invest in the company, just call up the company. Oh, The Simpsons is a good time. You know, season, I guess, yeah, like the first 5, hell yeah. You can probably skip like the first 2 if you want the animation to be a little cleaner, and for them to get their feet wet. You know, that way Smithers is not like this random character that's like between 2 different races in between the shots and stuff, and like actually has the correct voice, all kinds of stuff. But yeah, I mean, you can go up to like, I think you can go up to season 12 or whatever. I mean, it gets worse, but like, it's good, man. It's good shit. There used to be some websites I knew of. I mean, I imagine you can just Google it if you don't want to have Disney Plus. But if you use Disney Plus, there is a setting deep in the bowels of the fucking thing to set it up so that way you can watch 4:3. So that way you don't miss the fucking gags where they write out like the name of the fucking facility they're walking into or whatever. It does not force widescreen. You can actually make it force the fucking thing, but you have to set the setting, I think. So it's in there. I forget where. It's in there somewhere. It took me a while. Every time I go to look for it, it takes me longer than I think it's going to. Oh, for sure. I mean, the ability to keep there's always going to be goated seasons and goated episodes, but then there's also, even those episodes will have the weaker acts of the fucking episode, right? No one can ever write everything entirely all the way through. It's just because there's some historically amazing episodes even in the first season, but to just keep it clean, you could just jump ahead a little bit. Not a lot. There's not a lot. I mean, I used to like just kind of randomly pick one between like season 5 or like season 9 or something, and kind of just take something. Move to Hulu or FX. Futurama? Oh yeah, Futurama had a whole bunch of places that it was. It went from Fox to then Comedy Central, and then to like Adult Swim for a bit, and then back to Comedy Central, and then canceled again, and then to Adult Swim. It was just like, I don't remember. I haven't even probably watched the most recent reboot of it. So, remember John DiMaggio was like holding out for more money, right? Because they were trying to stiff him or something. I forget the details, but yeah. There was a season that was a bunch of movies. That was where I watched most of that. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, this was the thing I was curious about, because I saw some words about Tom Homan stealing a bunch of money, or like taking a bunch of like bribe money or something. I wanted to watch some stuff on this. I have to click it here.
The Vice President of the United States spent his Sunday morning stretching the truth on television. Margaret Brennan pushed through the fog of Vance speak to try to find out if there is a Republican position on.
Wait, really? He took it in an acai bowl? What's up with like Eric Adams taking it, giving away money in a bag of chips? Now he's taking something in an acai bowl. I don't believe for a second that Tom Homan would ever eat anything other than fucking French fries. What are you talking? No way. You know what I mean? That's the most suspicious thing out of all of this.
On the issue that Democrats insist
I
must
gotcha.
be
Okay.
included in any budget to fund the federal government.
What is your vision for that health care policy? Do you want these tax credits to fade out over time, extend them, and then fade them out? Are you open to making them permanent?
Well, the tax credits go to some people deservedly, and we think the tax credits actually go to a lot of waste and fraud within the insurance industry. So we want to make sure that the tax credits go to the people who need them.
Waste and fraud in the health insurance industry is something Republicans have never worried about before. They've always protected it. There is a solution to that, which is to remove insurance companies.
Wait, is he gonna do the Rick Scott thing? Is he gonna say what they should do to Rick Scott? Hold on, look out. Look out.
From the healthcare system. Bernie Sanders and other Democrats have been advocating Medicare for all for years, which is the cleanest way to eliminate any waste in the health insurance industry. And of course, not one Republican supports that solution. Republicans are clearly now running scared about having shut down the government because
I thought this old bastard wouldn't be saying, what the fuck? What the hell? What the hell?
they refuse to continue the Democratic policy of helping people afford health insurance. The lowest scorer on any civics test in the United States Senate, Republican Senator Tommy Tuberville, who is now running for governor of Alabama, told reporters, quote, "We've got to make sure that premiums don't go sky high." And extreme right-wing Republican Marjorie Taylor Greene has said Republicans are wrong on this issue, and she's now blaming the shutdown on the Republican refusal to meet the Democrats on the health care issue. The Republican history of lying about government health care policy goes all the way back to the early 1960s, when Ronald Reagan, before he was ever elected to office, was a very vocal opponent of Medicare, saying that Medicare was the worst possible thing this country could do. When Congress was debating whether to enact Medicare in 1965, Ronald Reagan said Medicare would destroy America. He said, "Behind it will come other federal programs that will invade every area of
Some of the number of mics I have is crazy. Oh, where are you going, Philco? I thought you wanted to talk. You little bastard. All right. You don't want to talk on mic? A little baby. You want to talk? Nope. Okay.
freedom as we have known it in this country until one day,
oh, he's definitely
as Norman
hungry.
Thomas said, we will awake to find that we have socialism.
That looks, oh my God. He looks different here. He just looks like, I don't know. He just looks like an actor portraying Reagan.
That's the Republican lie, and that's how old it is. And Republicans have never stopped lying about health care policy. Remember how they lied about President Obama advocating death panels in his health care?
You got something to say, Philco? Hold on. Let's see. And then I go here. You might be too far down. Show me. Oh, wait, that's the overhead. Oh, you little coward. You can see my soda bottle. Come on, buddy. Anything? No? He'll whine at me when he's not on microphone. I go to pet him and he's like, yes, time to free me. Time to free me. Not yet. In a bit. Bilko, place. I was just reaching for my cottage cheese, I swear.
Care bill?
President Obama stood before a joint session of Congress and said there is no such thing as a death panel. Is he a liar?
He's not lying in that those two words will not be found in any of those thousands of pages of different variations of the health care bill. No, death panel isn't there. But he's incorrect, and he is disingenuous.
He was correct, and she was constantly lying about death panels. On Meet the Press, the vice president said this.
James Comey obviously lied under oath. Letitia James obviously committed mortgage fraud.
And on ABC, he said this.
Tom Homan did not take a bribe. It's a ridiculous smear.
How does he know? How does he know who's guilty and who isn't guilty? How does he know any one of those things that he just said? It is worth noting that no vice president of the United States in history before this one has decided to comment on the guilt of federal criminal defendants awaiting trial. That's never happened before. It is not unusual for a vice president to defend members of his administration against accusations of all sorts, but James David Vance is especially bad at it when it comes to bags of cash handed by FBI undercover agents to Tom Homan and captured secretly on secretly recorded.
That is pretty damning to like take money from a fucking sting operation. It's like Tom Homan wearing a, I don't know, a prostitute outfit, accepting money for a blowjob, and he's like, "Hey, I just have love for the game, you don't know what that money was for, It's like you're caught, dude."
Recorded FBI video.
You said he didn't take a bribe, but I'm not sure you answered the question. Are you saying that he did not accept the $50,000?
George, this story has been covered ad nauseum. He did not take a bribe. Did he accept $50,000? I'm sure that in the course of Tom Homan's life, he has been paid more than $50,000 for services. The question is, did he do something illegal?
And that's
some deep, high suction services, man. Full lip contact, sealed services.
There you finally see the shape of the new White House defense of the man recorded on FBI videotape taking $50,000 in cash. J.D. Vance asks himself,
I want to see that video so bad.
The question, did he accept the $50,000? And then he says, I'm sure that in the course of Tom Homan's life, he has been paid more than $50,000 for services. So that's the defense. Yes, he took the money, but it was for services. What services could he possibly perform for undercover FBI agents who were lying about who they were? That's the kind of defense that has tripwires all around it, as the vice president demonstrated.
I'm asking you, did he accept the $50,000 that was caught on the surveillance tape? Did he accept that $50,000 or not?
George, I don't know.
It's on the tape. It's on the tape. I mean, maybe he hasn't seen it too. I want to see it. Show it to me. Just show it to me. I'll take a peek.
What you're talking about, did he accept $50,000 for what?
He was recorded on an audio tape in September 2024, an FBI surveillance tape, accepting $50,000 in cash.
Audio.
Did he keep that money?
Accepting $50,000 for doing what, George? I'm not even sure I understand the question. Is it illegal to take a payment for doing services? The FBI has not prosecuted him. I've never seen any evidence that he's engaged in crime.
Trump aide Homan accepted $50,000 in bribery sting operation. This is back in September, which is like less than a month ago. President Donald Trump's border czar, Trump Homan, accepted $50,000 bag of cash from an undercover FBI agent last year and has since closed U.S. Justice Department bribery investigation. Two sources familiar with the matter said on Sunday. In the alleged scheme, Homan promised immigration-related government contracts when he joined the Trump administration in exchange for the money. Speaking anonymously to discuss non-public investigation, FBI Director Kash Patel ordered the investigation closed over the summer, one of the sources said. Homan could not be reached for comment. Oh, what do you know? This matter originated under the previous administration and was subjected to a full review by FBI agents and the Justice Department prosecutors. They found no credible evidence of any criminal wrongdoing, Patel and Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche said in a statement. The department's resources must remain focused on the real threats to American people. Random dishwashers. That's what we need to go after. People who are doing lawn care or jobs outside of a Home Depot. That's the real threat to America. As a result, the investigation has been closed. The probe started around August 2024, near the end of President Joe Biden's administration, and stemmed from a separate national security investigation. One source told Reuters. That's so weird because, oh man, because he was Obama's guy, and the fact that he was already getting ready for the new Trump administration was worthy of investigating. They would investigate their own, in a sense, even though. Now he's a MAGA freak for sure. In the unrelated probe, the target repeatedly brought up Homan, saying he was collecting bribes in exchange for government contracts. Oh, so they just got wind of it they didn't even suspect it to begin with. Then they did a sting operation, and Homan was caught on a recording accepting $50,000 bribe in a bag from the restaurant chain Cava. Oh my God, that is like an acai bowl. Cava, that's like one of those places that we were looking at for the lunch slop. Homan oversees the Trump administration's campaign of mass deportations of people in the country illegally. The White House said he has not been involved in awarding any contracts. He is a career law enforcement officer and a long public servant who is doing a phenomenal job. That's according to Abigail Jackson, White House Deputy Press Secretary. A grand jury probe into Homan in the Western District of Texas was still in its early stages when Trump returned to the White House. Emil Bove, who said acting Deputy Attorney General and is now a federal judge, was briefed on the case in February. One of the sources said, in that exchange, he expressed displeasure with the probe and said, example of deep state operation, referring to the idea that the unelected officials secretly controlling the government. The statement from Patel and Blanche said the probe was a blatantly political investigation. It wasn't even like they targeted him to begin with. Someone's like, yeah, that guy, he's taking money all the time. They go, wait, really? Well, I guess we should set up a little thing to see if it's true. Holy fuck, he's here. Give me the money. Give me that. He talks like the fucking, the cockroach guy from Men in Black. You know what I mean? Using its resources to target President Trump's allies. Literally, he was just brought up in conversation. Homan was an official at the U.S. Immigration Customs Enforcement under Barack Obama and is acting director during Trump's first term. Because normally these things aren't political in the sense that they're not partisan. They're just bipartisan freaks. You know, they're just. I mean, also, he just loves the game of deporting. He just loves taking people and ripping them away from their homes, crying children. Music to his ears. During Trump's 4 years out of power, Homan ran a consulting business to help companies obtain immigration-related government contracts. In the recorded sting operation, Homan claimed he would keep the bribe money in a trust until he had completed the service in the Trump administration. That's so everyone's like, where's the money? He's like, who knows? Also, like, how can the FBI just walk in with 50 grand and not have, like, I don't know, like an ink bag in it or whatever? Isn't that what they do in these things? They just literally just ass fucking walk out with it? What the fuck? They didn't, like, walk in and say, you're under arrest, sir, for taking a bribe on the spot. They just let them walk out and then they could just close the investigation. That's the easiest way to make 50 grand ever. What the fuck? Open an investigation into me and then close it after you give me 50 grand and then never ask for it back. I mean, what the fuck? That's crazy. That's a life hack. Yeah. That's
criminal wrongdoing. Nobody has accused Tom of violating a crime, even the far left media like yourself. So I'm actually not sure what the precise question is. Did he accept $50,000? Honestly, George, I don't know the answer to that question.
And so there's your answer. I don't know. Did he accept $50,000? There are three possibilities: yes, no, and I don't know. And J.D. Vance just picked, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question, were his exact words. The vice president seems to realize just how much trouble he was in. And so he tried to backtrack and say,
I don't see that framing of it, but either way, I don't see him feeling like he's, I better not defend this. I don't know. I mean, that doesn't, I think they feel pretty fucking bulletproof at this point, considering that they can just say whatever the fuck they want and take the money, and the FBI is looking them right in the face. And then now the new FBI director goes, it's all good. Keep the change,
He doesn't even know what tape we're talking about.
You're saying right now you don't know whether or not he kept that money.
I don't know what tape you're referring to, George. I saw media reports that Tom Homan accepted a bribe. There's no evidence of that. And here's, George, why fewer and fewer people watch your program and why you're losing credibility. Because you're talking for now 5 minutes with the Vice President of the United States about this story regarding Tom Homan, a story that I've read about, but I don't even know the video that you're talking.
It's about draining, whatever happened to draining the swamp and giving a shit. And it's like, hey, look, you got a fucking disgusting rat. You got a fucking, you got a scab. You should just care. How many times did Trump fire motherfuckers in the first administration? Why the fuck you gonna, ride or die for this guy? It's not even like he's a good speaker. It's not even like he's a good guy. It's not even like anything. He's too addicted to the poison. I don't know if he comes across like a regular human to other people. I just don't know. Because it just seems like a veneer. It just seems orchestrated, or not, like rehearsed, I should say. Like, he's here just to say and have like just the right little tone of voice, a little exasperated. This is why you guys are really losing the heart of America. No one trusts you anymore. Just a little Weasley little shit that he has.
Talking about.
Also, he's innocent. I already know what you're talking about. I'm just going to say he's innocent. Fuck you. People can see through that. It just comes across as gross. They're probably lucky that so much shit is fucking crazy that they don't see them reaching for this shit. Because if the news cycle wasn't so crazy with like ICE agents detaining crying children naked in the street, this would get more. And also, it's not an election season in a sense, so it's just gonna be one of those, like, by the time it finally matters and he actually runs for 2028, these will be like old clips, and they go, it's an old clip, fuck you. So it's gonna fall away, because little smug clips like this, where the guy I've never seen before has all this smoke for these dudes, like, where the fuck you been, dude? I mean, he's probably been on MSNBC, just literally no one watches.
He does know. Of course he knows. And George Stephanopoulos ably exposed what the vice president knows, what he doesn't know, and what he's incapable of answering. MSNBC exclusively broke the news over 3 weeks ago that FBI undercover agents secretly recorded a video of Tom Homan accepting $50,000 in cash in a paper bag handed to him by those undercover FBI agents. And
yeah. Let's talk about the Hunter Biden penis laptop. I want to see pictures of Hunter Biden's hog. Let's talk about what really matters. What the fuck did they bring up again? There was not Burisma. There was like some weird shit that they just brought up out of the blue again. There was like such an insanely old thing. The most vindictive little children.
here is how the vice president's very unsuccessful interview ended.
You're insinuating criminal wrongdoing against a guy who has done nothing wrong instead of focusing.
But also, I haven't seen it, so I don't know any idea what you're saying, but I'm going to say he's done nothing wrong.
On the fact that our country is struggling because our government's shut down. Let's talk about the real issues, George. I think the American people would benefit much more from that than from you going down some weird left-wing rabbit.
Don't look at my crimes. Talk about the next thing ahead of us. Don't look backwards. Don't look at that crime. Hey.
Hole where the facts clearly show that Tom Homan didn't engage in any criminal wrongdoing.
It's not a weird left-wing rabbit hole. I didn't insinuate anything. I asked you whether Tom Homan accepted $50,000.
I think, didn't George get like sued by Donald Trump or something and like lost or had to settle? It's crazy.
As was heard on an audio tape recorded by the FBI in September 2024, and you did not answer the question. Thank you for your time this morning.
No, George,
Governor
I
J.B.
said that I
Pritzker's
don't.
Up next, we'll be right back.
Because like, remember, I saw some stuff about how like they're mad that he cut him off or something. And it's like, the interview's over. And you can see he's reading the next prompter read to get to the next thing. You know what I mean? It did come across with some aura to do that, snip the mic, right? Yeah.
And thank you, George Stephanopoulos.
Good old Stephanopoulos. Oh yeah, this was something. So this is Ari. I never actually said the word out loud before. Ariana Jasmine, another Twitch channel, and they put out a video. Speaking of ICE, let me grab the URL. I've watched a few times. They seem pretty cool. So let's see what this is all about. I've never really watched their YouTube before, but it just sort of showed up on my feed. I'm like, whoa, the best time to help out a channel is to see it naturally in your algorithm and then click on it, right? So.
Ooh, arrest me, daddy! Times are bleak right now, yes, we know. But recently, Kristi Noem went on Fox News and she complained that people in Chicago are being mean to ICE agents. Let's take a look.
They don't even let our ICE
Sorry, it's a little quiet, so I'm going to give it a little boost.
officers and our Border Patrol officers use restrooms in
Oh, yeah, when she was like, not allowed to take a shit.
facilities. Those men and women were telling us that they have to figure out even where they can go sit down for 5 minutes to have lunch or to use a restroom throughout their shift and their break. So they've made it a very difficult situation.
First of all, period, Chicago, we see you. This made me go into this little rabbit hole because I wanted to see how people are resisting ICE through funny ways. It turns out people across the nation, like Portland, Chicago, they've been all protesting in their own ways and they've all been so great. Chef's kiss. Make sure you like, subscribe, comment. I need to pay my bills, okay? Groceries are expensive. The thing that people are doing, which is hilarious, is people who are documented, so people who have passports and they're locked in with their documentation, they're citizens, they've been acting as if they are undocumented immigrants and they've been doing crazy things like running.
I would say do this at your own risk, just because we've seen people get fucking deported to CCOT just by being an American citizen or a green card holder. They're crazy out there.
Away or taunting these ICE agents and basically wasting their time.
David Dobrik? What the fuck?
10 out of 10. Love this. There's this other tactic that people in Portland have been using too, where they connect donuts onto fishing rods and they put it in front of police officers to try to bait them into grabbing a donut.
Okay, that's that's not even, that would never work, obviously, but it's still very funny. Oh, this must be like muted because of like sound stolen. Also, they're not even fishing rods, they're just sticks.
This was one of my favorites. So Portland has this whole thing where people are going out in T-Rex costumes and frog costumes. But the frog costume has a whole entire lore.
Wait a second, hold on. This is Don Lemon's TikTok. What is Don Lemon doing with this TikTok?
Attached to it, was out in protesting in front of an ICE detention center reportedly, and the cops maced his air ventilation area. Not only did he not leave, he came back again and he started air humping in front of the cops. I don't know how else to explain it.
People asked, because at first people were like, holy shit, like if you spray into the only air intake inside of that inflated suit, because those inflated suits have basically a little mini air compressor that just runs kind of on loop to keep the air pressure inside the suit inflated and pushed, but also not to suffocate you. So it constantly is pumping in air to keep the thing vaguely plumped up, but it's definitely not plumped up enough to be like it's, I remember when I was in elementary school, there was a planetarium that would travel around, and it would basically go to like a little gymnasium and then set it up like a gigantic inflated igloo. But it's very dark inside because it's very opaque. And then they can project the stars inside of the igloo, and all the kids sit around inside of it and they have a good time. But they were like insanely clear. They're like, guys, this is inflated. It looks pretty cool, but it is not a bounce house. It is very lightly inflated, and the moment you jump on it, it just collapses under your even tiny body, childlike weight, and you will just slam into the fucking, gymnasium floor. And they may have said that there was a kid who did it who broke his elbows or something. I doubt it. Probably a fucking lie. They just say to everybody to scare them, but they're just making it as clear as possible. This is not one of those things. And there was somebody that came to my work, and they would dress up in not Reptar, but a dinosaur T-Rex outfit. Raptor outfit. Couldn't really tell which dinosaur was supposed to be. And they would wear it every single Halloween nonstop. And you could hear the little motor running, you could hear the little fan going, and you can see that, pumping air to the little outfit. So with the air intake valve being there, and then you spray into it, then you are now inside of a plastic bag filled with only now pepper spray. I don't know if there's a natural filter in that thing. I don't think it would be able to actually properly filter out that stuff. It's possible maybe that was only the air outtake, not the intake. So them spraying it didn't really get much in there because the negative pressure constantly forced it back out instead of in. So it actually did more to save them. And then the other intake was somewhere else on the outfit. I'm not sure, but they ended up saying that they were fine. They didn't even have any itchy eyes or anything, and they just kept about their business. So it might be the tech is to wear an inflated suit to, instead of having to wear a gas mask, you just wear that. And then it's just fun. Also, you're harder to recognize. So
Literally came back and he just, started humping the air.
It was weak as fuck.
yeah, because it wasn't even just spraying it. It was like trying to like point the thing straight inside and spraying inside. That's why it was so drenched in the yellow shit.
Started humping the air.
Like it's been getting hit a bunch of times and then trying to push it straight in. But again, there could have been a bit of a slight filter or a diaphragm. Sometimes the air outtake valves, like if you ever had one of those respirator masks, you'll have the intake through the big filters on the side, but sometimes in the middle or the bottom is a little out vent, which is why they're not good for COVID. And people wear them for COVID. It's like, that's the whole point, is not to have that. What do you mean changed? So there could be a rubber flap that's there that gets blown outward when air from the outside pushes out, but then otherwise closes back in when air from the outside tries to push in. So inside air can go out, but outside air can't come in. So that could be what saved them from this flap, because what did they say right here?
It was weak as fuck. It was weak as fuck.
Did you stay in the suit?
It was weak as fuck. It was weak as fuck.
I did not get out of the suit until like an hour later, baby.
Really?
Oh yeah, no, this shit was ass, dude.
Okay.
I didn't even realize I was maced until like 15 minutes later.
It would make sense that you would be confused. QT confirms it's a shot caller. I saw them talk on the podcast. They didn't confirm it there. Is this something different?
Also been protesting.
Because they were talking about the difference between shot collars and e-collars, and vibration collars, and how Farley isn't trained that well, and then how the dog that her and Ludwig have can do high fives, but otherwise isn't really trained. If it was that conversation, or was it something different? Also, you clearly don't give a shit about anything, because you're finding a 4-viewer Twitch channel to come over and then talk about something that is nothing to do with what we're talking about. You didn't even bring the clip? You're just gonna say that? That's it? I don't watch FaZe, bro.
Protesting by dancing in front of the police too, which has been another conversation because people are like, oh, you're saying that Portland is war ravished, or
I'm not gonna take your word for it out of the blue, because it seems like you're a piece of shit. I'm just gonna say it straight up. I don't follow Ock 2000 or 20,000. That guy's a complete creep stalker, dude. That only because the clip exists somewhere else. I'm not gonna go to that disgusting freak's post.
or it's a war zone when people are really just in costumes dancing. It's a critique I have because I feel like American protests have kind of turned into parades. There's this guy on
That dude doesn't host video. He's just a fucking poster.
TikTok who will go up to the National Guard and he'll basically bend over and put his hands behind his back and he'll be like, "Arrest me, daddy."
Ooh, arrest me, daddy.
And they just walk away. Was this the National Guard? Well, I guess you can't tell anymore because ICE wears all kinds of weird shit.
It's a form of protest. It's a form of I don't make up the rules. I don't make up the rules. Other people just straight up mock officers. Like, they'll literally sit in front of them and just start roasting them.
What's your real name? What's your barber name? What's your barber name? What's your barber name? What's your name? What's your street name? I did. See from Ice Age looking ass.
They will identify ICE like cars or trucks and they'll just start following them. Some of them will even have megaphones and they'll be screaming out of their cars in these megaphones, "La migra, this is immigration, you know, pinche madre," you know, whatever they say.
Aquí anda la puta migra en el Dodge Durango con las placas de Oregon. That's your local ICE agent in that Dodge Durango with the Oregon license.
Oh, hell yeah. Fuck them up, man. Fuck these disgusting human beings. I mean, even if a person joins ICE to get the bag, they would have to notice day one that shit is... No, he did not shock his dog. Also, this is the only time Kaya has ever yipped on stream in the 2.5 years she's existed there. You think that he would have shocked it just that one time, only that one time ever? You're a moron. You know that. And you know you're just being annoying for the sake of being annoying. You've been banned in Hassan's chat. for fucking years, right? And then you're still fucking following him? How obsessed that you come to a 5-viewer Twitch stream. Thanks for the extra viewer, by the way. You're lucky that I don't put ads on, you know, so that way people can come and enjoy. So there's no pre-roll. Is that why you're gonna come in here and fucking shit up the place? You're so obsessed. You're literally obsessed. Get a life, dude. Mobilize, act, join an organization, play some fucking video games, do anything with your life. You used to know him personally. I do not believe you. 100% I do not believe you. You got banned in 2021. And you're still mad about it. Oh, but you knew him personally. Oh, but you knew him personally. Yeah, right. No shot. No fucking shot.
Aquí anda la puta migra en el Dodge Durango con las placas de Oregon. Solo el pueblo salva al pueblo. There's your local ICE.
If someone joins ICE the first day, they're gonna see how disgusting the organization is and should just quit. It's not illegal to quit a job. It's so good that people do this shit. You have to stay for like a year or whatever it is. So they should know better and leave.
in that Dodge Durango.
What the fuck?
Don't go out doing this and then getting arrested and then blaming it on me, okay? For legal purposes, I have no
That one's crazy. That one's crazy.
clue. If you do any of this, do it at your own discretion. I should have probably put this in the beginning of the video, but whatever. Rochester, New
It's a
York.
pretty short
there
video.
were
I try. I mean, like, I do my best to be as empathetic and charitable as possible, but obviously, you've got it twisted. You know what I mean? Like, you're all fucked up. I don't think that I can be like, hey, man, I hope you get health care. Hey, man, I hope you have affordable groceries and, you know, the ability to afford and live in a home, own a home, without it being some sort of like act of God that gives you the fucking benefit to have that. I want that for you. And that's not going to make you like all of a sudden be sympathetic to like the humanity. It's not going to happen. I've unfortunately seen it too many times, right? It is the only thing that brings in random nobodies, though. People have come in occasionally over the years here and there, like, well, years, technically only like since July, but because I was doing some streaming before, but it doesn't matter. He used to beg me for shout outs and I do not believe you. I definitely do not believe you. Don't know why you have to lie. You have 3 followers, dude. What do you mean? I can't see your fucking account. You have 3 followers. What do you mean begging you for shout outs? You're literally, I mean, you might be delusional at this point to come out here to hit up random fucking chats. You're even spelling his name right, which implies an extra layer of dedication.
some construction workers working on a house, and so ICE came out to arrest them. They went on the highest point of the rooftop and they just sat on.
Oh yeah, but like people have come through to be like, oh, you know, Hassan, you would like that guy. I don't know, he's kind of in between. People have these weird opinions. A lot of Europeans who are like holier than thou, fucking like sock dem bullshit, right? NATO lovers. But like I've had so many people come over and talk about this dog thing out of all things. Are you more of a Vosh person, or are you more of a Destiny person, or are you like an Asmongold person? I just want to figure it out specifically, where the side of shit that you're coming from. Which one is it? You followed Hassan in 2019, so that's interesting. That doesn't even match up with the dates that you're talking about. Nick Merckx. Oh, sick. Hell yeah. I can't blame you for following the real Donald Trump. XQC Asmongold viewer. Huh. Well, you were technically an Hassan viewer first. And then Trainwrecked and XQC kind of like all right there in the same month. But I guess you probably just actually watched them instead. So why were you lying about him begging you for views? Like, what's up with that? Is that just like an inferiority complex, or? You only started watching, well, I guess technically it's his other channel. Hold on. Well, you know what? You're definitely a woke person because you follow a lot of ladies. I can see all the different accounts that you've sort of been supportive of. So, ooh, Feddenboy Ancom, you got that one? Very woke of you. It's a shame to lose somebody like you. Looks like now you're joining up with a bunch of, you're hitting up all these different places that you find to be leftist oriented, but to have like a follower thing, like the Surfs TV. You followed them yesterday. Is that because you want to be able to chat and say some bullshit? Is that what it is? Because I mean, if you're an XQC Amazon viewer, you're not going to follow the Surfs and like talk about politics. What's up? What's up with that? What do you mean? What the fuck is that? You did it yesterday. You do know that your shit is public, right? You can see everything that you do. I can see who you follow, right? I can see all the shit on here. I see the dates of it. It's all public information. If you didn't know that, this is a public account with your username. You know what I mean? So I can see that yesterday you followed the Surfs. Don Lemon, canceled fucking liberal, now creating content. Did you go on him to fucking yell at him too? I don't think he even knows this on, so I don't know what you would get out of that. But hey, I show speed, W. You're kind of late to the party, but still, W.
The roof, right? But then the community in Rochester, New York came out and they...
You were asking Don Lemon about Kaya's collar? There's no way he even could see you. You know what he would address you. You probably got instantly banned. What's this reply? Huh? Who? Hassan Minaj? What did he do? You know, like, no. Other Hassan. Wait. I forget the other guy. Mehdi Hassan? What did he do? No, not that guy either. Who? You know, I was thinking it would be really funny if Hassan Minhaj, Mehdi Hassan, and Hassan Piker all created the new 3H's podcast instead of the H3 podcast. Is the 3H's. That'd be sick.
rallied. They rallied for these undocumented immigrants while they were chilling on the highest point of the rooftop. While the ICE agents were, you know, trying to get these immigrants to come down, people...
Nah. This guy who didn't follow him until next year, he really was his #1 OG original best friend IRL, who he was then begging for his viewers. His 3-follower account, he was begging for viewers. Yeah. The delusions. I mean, I shouldn't be this mean, but the person did come in here to start shit with me, but I'm an old man. You know what I mean? I can have sympathy. This person is deranged. But I literally have no idea what you're talking about, is what he said. Well, sorry. I don't know anything about that. Why did he type it in response? That makes no sense. He's even older than I am. You had millions of followers on Instagram, but only 3 on Twitch. You had millions in the plural. Had. Oops, they all got removed. Oops, what? First it was begging, now it's asking. Lamau. Lasting my fucking ass off. Excuse me, Mau.
Slashed their tires.
I hope you get help. Take your medicine. I'm sure you've been given medicine. It's a good reminder for me to take my medicine. We all have medicine to take. We're all on Twitch. We're all deranged. Just go outside. Call your mother, you know? Have a good conversation. Get one thing done today. Out of all the things you got on your table, an appointment to make, a chore to do, get something done today. And you'll feel better, I promise. Yesterday was a big rut day for me. But getting something done brings you out. Getting moving. Not going to Don Lemon's chat to ask about Hassan Piker's dog collar. I promise you there's a better thing to do with your time than come into 4 viewer chats just to shit it up.
They slashed immigrants. It's a form of protest that we're here for. Others found out where ICE agents are staying at, and they use a megaphone to irritate them all night. So much so to the point where they fled their hotels. What
do you mean? What do you mean deflection? Anyway, yeah.
They're supposed to stay at. The noise was so unbearable. They just couldn't stand it. If you have any more things,
I know for a fact they had all their CPAP machines running at full blast to try to drown that out. Am I weird? Is it weird that I feel like I would just sleep just fine? It really wouldn't bother me.
Don't be ridiculous.
Hey, you followed. I'm joining the likes of Don Lemon and the Surfs. I'm on the list. I've made it.
that people have done that's hilarious ways of protesting, make sure you comment down below. I might make a part 2 of this because I thoroughly enjoyed making content for this video because it was just, it's so funny. And I feel like right now times are so bleak that we need this type of resistance and hope. Something that gives us hope, that makes us look forward to the
Damn,
next
172,000 views? What the fuck?
Get out there and protest. Make sure you like, subscribe, comment for more videos like this, and I'll see you next time.
This one popped off. I was thinking to myself, like, I have all these things I got to do, videos I want to make, lighting, scripts, all the technical aspects that I want to perfect. But it's like, damn, just sit there on your fucking bed and just pump it out. Make the shit. Just post is one of those old adages from the posting days of a forum. And it's just good advice in general. Don't let the things stop you. Get something done. Let's see. What's the next thing I got on here? We were talking about Chicago earlier when Pinchy was in. Let me throw the next react in. These titles are probably way too fucking long. Tell you what. You want a palate cleanser? Whoa, that's different. Hold on. We'll do a quick one, and then we'll do a palate cleanser. But I already typed this shit out and pinned the message.
Jacob, just tell me, I mean, Pritzker seems to have been made for this moment or to be emulating what Gavin Newsom pioneered, both as an advocate for his...
God, their uploads to YouTube look like ass. I mean, honestly, when I was at HSN, our YouTube uploads were also pumped through a back-end chain of things that would always make it look deep fried to hell. Like, I'm just looking at their Chiron, and it just looks awful. They can pump this shit out in like 8K. What is it? Like it's 720? No, this is, well, they say it's fucking 1080p, but okay, sure.
City and state, and Karen Bass as well for her city. But just tell me where you see this heading this week and in the coming days.
Well, I think what they have all come to realize and understand is that not only is this a usurpation of their power, at least that's what they say. That's what Bass said on the streets. That's what Newsom was saying when it came to the calling up of the Guard and the deployment of the Marines. Obviously, he's not going to deploy the Marines to L.A., but when the Marines were on the streets of L.A. And Pritzker as well. And what they are communicating when they're saying, come get me, come arrest me, is that he said to me, he said, I don't know if we'll have an election, and we were joking about it, but I don't know if we'll have an election in 2026 or we will have the military outside of the ballot boxes. And so they are taking this from just an immigration-related issue to saying democracy is on the line here, ladies and gentlemen. And I think that's part of what is compelling people that, as you said, Cornell, may not have otherwise showed up for an immigration protest into the streets. That protest of 7 or 10,000 people up and down Michigan Avenue was not your ordinary immigration protest. That was people from all walks of life on the night that the Cubs' future was on the line in Chicago. It was a really electric, impressive thing to see. And I think because their local leaders are standing up and saying, this is about your neighbors, documented and undocumented, but it's not just about the future of who gets to live in this country. It's whether or not we get to have a free country at all.
Yeah,
and Nicole,
go.
I'm gonna be a bad guy here because I'm gonna say, it's not bad for their politics thinking about running for president. Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
You look at Pritzker and you look at Newsom, you know, they've been outspoken. They've taken on this fight. They're doing everything the base has asked that they want to see more Democrats doing. And again, I'm completely neutral. I
mean, people have been saying do something, do anything. Months later, finally putting up. I mean, I want them to fight for their citizens. I want them to fight against ICE. But acting like, I mean, they're a ways away from a fucking presidential run. And they better keep up the fucking pace, is all I'm going to say, if they're going to try to win favor out of the fucking Democratic field.
I want to work another presidential campaign as long as I live. But I got to tell you, I think this positions them well in a crowded field going into a Democratic primary.
Let me just give you an alternate analysis. I mean, president of what? Because right? Because like if this doesn't win, president of what? And I think that the MAGA world braids these things together, right? Why do 48 states pass voter suppression laws? They passed them predicated on a lie that Bill Barr told us was a lie. He told us it was bull bleep. It's Monday. I'll try to get through 2 hours without swearing. So the same thing with immigration raids and militarized federal law enforcement. Like, what are they on the streets for? Only the pro-democracy side is trying to answer that question. To MAGA, It's a Lollapalooza. They're there for all of it. They're there for mass deportations. They're there to make it scarier to vote. They have no plans on leaving. Like, we're the only side trying to unbraid what is just their mass overreach.
Yeah, like, I'm not kidding when I'm not sure there's going to be an election.
Yeah.
I'm not, right? I fingers crossed, I hope there's going to be an election. But if I look at everything that's happening in this country right now, I'm not 100% sure that these people aren't going to block an election. That he's not going to...
A free and fair election.
A free and fair election. That he won't, put military on the street, and especially in certain areas of the country. Military will be on the street to stop us getting in the way of having a free and fair election.
Tim...
This is kind of going nowhere. What the fuck?
As the optimist here on the election front, set us straight.
I was looking for masked ICE agents struggling to find violent criminals in spite of terrorizing cities. I wanted to hear about the ICE failing, and now it's just a bunch of like, God, I sure do love Pritzker. Will we have elections? Like, what the fuck? Clickbait?
Well, for starters, a lot of these midterm elections, the key races and the House races are going to happen in blue states, in places where people like Gavin Newsom are the governor. And so, who knows what we could all catastrophize together. But in the lead up to the elections, if we're concerned about, troops being outside voting locations, Trump's forces trying to intimidate folks outside of voting locations, Gavin Newsom and Kathy Hochul and Governor Pritzker and others, could try to counteract that in various ways. I hope we don't end up in that situation, but that's possible. And a lot of these House races are going to be in blue states or in swing states. So, look, I think that's part of it. And I think that a lot of times these efforts do backfire. This is not to be scared about anything. I talked to Mark Elias and you have. I'm actually kind of more scared about the post-election, like whether they try to do stop the steal again and fake seat people. But a lot of times these voter suppression efforts backfire. And we're seeing that in the streets now. Like their efforts, do you think that their efforts to smear the No Kings protesters as Antifa and un-American and terrorists and all that, do you think that's going to make for...
I don't even think they should cede ground and say that they're not Antifa. Because they're acting like Antifa actually is a scary thing when it's like saying I'm a capitalist, You're not actually joining up with any kind of organization. You're just a fan or against some people are anti-communist, like that's kind of the same fucking idea. There's a bunch of fucking anti-communists out there, just like how there's a bunch of anti-fascists out there. McCarthy was the leader of the anti-communists, but it wasn't like a meeting specifically. Well, they had like hearings trying to attack communists, but it wasn't a membership card. You know what I mean? So like them constantly saying, well, these guys aren't Antifa. It just makes you're acting as if it's a real thing to be worried about. So them ceding that ground is just kind of unnecessary. I guess it'd take it to MSNBC to be like, actually, we don't want the anti-fascists. The old cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds. They're concerned they might get found out.
Smaller protests this week or bigger protests? I think bigger. And so a lot of times these efforts backfire, and I do think that you might see that both in the voting suppression and in the protest space.
I mean, you are seeing so much more. Like we just watched the other video, people clowning on ICE and hating ICE and like doing their best to kind of like weaponize their citizenship to sort of like block them. So you would never see law enforcement be so openly shitted on in America. News would never cover it as like a positive thing. So they definitely lost fucking credibility. The average person doesn't really fuck with ICE because it's kind of a gross thing and they know it. They want to put their head in the sand and forget about it. So the more we don't let them do it, the better it's going to be. If you let them forget about it, because like ICE has been around since fucking George W. Bush, right? Because you can normally just ignore it. Don't think about it. Barack Obama put Tom Homan in fucking power. Biden kept him in power. He's been doing it, through both parties, even number of administrations, both sides. It's like they want you to keep your head in the sand. Maybe we can finally get rid of ICE once and for all. Maybe.
Look at me being the optimist.
No, I love it. I love it. This is your job until further notice. But my favorite thing about calling the No Kings protest anti-America is it's literally the whole kernel of the idea about America was to not have a king. So like if that's because
Whoa, now you're saying anarchists, anti-monarchists, the Antifa, anti-mono. Oh no, better set up another fucking terrorist organization. The domestic terror organization of Antimo. Oh no.
No kings, like I'm out. What are we doing here? And I think what is being tested is sort of the laboratory for fantastical lies. And to me, like the news value of Rogan and Green isn't like, oh look, it's too icky for them. No, because they went along with all of the BS ahead of the election. But once you start talking on a podcast, it is infinitely more difficult not to swear when you're having normal conversations. But
She's trying to plug a podcast?
The whole fantastical nature of No Kings is somehow Antifa. No Kings is the most American brand for any protest
Antifa is an American brand, you coward. What the fuck's wrong with you?
movement that America could ever have.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, this is them always with the projecting, but it's what they're doing is anti-American. And there's nothing more, in addition to the kernel of the idea of No Kings being American.
18 billion what?
The idea of being able to protest and speak out peacefully and march and say that what your government is doing is wrong is a fundamentally American principle. And then on top of that, if you just want to layer into it, I went to the No Kings protest in New Orleans in June, and it wasn't a lot Antifa type crowd. It was a lot of fanny packs and NPR tote bags at the crowd. And so it's not even attached to reality. It's like on every level it doesn't work. It's like offensive and a lie. And again, maybe it works in their information silo, but eventually that stuff gets popped if it's this fantastical, and if people
what a clickbaited worthless video.
See the difference with their own eyes.
Another domino to fall.
Oh, that. Yeah. It's the most funded. Well, that's because of the big beautiful bill or whatever, right? Everything starts with the stroke of a pen. It's all about the will, whether you do it or not. It came from nothing. It can go back to nothing. It's all about what you want. You know what I mean?
I think that I've seen as a reporter out in the streets is we've talked about how it's
right now Trump is firing the fucking vaccine people. And it's like, okay, you didn't think that they were going to go anywhere, but now they're going away. Right? Only problem is all this instability means that the brain drain that we used to fucking constantly invite to bring people in, to give them good education opportunities and then to have decent jobs. The fact that we are constantly now at risk or on shaky ground, people will go away. People go elsewhere. It's fucking up the bag. We had the fucking best thing in the world. We got to never actually produce anything and consume everything and get all the best fucking minds. We had it all fucking on lock, and now we got none of it. You know what I mean? We got none of it. And then it's because we were in the lead for so long, nobody could fucking contest it. It was always the best because it's always been the best. But as soon as you fucking trip, someone's ready to fucking take the fucking lead from you. And now it's going to be like fucking 3 times as hard to build it back up. The streak is broken. If the government was open, they wouldn't be fired because probably. Yeah. I mean, I think that they're laying off people, one, to try to save the little bits of money that they would gain out of it. But it's not going to be enough to then magically have the government funded. So it's kind of just a punishment. And they're saying they're doing it from the Democrat side, but they're like, a lot of these positions, like literally Tom Homan, they're just kind of people. They're not really a partisan position. And even when the parties change hands, they don't even switch them out because it's just kind of, it's a scientist. What the fuck do you mean? Like they probably don't even fucking vote because most Americans don't even fucking vote. So we're just fucking over our own shit. It kind of sucks. It's kind of depressing, but I don't know. You can hope for a big pendulum swing. You can hope for a big, the accelerationist won, and we are accelerating right now, accelerating downhill. Before, everyone just wanted to get back to brunch, back to brunch, back to brunch. They wanted to go back to status quo, keep it status quo. Well, status quo was getting worse and worse, and now we're accelerating back down. Hopefully, we can make a fucking change. Bring in the fucking outsiders. Bring in the people who say, I don't want government fucking employees to be able to openly trade in the stock market. We have fucking insider trading happening left and right. The AMD sale, some guy fucking short sells it, early calls it, where the fuck that kind of weird stock shit is, makes an obscene amount of money instantaneously 2 days before the fucking thing comes out. Insider trading on Main. The fucking the Bitcoin thing with up to 1 minute before Donald Trump tweets the 100% tariffs, shorting all the Bitcoin things, whatever. The poly market, 10% chance the government will be closed for over a month. That's if you believe the poly market betting average as an actual average of the thing to be likely true, which is kind of a stretch, right? Just because they are basing off what they want the odds of the bet to be doesn't mean that's the true odds. It's not like God setting the odds. It's just some people making a guess at Polymarket. So sometimes that means that there's a reason that they could be believing that if there's a wide understanding that everyone's saying like, look, we're all on vacation until XYZ and then we're pretty sure we're going to have it, right? That would be clearer signs that the government will be open, whatever it is. Most of the positions have their pay guaranteed unless they are a contracted worker, which is happening more and more. Military is still getting paid because they made sure that was going to happen. Just the general consensus. Yeah. I mean, we're already over halfway there, so.
Not just the pro-immigration folks that are in the streets now, it's the pro-democracy people. But I think the three of us have actually talked about this before, if I'm not mistaken. I think members of the military, if they haven't already, may very well soon start to turn on this administration because of the way that they're being deployed to the streets. It's not just the Barranco children of Narciso Barranco, the Marines whose father was beaten by ICE as he was cutting bushes at a IHOP in Santa Ana, California, but it's the people from all of these communities from which, maybe even Texas, they are deployed and being asked to stand face to face with people who come from communities just like their own, asked to.
What? You never heard of like ICE workers being Hispanic? What? You don't. I think you have a fundamental misunderstanding.
Force the law.
You never heard of black police officers pushing police violence on black people? What the fuck?
In a way that they would overseas or in a combat zone with people from American communities. I can tell you firsthand that members of the National Guard that I've talked to are deeply.
Oh, sorry. He's talking about the fucking National Guard. That's different.
Uncomfortable about having.
I mean, maybe
participate in a mission like this. And we're not talking about a small constituency. We're talking about the members themselves. We're talking about their families who, if you don't think they're talking to their families about this,
right.
You're wrong. I can tell you firsthand. I think that there are more constituencies yet to turn on this administration for the way that they're using the military.
I mean, theoretically, there's our unlawful orders that when you take an oath, when you join the military, whenever that process is, there's some kind of like, you agree and you swear on the Constitution, whatever the kind of bullshit they go through. But one of the things is that you will follow lawful orders, and then you have like or you have a fucking thing to be like, you need to disobey unlawful orders. So whether or not that actually happens en masse, a whole nother fucking story. But theoretically, that's in the books. If people care about the books. Oops.
The streets, not just for immigration enforcement, but in the context of this democracy.
Well, and that's John Kelly's final warning before the election to America was that what he wanted to do and was blocked by people like Kelly and Madison Milley was to put the military on the streets. And the reason it's bad for a whole bunch of reasons. It's bad for Americans on the street who shouldn't be policed by our own military. But it's ultimately the worst for the members of the military who in a natural disaster show up to help and in a time of war, go far away to fight.
How dare we put the military on our own streets? They belong in someone else's streets. Defending a poppy field for the CIA's fucking heroin operation. That's where they belong. That's where they belong. It's just, it's just such an interesting point of view. I mean, it's not wrong to say they should not be in our streets, but like extrapolate that out just a little bit more. If you think it's kind of gross having them in our own streets, think about what it's like to put them into the random streets of other civilians. Doesn't that seem kind of fucked? Also, what war are you fighting, lady? What war is happening that we need to put our troops on the fucking field? What are you talking about? What the fuck?
Question I would ask if I was Donald Trump's opponent is, do you really want a demoralized National Guard all in 50 states across the union because they're waiting to be deployed to hold long rifles up against their neighbors in between ICE detention centers and protests on the street? That is something for everybody, I think, who's joining the military today, 17, 18, 19 years old, to think about that they may be deployed for that purpose rather than the one that they think is a noble calling to stand in defense of.
Is the Department of War. One of the things that they're doing to bring back the old ways, but also one of the funniest things because it sort of combats the sort of like neoliberal era that we live in, is calling it the Department of War instead of the Department of Defense, because they love to say we're the peace lovers, we're the no more wars presidency, but now we're going to name it the Department of War and then come on over to join the War Department. And it's like, well, that sounds a little more ominous. That's a little more fucked up than the Defense Department. We're defending ourselves with 800 military bases all over the planet, projecting our company's needs. They did more for the U.S. cleaning up D.C. than in those poppy fields. Yeah, everyone was real fucking happy. There were so many people stopping them on the streets, tears in their eyes, biggest guy you ever seen, but crying, saying, "Sir, I love it. Also, sir, you're handsome and strong. Also, I'm crying. I'm so sad." We were all getting mugged moments ago. we couldn't go out in the streets. All those museums, no one went to them because they were getting mugged to death. The number one way to stop, especially petty crime, is just to fucking improve the material conditions of the people living in it. People don't do crime because they just love to do crime. People do crime because they come from a fucking background that they are underserved and they have no future. They don't see a future for themselves in the world around them. U.S. peace. It's so nice. If you refuse to get ready to have coup in your country. Oh, you mean like the War Department or the CIA running a coup in someone else's country? If you refuse to get, yeah. Yeah, they're talking about the Sudan civil war happening, and I'm like, I don't know enough about that, but I have a feeling we're on one side of it. Either we're historically the one that was installed back in 2009, or we're the one that's trying to do a revolution right now. It's frustrating how often it comes down to, oh, check it out, we had a hand in that. Like, oh wow, I live in Florida. I talk to fucking Cubans, people who have migrated from Cuba, kind of a lot, and I hear about how bad Batista was, and it's like, yeah, that sucks, right? And then it's like, oh wait, we put in Batista. Oh wait a minute, that's bad. We did that. That's kind of fucked. Also, El Salvador, right? They have to have this prison, this insane, terrible, the CCOT prison where like a significant percentage of the actual population is now imprisoned inside of. I think it's one of the only countries that's even at a chance of beating out the U.S. for the most incarcerated population, even though now we're also sending our people to that same prison. And it's like, oh, what? We were the ones that fucked with the El Salvadorian Civil War. Oh, wait. Miami area? No. Tampa Bay area, but... Yeah. I forget if it's Tren de Aragua or if it's the MS-13, but one of those two gangs started in a California prison, right? And then we extradite them, deport them into a different country without telling them to another. You don't just like ask them politely to drive from one to the other. You take the prisoner, you know, in chains or whatever. You put them into an armored car and you drive them over to the other one, and then you put them in the other prison. But when we were extraditing these people, we were just like, look, we're going to deport you to this country and you're free. And it's just like, why would you do that? Like, they're saying that they're opening the prisons and bring them over to our country, but we literally did that to their country. And then now there's a gigantic criminal organization of all those people that we released. And it's just like, you didn't even like tell them, hey, look, these are people that you should put into your prison. No. We were just like, yeah, they're just going to be roam free. Because like, I guess like the destabilization is a part of the point. And that's why they say they're doing it to us now, right? Even though these are just dudes hanging outside fucking Home Depot or working legitimately for a fucking company or something. It's crazy. It's frustrating how often it fucking happens. Like, they're saying that people are being paid. Antifa people are being paid. And it's like, not that I'm aware of. I've been to protests. I've been out there. I don't like fascists. Where's my paycheck? What the fuck? Is this universal basic income or something? What the fuck? But like, they were the ones that would pay people to come out. Like, even back in the fucking Bush era, the Brooks Brothers riot, where a bunch of like I think some of the, I remember Roger Stone set it up, and then two different, I can't remember if it's Kavanaugh. I don't remember if Barrett was a part of it as well, but they were like either like part of the organizers or even the part of the people who just actually like fucking, you know, yelling, not stop the steal, but yelling like stop the vote count or whatever, because they didn't want Al Gore to get its vote count in the counties or whatever. You know, it was an organized specific event, acting like they were just constituents, but actually they weren't. You know, it's just this annoying projection that nobody really seems to call them out on it, because they're like, oh, look, we have all this, you know, this Antifa leader, aka a professor who just teaches fascism and anti-fascism in their classes, is now fleeing because they've had like multiple death threats, and they're gonna just leave the country because they're like afraid for their life, right? Because they're being targeted and yelled at by fucking, you know, the people in power, claiming that he's some kind of like terrorist, when it's just like people saying like, look, this is the history of fascism and anti-fascism as a fucking teacher. And now they say like, oh yeah, this is a claimed leader of the movement because they're cracking down on the terrorists. This is evidence that it's true. You know, my dad sees a headline, he won't read a fucking article, but he believes it. It's crazy. Antifa started in East Germany, right? Yeah. Yeah, for free bus rides for such interesting. Yeah, I mean, at least in America, Antifa is just, we just push back, or we, whatever. Anybody who just stands up against fascism is a part of the Antifa movement. No one's a card-carrying member. Hell, you're technically a card-carrying member of the DSA when you sign up, but you're not. But there's no Antifa org. They say Act Blue is Antifa. Huh? Hillary Clinton? Act Blue is Antifa? Excuse me? What? It's now to the point where the acceleration's happening, and hopefully people can see it, because that way it makes it more clear. There's less fucking fence sitters. There's less, come on guys, both sides. Let's come towards the center maybe. You know, it just sort of, they're losing credibility. They always had that obscene amount of plausible deniability, and we're still a ways away from all the different bullshit. But things never seem to get calmer, right? I don't know. The news cycle continues to move so fast, though. So any one little thing kind of just gets swept up by the next thing and the next thing. It's just waves crashing against the shore. But eventually you erode away the fucking rocks. Every wave that comes through. That's all I can hope for now, is that there's going to be a reasonable reaction, a snapback, something that makes it better. Let's see. Kara was looking for a palate cleanser, so I won't play this one. I'll play something different, play something better. Hold on, I have a playlist for this. Turning Republican might not be the best way to phrase it, but especially with the gerrymandering, that's going to be an issue, right? That's going to be something they have to address. But a lot of times people are just like, I don't feel like it. I don't want to, right? People will look at the issue and think that there's nothing worth doing. There's not, they're like, Harris, that's not going to get my ass out of here to fucking vote. So, combination of people trying something different because they wanted economic relief through short-sightedness, right? To believing that they're going to be arresting the criminals. Like, I was working before the layoff. I was at the night shift in the Home Shopping Network, and the lady that would come in to like change the trash, she was all big on Trump and thought it was cool. And then she was seeing the people getting rounded up. She was seeing her coworkers getting rounded up. And they're like, what? These people are working. These people are doing stuff. And these are not the criminals. They're pulling people out that shouldn't be. They said they're going to get the criminals and not doing it. This is messed up. And it's only gotten worse. They've only seen more and more of that same thing. So even the people that voted, there's a bit of kind of like a regret happening. Now, will that regret stay all the way through? Will there be a reasonable fucking choice on the other side that they can actually get behind and think that that person's going to have their best interest in mind? That's a lot of ifs, right? All different things can happen years between now and then. So not necessarily saying that, you know, the right wing's cooked or whatever, but between the people saying, I don't feel like anyone's worth voting for, and other people saying like, I kind of believe their lies about getting the bad ones and the criminals, and then being turned around by it. The information or the things that they've seen may not be continuing that. I'm not sure how to use these shorts properly. Even as a right winger, you find it disgusting that people think of like, oh, if I vote the next puppet leader, it will fix something, instead of dividing everything further and further. In between position of open borders versus mass deportation. It's almost like there is, but maybe that's what you were getting at. I don't know how to properly. Maybe I hit this. I'm pretty sure those numbers are exaggerations, but undocumented is the difference between undocumented and documented is paperwork, right? So, hey, jobs program, filling out paperwork, finishing up paperwork. You know what I mean? It's one of those things that's kind of cool and good to do. Whenever people come in and say, I did it the right way. Oh, the right way for me was an expedited process to get Cuban migrants in. But now I want to defund the right way for everybody else and say, you should have done it the right way. Ugh, you should have done it the right way. Ugh. People are literally doing it the right way in an immigration hearing, right? Filling out and finishing their paperwork. And then they say, actually, we're going to suspend this paperwork. And now you're allowed to get picked up by ICE right outside the door right here. And it's like, well, you're just literally fucking entrapping me. What the fuck? If you don't show up, you're not showing up for your hearings, therefore avoiding. But if you show up, then we're going to immediately dismiss your thing and then catch you at the door. And it's like it's literally entrapment. It's like you can't just not go. But also, if you go, they're going to get you. And that's when you got people like what's his name, Brad Lander, trying to like put his body between the two of them, and then did that hilarious photo where he's getting strangled and looking like a goober, but he's doing something fucking awesome. He even did it even after he fucking dropped out of the fucking and then didn't get elected in the primary. He was still doing it, right? This is palate cleanse. I think I spelled that right. I have no idea how loud this is going to be.
You in your cage, hey, Milo's in his cage, hey, Loki, where you going? Get the hell in your cage, hey, go in your cage. Thank Loki, all dogs in that cage, one person left, he the worst one, he always trying to run.
I think I've seen this one before.
Oh my goodness, get in your cage, get in your cage.
Oh my god, the door's open. Maybe there's a screen door.
Get in your cage, get in your cage, get in your cage, do the cage dance, do the cage dance, hey.
Funniest dogs speaking English.
AI slop. Okay, don't look at me like that. What are you doing?
Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
I need to tell you something, but you gotta come here so I can whisper it to you.
Wait, is this the lady from fucking... Why is this like the lady from Walter? It sounds just like her. I guess it's every lady on TikTok.
You look like a potato.
Alright, can you say your name? Luna. That was perfect.
These aren't.
Get these captions off of here. Auto off. Get them out of here.
Wait. Hello.
Every short does its shit. Stolen audio, yeah.
I love you. I love you.
That was a good one.
You should not support these channels, Kara.
Okay, can you say hello?
I get it. It's animal fucking shorts. It's all full of fucking theft nonstop.
Good boy. Can you say how are you?
What's a stretch?
Good boy. Can you say I love you?
That's not even anywhere close. That does not sound like Mama. Bullshit. Work on your English.
These tenants owe their landlords $34,000.
I was like, whoa, you put the... Wait, this is a More Perfect Union video in the middle of your eye bleach? wait, what? I hit play all. Why did this... This must be just the shorts feed now. What the fuck? What's the point of hitting play all? They don't play all? Now, playlists... What the fuck? How does this work?
You in your cage.
That's the cage video again. And there's something different, yeah. I guess I have to like click on them and then drag them over. Oh no, that looked like it was working that time. I don't know. This is also loud as balls. Volume. Is it weird that I could never just upload slop? Like, I guess this is a job of just like downloading and deep frying the shit out of fucking videos and then uploading them to get your channel monetized and whatever. But it just seems like I'd rather whore myself out on the street. You know what I mean? Oh my God, dude. What? Okay, I thought it was going to be the dog's balls. Thankfully, it's just the tail, but holy fuck. Also, there seems to be a tiny video wedged between other video edits, which is like, that doesn't, what the hell's happening here?
Is he going to deliver?
Holy shit. Aw. No. What the hell? Holy dick. People don't fucking neuter their dogs. They just let them come everywhere with their fucking cocks. What the hell? That's so weird. It's like an extra problem, right? That's just like an extra problem all around. I don't know. I've only ever had one dog, but it seems like I don't want my dog humping and coming on shit. That sounds fucking unnecessary. And what the hell? Ow. A low center of gravity is a benefit in wrestling. That's crazy. Right there, there was a video in between these two videos. No. I mean, if you got no balls, you can't get ball cancer. I don't know, arguing if that's healthier overall. I mean, they have like they want to fuck because they got balls. So like, you can't have them fuck all the time. Otherwise, they're gonna have a bunch of puppies, and like, they're gonna be aggressive because they're gonna be in mating mode. And it causes problems, and it's a danger. And then if they bite somebody, they get put down. So it's healthier in the sense of like, calm. Don't come everywhere. Don't constantly get aggravated and want to fuck things that don't want to get fucked. Don't cause a bunch of children. Don't randomly bite people because you're agitated, right? Like, there's lots of things that it benefits. That's how it was pitched to me, you know? Maybe it's a lie, just like the fucking circumcision was a lie, but it seemed like it was the right call, and they don't come everywhere. So like, that sounds nice. I just love the way cats just fucking it's like they really give it to them with those little pads, those little beans, just beat the shit out of them. Yeah, that caption was literally backwards. They are really stealing these videos. Okay, shorts. It's brain rot because it's AI voice, it's stolen content, backward things, bad editing. I'm going to play a different palette cleanser instead. That's basically the same shit, but slightly more ethical.
Hello everyone, this is your Deodos of Pets. I think he wants to come inside.
You sponsored, oh my god. It's very funny looking. You fostered your sister's dog for 10 years. He wasn't done and wait, what? He wasn't neutered and was in pain when a female was in heat. He was a master at escaping. Interesting, I guess. I'm trying to fill in the blanks there. You know, it's like the Borat thing, like you will never get this, and then one day he got this. That sounds kind of crazy and dangerous. You know, the heart wants what the heart, I mean, the hard dog dick wants what the heart, yeah, it seems, I mean, that's crazy. Just because I guess they just jump the fence or break the fence, or I mean, I don't know what they're escaping from, but that seems crazy that they were able to do it and then only had the drive to do it. You know what I mean? What the hell was that? Is that like a tomato? What is that? Oh, it's a fucking drink. It's a glass. I was like, how the hell did a fruit explode that crazily? Oh my god, that sucks. That was the fuzziest bunny I've ever seen.
Hello?
Looks like maybe like a Bloody Mary or something, right?
Just a casual even.
This is what happens when you buy one of those teacup pigs or a potbelly pig. You end up with this.
Walk in your pig.
Is there anything white women won't do? Is there anything that they won't do with their pets, like sticking their tail in their mouth? That's crazy. You know she's got a litter box. You know that thing's swinging. It's a chill cat, though. Oh, he's even drooling. I love the the jowls. They have the little paws.
People just don't know how to keep their nose out of my business. Yeah, just like that.
You watch a cool video, dude turns his farm back into a natural waterway. The fuzziest pigs. Yeah. Pigs are cute. I used to be a big pig pet. I always wanted a pet pig. This is like mid 2000s. I was like, yeah, pet pig. I'm going to get a pet pig one day. And it's like, nah. You need to have the proper type of space for it. They get really big. It's a whole thing. So, I'll just love pigs from afar.
This cat does the dishes.
What the hell? Huh? What, did they cover it in catnip or something? What the fuck?
Okay.
Oh, it just likes water, I guess. It just likes grabbing water. Your pop used to take you every time he went to the great uncle's farm. Pigs seem cool.
Go! You're smart, Rose. You know. Hey, guys! Come on!
I think he wants some
Aw.
attention.
The poor little dummies. What the hell? You scratching your ass?
Kitty, I swear to God, you're being a...
This dog is easily entertained.
Aw. So you use the windshield wipers, you get your back window all clean, but then the inside's covered in drool and all cloudy again. You're like, son of a bitch!
Beat me up.
No. No. Oh my god.
Hey, you do not pay your own vet bills. I pay them.
It's cute. He's so pretty.
What are they looking at? He really wants
Got him.
that bone.
You have to go out and get them a bone toy right this instant. This poor thing. The vicious sow. You're sleeping in a deep wallow. I'm familiar with the wallow in their own filth type of phrasing, so yeah, the mud Well, I'm used to the mud being described as both mud and shit kind of combined together, which is the wallowing in their own filth. But interesting. That would freak me out if I had a child and it was just missing. Nice that the vicious sow was willing to share its wallow.
This lady has a genius tactic to get her dog to swim.
Okay. Okay. Yes. Yes. Go. You got this. Come on. Come on. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh, goodness. Oh, no. That's incredibly sweet, but also so sad to force the dog to think that you're in trouble. And he's like, oh no, oh no. Oh, goodness. Yeah, I mean, they're an animal, right? They're outside. You know, they shit. I don't think a pig is unnecessarily gross, but, you know, yeah. If they're stuck in it makes sense that they would not have been behooved to shit on themselves too much. Although, I guess, like, in nature, like, hippopotamuses shit and spread it around to, like, I guess, do something with, like, the scent or something. But they're in water. Everybody shits. It's all over the place. Other things eat it. So it's, like, not as much of a health issue. I don't think pigs are like water as much, but they probably have figured out a way to coexist with their environment, whether they just shit and move, like horses or whatever, or shit and then end up wallowing somewhere else later. And the fish go, yeah, they do. They did, yeah.
I want to show you my new piñata. My piñata.
I don't think the
He
cat
doesn't look
wants
happy.
the pacifier.
No. Sharing the baby. Oh, you attacked the other cat for a second. Oh no.
Who's getting it?
Oh, you gotta control her.
What is this?
You're so silly.
I know, she's
Is that them just smelling or something? Is that what they're doing?
This little bird does not want to let go.
Orange cats.
This always happens when they try to eat.
Go on outside. Go. Do it. Do it. There you go.
Oh my God. The teeth?
There you go. There you go. There you go. Get it, Ridge. Get it. Get it, Ridge. Get it, Ridge.
Little hand in there.
That's my boy. And he did it. Yay!
Yeah. I think we've seen this before. What? No.
This horse wanted to play guitar.
Ow. Like those strings would fuck up your lips, bro. I mean, I guess you're a horse. You're literally built different, but Jesus, horse girls, man, tell you what.
Someone clearly taught this dog.
Yeah, it's using its teeth on the edge of the frets, but its lips are still going forward. I mean, I guess going left and right, it wouldn't, depending on how they're doing it, it might not cut too bad, but if it was under, I don't know, yeah, maybe.
A release command, but she has no idea what it is.
You can have your breakfast. Indy, go. Okay. Yes.
Bon appetit. Is that a chipmunk?
This dog has a new best friend.
It's some kind of monk, whether it's a chipmunk or a, I don't know, any other kind of monk.
Friend.
Aww. Is that a shock collar?
When this hand on your right hand there, when that goes down to the 5, that's dinner time. This hand, you don't need to worry about that hand. As long as that is on the 5, that's when you can start screaming.
Come on, man. Cats read digital clocks. Come on.
Like you're dying. And if you'll notice, it is now quite far away from it. Do you understand the concept better now?
What the hell?
He really wanted to go outside.
God damn, that's a big puppy. I'm confused. Was it trying to escape or was it trying to go back inside?
Do that, Pepper. Does Pepper do that? Did Pepper do that? Is Pepper that girl?
We've tried using bubbles a few times with our kitties. What the fuck? They get kind of scared of them. Don't eat too much soap, you'll have the diarrhea. No!
These dogs take play fighting seriously.
Jesus Christ, that's loud. God damn. You gotta put a fucking compressor on that. The limiter. Bro, you're fire alarm, bro. Come on. The poor dog's gotta live in a house with a fire alarm going off his poor little ears. Is that in a shelter? I don't understand.
Ollie.
What the? What the? What kind of fucking... What?
Who knew badgers could be trained?
How do you food train that out of a dog? I know elephants have painted a few times. Maybe it's also a fake thing.
Trained.
Sit.
Oh my goodness.
Good boy.
Whoa. Wait, one of those looks like a stuffed animal. I guess they all kind of do.
Y'all, I don't know what has scared Max, but he is absolutely terrified of something in this garage. I mean, look at his little face. What is it? Did you smell something in the garage? Is it an animal? Well, what is it? Is it a bear?
The human eyes. Seems like a fucking fake ass thing to me. Also, what is this? Printed? What the fuck? That's crazy.
This dog really wants his ball back.
Bridgie, no. No blankie, Bridgie.
Was the ball stuck inside? Clover. I had a cat do this once. Oh, not a squirrel, but a cat.
Wow, that is.
When we had brand new kittens, on the back of the sofa was a little hole to get inside and underneath, like where all the fucking things. So even if you looked under the sofa, you wouldn't see anything because the cat went to the underneath the sofa to the back and then got through a tiny little hole in the fabric and then was inside the shell where the springs are. So we were just like looking for that cat forever. Went outside thinking it somehow got outside, doing all this shit, looking everywhere for this kitten. And then hours later, here's a little just from the inside of the fucking sofa. You figured out where it was. It was like, holy shit.
Beautiful painting. What do you think, Reese? Isn't it beautiful? Tell her the truth. You like the painting? You like her painting?
These guys are best friends.
Yeah, they like little hiding holes. This is gonna give Kara ideas. Get some good spring. Gotta get loaded spring. Weasels. Well, ferrets, but look at them. If they did not stink, they are so cute.
What?
My cat loves them. Do you know the cat's up there? That seems like a bad idea.
This dog thinks he's a cat.
Impressive.
Quite like that.
What the hell?
Come on. Come on, buddy.
Wait, you're holding onto the leash.
It.
Let go.
Whee!
Taking a cat to a fucking park, dude? That's crazy. Sounds awesome, but... The hell is that? It's their toy now.
What are you doing? Hey, what are you doing? Yeah, that's a toy. That's not a toy.
Hello, Paddy. Yeah. How many would you like today, Paddy? Paddy, how many? Three.
That is the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed. And
yeah, you give him all three, and he eats all three on the spot. those people aren't getting shit.
And I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
The sleepy puppy. All right. Da-da-da.
For years,
Oop.
scientists in the United Nations have spoken.
Hold on. Drug-resistant superbugs spread surging. World Health Organization warns. And coral reefs become first environmental system to pass tipping point. Palate cleanse over, baby. Existential dread. Existential dread.
About critical climate tipping points that, if crossed, could potentially cause irreversible changes to our planet and accelerate climate change. Now, according to a report published today by researchers at the University of Exeter, the first tipping point has likely already been reached. CBS News senior coordinating producer for climate and environmental coverage, Tracy Wolf, joins us now to talk about this. So, Tracy, this of course seems incredibly dire. Can you talk about what tipping point we've now crossed?
Yeah, so warm water corals have been experiencing mass mortality rates for quite some time. You know, we've already reached 1.4 degrees warming.
Been there, done that.
Warming. Basically, most scientists say that between 1.4 1.5 degrees warming, you're going to see 99% probability that coral reefs will die. Now, this is incredibly critical to our ecosystems. Coral reefs provide habitat for more than a quarter of marine species. Almost 1 billion people on this earth, their livelihoods are supported off coral reefs. So as this tipping point has been reached, there's never been a time on this planet where you and I or any human has existed without coral reefs. And so that's why it's one of these critical tipping points that they say, you know, unfortunately, we have now seen the destruction so vast, it's irreversible to kind of rehab. Now, there are some reefs that will be able to survive, but they'll be very small. And so this is kind of that first tipping point. Other tipping points that researchers are looking for in the future that they're closely examining include, you know, the melting of ice sheets, the collapse of ocean currents, melting of permafrost, the destruction of the Amazon rainforest. Those are a couple others that we haven't quite reached yet.
Yet being the key word there. Right. And Tracy, so much of this seems very distressing. Like, is there any good news to look at here when it comes to climate change?
Yes, well, I did appreciate in this report there were bad tipping points that we've just spoken about, and there are some good tipping points. Good tipping points being things that we are seeing accelerate that could help address global warming, mainly mass adoption on the global scale of things like solar, wind, renewable energy.
The global scale. Okay, all of it's coming from China. But if you look at the whole globe, the numbers are still what China's doing. So
energy, electric vehicles, those kinds of things which can help replace polluting industries with cleaner ones. We're seeing more mass adoption of that. And of course, the more that we can accelerate those types of things, the more that we can hope to help prevent further acceleration beyond 1.5 degrees of global warming.
I like the idea of a good tipping point in there too. Tracy Wolf, thank you very much. Thanks.
Yeah, I've seen the stuff about the sun bleaching. This was something I saw, which I thought was interesting. It was like showing up on a Yahoo News thing, but then I went to the actual article in Independent. Woman breaks silence after viral post labels her Olive Garden waitress using breadsticks for revenge on diners. There's this image with a person like crying. 26-year-old Olive Garden waitress arrested Saturday evening. Police described gratuity dispute gone out of control. Witnesses say waitress had been serving a couple on a date night who ran up a $100 bill, pasta, wine, appetizers. When they left, no tip. She allegedly slammed the receipt on the table and shouted, "Unlimited breadsticks doesn't mean unlimited free labor." Police say she then grabbed the basket of breadsticks and hurled it at the couple, striking the man in the chest. As staff intervened, she shoved the woman toward the wall and accused them of stealing her wages. She was arrested on charges of assault and disorderly conduct. Texas woman is opening up about her worst nightmare coming to reality after a phony social media post claiming she worked as an Olive Garden waitress and was arrested after throwing breadsticks went viral. Supposed to be from St. Louis, Missouri, who supposedly hurled breadsticks at a couple. Took off on social media. It makes for an incredible story, but none of it's real, except for the teary-eyed mugshot of a young blonde woman. Their name is a college student at Texas, and the backlash she received over the fake story featuring her real mugshot ruined her life. It's probably like my worst nightmare coming to reality. God, is there so much preamble and restating everything all over and over and over again when it's just like, come on, just get to the actual thing. People are making a very inappropriate comments or AI-generated things with my mugshot. Can you imagine the fucking deranged ass shit that they're doing? Gross people, man. There's this thing, Pure Videos is some fucking post. The Facebook account Pure Videos created the fake post and shared it with its 1.7 million followers. Most of the page posts are works of fiction, according to Sharon. Is that, I don't know who they said. It's not even the person's name. It must be like the person who runs the store, runs a page. It appeared that the posts featuring Davis's mugshot had been taken down or made private. While the post didn't include their name, the fake story took place hundreds of miles away. People were still able to track her down and harass her online. People are disgusting out there and scary. The mugshot stems from a night out drinking in August where she was arrested for public intoxication. Just arrested for being in public and being drunk, which is kind of a fucked up charge, to be honest. Maybe she was like doing some bullshit or whatever. She is currently a college student who works a few weeks before her arrest, her mother died. Oh my God. I mean, I guess, going through some shit. I was still like very hurt and angry and just didn't know. Davis said by the night of her arrest, I guess that time I thought it was okay. And then I started drinking whenever went to jail. That was really embarrassing itself. Though the original post appeared to have been taken down, copies of it have been sprung up across countless accounts on Facebook and X. The only post has been fact-checked on X. The post has only been fact-checked on X. Fact-checked, as in like community noted, yeah. It's still there, and more content is being created. More things are being said, and I just feel overlooked, unseen, and unheard, she said. Earlier this year in April, Meta, which owns Facebook, stopped using third-party fact-checking in the U.S. I forgot about that being a thing. Meaning Facebook stopped penalizing fake news. Ever since, similar rage bait posts with fake stories have been spread across the platform. See, like, again, I could never post chopped up, stolen animal footage. I could never, in my life, just generate a bunch of fake rage bait and post it online to get fucking likes and clicks. I just feel like I would feel like I am committing a serious crime. I would feel like I am hurting society by just generating this shit. Like with the most deranged shit, people see fucking posts like this and they fucking believe it because why would they lie is like the Joe Rogan thing. But like there's just fuckers out there just like this little fucking pure videos, probably not even their fucking face, just pumping out garbage. Serves her fucking right. Hey, she did, they're using all this weird leftist language in here, right? Completely made up bullshit. Just to get fucking clicks, just to get reactions, because you got to click on it. You got to get the comment. You got to get the little mad, angry face because you're mad at one side or the other. It's just a platform of made up rage. Unless this article is made up and then I'm getting mad at it. No. Meanwhile, Olive Garden even attempted to step in, commenting on one of the phony posts. This person does not work for Olive Garden. This incident never occurred. The page that originally shared the story has posted similar hoaxes involving multiple brands. Though other commenters quickly urged for them to prove it. It was not prove that she doesn't work for you. I guess probably prove the other fake posts. It was not immediately clear when or why the post that included Davis' mugshot was taken down. The media, which owns... Look, it's not TMC Media. It's not even fucking... Oh, my God. Did not immediately respond to messages. Because they're just like, look, it's a random person's face, right? They probably just Googled white woman arrested just to get a picture of a mugshot or something. They didn't even go to like thispersondoesnotexist.com and just get a random person, right? They had to get an actual person who's going through actual pain to put in this picture. I don't know. It just made me think about a few different things about how I could never scam somebody. It just I couldn't go through scamming somebody. I couldn't go through posting garbage. I couldn't go through any of that stuff. And it just makes me a little bit confused and weirded out by why people would. Money notwithstanding, but maybe they're in an incredibly more desperate situation for money and need it, and this is the only way they can see themselves getting it, because I don't believe that. It doesn't feel like it's reasonable to have a phone and all these different things to set up the. They also feel like it's probably a victimless crime because it's just this, but now you can AI look up fucking faces. Also, it's just garbage. I don't know. Maybe I would think things differently if I was a child. I don't know. I just don't know. What else do I got? This one's kind of in between. More of a learning thing. I would like to know more about all these raw earth. The raw earth minerals. Yup. Trade war explained. The rare earth minerals China dominates and U.S. needs. This is Sky News, which I think is like the Fox News, but it's also UK. So it's kind of like I'm gonna assume some anti-China-ness in this, but who knows? We'll see. And then I'll also use the restroom real quick.
Now, you've probably heard people talking recently about rare earth elements, but you might be wondering to yourself, well, what are they? How much of a big deal are they? And should we be worried about them? Well, over the course of the next few minutes, we're going to go through that. We'll start with that question of what are they, and do we actually kind of encounter them? Do you encounter them in your everyday life? The short answer, spoiler, yes. This is the periodic table. You might well recognize it. Where are the rare earth elements? Well, look, it's this kind of area here. So look at that. There they all are, all lined up. Kind of obscure, no one's talking all that much about scandium or yttrium or neodymium, or at least until they were not talking about it much until a few years ago. But this is all really important stuff. And the reason that rare earths matter is not so much because of what they do on their own, it's because of what they do when combined with other materials. So you add them to an alloy and it makes things stronger, it makes it more heat resistant, it makes magnets more powerful. Let me just kind of give you an example of that. I mean, so three tangible places where you're going to see quite a lot of rare earths. Fighter jets, this is particularly the kind of defense side of it. Fighter jets, you're talking about kind of 418 kilograms in an F-35 fighter jet. Type 51 destroyer, 2.6 tons of rare earths in them. Something like a Virginia-class submarine, 4.6 tons of rare earths in there. Now, all of that seems kind of, obviously important, but quite abstract. But there's another place where we all see it in our everyday lives, and that is magnets. So neodymium, when it's added to boron and iron, is basically the best magnet in the world. I'll show you a kind of reason for that in a moment. But you might be wondering, so where is it in your life? Well, if you have something like this, so some earbuds, you've got neodymium. You're dependent on neodymium because you need really powerful magnets to create speakers that are so tiny, tiny as the ones in here. And also, by the way, when I take this, here are the little things, you wouldn't have that without rare earths. When you close that, you get that satisfying snap. That is also neodymium iron boron magnets. So rare earths may seem abstract, but actually...
How would I ever keep my miniatures magnetized to their steel tray? How? My neodymium magnets, my rare earth magnets. I've been buying rare earth magnets for like fucking 15 years now for this fucking hobby of mine.
It's in all of our
like
lives,
12 or whatever.
And it's elsewhere as well.
No, I was doing it before. Oh my God, wait a minute. This is probably like closer to like 20 years now. No, oh my God. Maybe like 17, something like that.
Basically, pretty much any electronic device these days. And, in your car. So in your car, for instance, think about sitting in your car, the seat controls. So being able to lift that seat, to move that seat forward and backwards if it's electronic, well, that is it's a motor. It's a little rare earth motor. Being able to raise electric windows and close them, again, that's rare earth magnets going in there, making that function. And airbags, there are even rare earths in airbags as well. In other words, if you can't get rare earths, then you're in trouble. And it's not just inside cars as well. I mean, think about like a car.
The air is rare or the bag is rare. One of the two is rare. Yeah. They're pretty cool. I never actually fully busted one open before, but I've seen it before in like an engineering class.
Car factory, the motors that go into robots, that's rare earths as well. You need those really powerful magnets to make them work. And it's not just that as well as within EVs, okay? So this is an EV motor. You can see the copper there. There's the
Okay, I get it, man. I get it. It's using shit.
kind of copper.
I don't need to know every little, you know.
Windings. But inside most EV motors, you have a lot of magnets as well, and those magnets are rare earth magnets. So it's all invisible, but it's really important. And when I talk about those magnets, just give you a...
What are magnets, man? What even are... Well, okay. ICP memes are so outdated.
Sense of why this is kind of important. What this is showing you, so the higher these bars are, the more powerful, the more magnetic power you're getting from different types of magnets. And you've got a range of different kind of elements and compounds and in recipes for magnets there. These are conventional magnets. Now look at rare earth magnets. Just look at how much more powerful they are than the other type. And that's the point. Magnets are incredibly important for any kind of motion, for any speakers, for microphones, for anything else. And we need quite a lot of them. But actually, the scale of what we're talking about is not enormous. You only need quite a small amount of rare earths to make something function really well. And another good example of that is, consider a jet engine. So the blades in a jet engine, they need to function at a temperature that is higher than the metal's melting point, if you can get that into your head. And in order to do that, they need what's known as an yttria stabilized zirconia film on the outside. And that enables them not to melt. So no rare earths, and yttrium is a rare earth, no rare earths, and you just don't have jet engines, at least modern jet engines. So this is incredibly essential. It's part of the bedrock of how we make civilization work these days. And if you're looking at just what the functions of these rare earths are, so we talked about jet engines a moment ago, that would come in the metallurgy section of things. There's, you know, glass polishing, ceramics, catalysts as well, so it goes into catalytic converters. But magnets is by far and away, this is just looking at the volume of rare earths coming out of the ground.
Yeah, I never heard that the jet engine blades get hot when moving, and that it's beyond the melting point of their own metal. That's kind of sick. And I guess the cover helps insulate it from the heat to just keep it from getting to that melting point. It's kind of scary it gets that close, honestly.
Magnets is by far one of the way the biggest, and actually when you look at the value, so the amount that people are spending on rare earths across the planet, the majority of that is magnets. So it's magnets that are going into motors for the most place, as well as things like speakers and AirPods and so on. And here's where the political side of things comes in. Because when you're looking at where these rare earths are coming out of the ground, the vast majority come out of the ground in China. 69% of the total of the volume mined out of the ground, the oxides, comes from China. And actually that's 69%, but then when you consider the processing, so the post-processing stuff, because most of the rare earths are then turned into products in China.
What's up? Okay. I'll come over there in a second.
China, actually 91% of global supplies is Chinese. And that's not just the case, by the way, for rare earths. Look at things like copper, look at lithium, manganese, graphite, cobalt. China is really dominant in all of this. They have decided years ago that they wanted to be dominant in these supply chains, and not just the supply chains, but also making the stuff afterwards. So graphite's there. They also want to be the dominant player when it comes to making the anodes that go into batteries. That's why they're in graphite. Cobalt for batteries as well. Manganese too. Lithium, copper as well. So that is, you know, it's...
Well, it's not anti-China, that's for sure. This is what I was talking about before, about how America had it so fucking good. You got to sit back, not produce anything, have a bunch of bullshit, fake-ass jobs, making a bunch of American currency, which was driving the world's economy because of fucking oil, of all things, right? And then you just got to... Well, because of manufacturing, right? If you don't, you know, you can have all those fucking rare earths, manganese, graphite, all that shit, but like, what are you going to do with it? stick it in your ass. You gotta put it in a factory that then makes the bullshit. So makes sense that 70% would get shipped out to the place that's making over 70% of all the stuff. If anything, it's interesting that you even keep the percentage that you keep. Because if I pulled up a bunch of manganese, what the fuck would I do with it? I'd sell it to whoever fucking uses manganese. So we lost that position. All this trade war bullshit. I mean, there's Taco Trump where like they're trying to pull it back, but it was just cheaper to send it to China to do it in the past. It just requires infrastructure of factories. It requires networks of logistics. It requires all the different elements to sort of work together. You know what I mean? You could refine it and produce these specific things, but they'd rather not. Capitalists would rather fucking take the profits and then send it off. And then China, playing the long game, Deng Xiaoping was fucking setting that shit in motion, apparently, way back when. And then, which is kind of a brutal concept to be like, all right, these capitalists want to take advantage of us, but we'll get the last laugh. We will take their money and industrialize our nation. We will bring ourselves up. We will become the producers. They're at the point now that they need to start learning how to consume because they just don't consume like we do. And it's like, yeah, we're built different. We're the real consumers out there, and y'all not. Which is like, this is the easiest thing in the world is to consume. Enjoy some treats. Get yourself a little something nice, you know. Oh God, if they ever look at and for a second if they become consumers, they'll never want to ship that shit out ever again. Oh no. Again, we had it so good. We'll see. And also constantly making a fucking enemy out of China. When it's like, look, why? What the fuck? What do you mean? God damn it, I wish we could just be fucking allies. That fucking ship sailed long ago, unfortunately. I don't know. Maybe there's hope.
Part of this bigger story about Chinese dominance. But here's where there are a few kind of myths that are worth busting. The first of them is that despite the name, rare earths aren't actually that rare. So there's quite a lot of these elements in bits of the ground. You know, actually, if you pull a chunk of rock of earth out of the ground, you will find some rare earth elements in there, albeit in small quantities. But
that's what makes it rare.
Even when you look at decent ores, well, China, yes, has a lot, 44 million tons. But there's a lot of it also in Brazil, and they're not really mining much of it at the moment in Brazil. There's a lot in India. There's a lot in Australia as well, 6 million tons in Australia. Now, most of those countries aren't doing all that much in the way of mining. Most of it's happening in China. Why is that? Well, let's just kind of zoom in and focus on the biggest of all the mines in China. So that's Bayan Obo. It's just in kind of Inner Mongolia there in China. And have a look at this mine, okay? We're going to kind of zoom out or zoom in.
Your dad worked for a metal engineering firm and was cheaper for China to import your ore, turn it into metal, and make the product than it was for the company the dad worked for to buy the metals made here. Metal engineering firm cheaper for China to import. So you would dig up the ore and sell it to China to turn into, or they would import the ore through their own thing. Then for you to buy the raw element yourself? I guess unless China's buying it at a bulk rate that you wouldn't have been able to. If the ore was still coming from Australia, that's confusing. And it sounds like there's some kind of either bulk deal or subsidy or something put in the way. Like a reverse tariff for like, oh, you want to buy it domestically? We're going to charge you extra. It just seems a little confusing, obviously. On top of all the labor ad, right, of turning a raw ore into a metal and then the product itself, right? So it's kind of a lot. Huh. Yeah, the cost of just the steel was more than China doing everything. And that's what everyone fucking worked with. Rather than build up their own stuff, they'd rather send it off to China to save their fucking profits. Because capitalism. I forget which fucking one of the people, but it gets quoted a lot where it's like, maybe it's Marx, whatever. Socialism is an inevitability. Capitalism will fail. It's built into the system. It's like a Ponzi scheme that's constantly looking for new bidders. I've heard about, at least definitely from Carter, is the people hiding capital inside of it. That they're hiding it inside of real estate billionaires. China, you gotta crack down on those billionaires, man. You gotta, the nations are still weirdly xenophobic. They still, deal with them as like a willing enemy more than a collaborator. If Carter wanted to not pay taxes for America, not possible. But they can hide their taxes from China. But we could just sort of, sure, yeah. That end might come.
In there and have a look at how much this mine has expanded in recent years, and you're going to notice other things as well. So this is the primary mining site. This is back in 2001, and look at what happened in the intervening years. Okay, so you can see 2006. You've got these excavations happening over there to the west, and now keep your eye on this area here, and we'll zoom on. We'll kind of fast forward to the present day. Look at that. So this has been an enormous expansion, and you have a whole new mining area over there. This place is pumping out basically most of the world's rare earths in China. And the other thing you'll probably have noticed looking at it is, look at all of these tailing dams where the waste is being disposed of. Producing rare earths is a really dirty process. It is really dirty. It's really hard to do, basically, because you're having to do about 100 different processes to go from the ore to that final metal that you're turning into magnets. And to give you a sense of that, okay, so this is showing you the amount of carbon emissions from various different metal processing. And you're probably familiar with the fact that making steel is really carbon intensive. Think of all those blast furnaces. Well, that's steel there. It's actually quite small in comparison with other things like copper, nickel and aluminium, at least per weight, per amount of kilogram that you're producing. But now compare all of that to neodymium, which is that kind of key rare earth in all of those magnets. And look at that. Boy, I mean, there is more carbon emissions that are coming per kilogram of rare earths than any other metal in the world. It is really dirty to produce. And one of the upshots of that is everyone else out there with all of their carbon targets has said, well, we just don't want to do this in our countries. So now it is mostly happening in China, and it's happening at scale, as you saw a moment ago, and it's happening at such a scale that China is able to produce these things at a far lower cost than almost anyone else in the world. Well, actually, by far and away, anyone else in the world. This is just showing you a couple of examples. Dysprosium and terbium, two rare earths, rare earth elements. Look at how much Chinese prices are. And now let's compare that with European prices, because there are some producers outside of China. But just look at how much more expensive it is to get European rare earths versus the Chinese stuff. And that's the issue. Stuff like those earbuds are cheap right now because you can get cheap Chinese rare earths, but it's produced with all these carbon emissions at the same.
Let's see. This was put out the other day or today. I know that China also, for the first time, because they've been doing a bit of coal mining or coal firing, as well as because they've been doing a lot of expansion, a lot of fabrication, all these different things, right? China's, because obviously gigantic population of people, but also an incredibly industrious, literally manufacturing for the entire earth, in the sense that Europe is like, ew, we don't want to pollute. We just want the earbuds, right? So they've been sort of like front loading all that pollution, but now they're either going to be saying that they're going to be completely positive or net positive or whatever, or even just, I forget exactly what the term was, but either whether it was the dialing back on the coal or they're just sort of like, because obviously they've been doing the most renewables by a long shot, right? Expanding their energy, not only exporting those renewables out, but then also keeping them internally. But because of all of that, stuff that they're doing, I guess they're going to be able to now finish the U-turn, and instead of like having their energy needs continue along with their production, even as they're doing renewables, they'll be able to then start actually cratering their carbon overall output, which will be good, obviously. And if at this point, normally when a country says something, you can say, yeah, right, dude, whatever. But China's been able to hit every one of their fucking marks, every one of their fucking goals, sometimes even ahead of schedule. So when they say it, I'm like, okay, I still want to see it. I still want to make sure it gets done. But it's like, I have a lot more fucking faith than they do, than anyone else doing anything.
In time, but people aren't thinking about all this. They are thinking about it a bit more.
Because it makes sense to try to not destroy the planet, right? We don't want that. But we've all been just suckling up all that fucking dirty products.
Well, now, though, because China's basically said, we are going to impose restrictions on the rare earths.
Yeah, but like, first off, people want those same things produced either way, right? People want the magnets in the motors to build cars. People want the magnets and the things to do all the different things, right? Perhaps in the past, it made it seem like it was a bit of a historic goal, right? But I don't have the specifics, so I can't really, say for sure. But also, solar panels will be producing energy for a shitload of time, right? So that's kind of like the benefit, is that once you do it, it's a front load versus a back load.
Coming out of China, you're going to have to sign.
Well, most countries, when they commit shit, doesn't really mean anything. Paris agreements, people fucking, like America fucking quit. We left, right? Said that's gay and left. And I have not seen, it's possible that there's been things that happened since, but it seemed like places were kind of middling on their abilities to fulfill their commitments. So
now to get licenses.
And even those commitments were for limited impact.
And as a result, Donald Trump has said, well, no, I'm not happy with that. I'm going to raise tariffs on you again. And so this is where the latest kind of state of play, this ever-moving map of tariffs that the US is imposing on other countries around the world. You'll recall not that long ago, it said there were going to be secondary tariffs on India for all of the refining it's doing of Russian oil rather. Now, Donald Trump has said there's going to be an extra 100% tariff on China. We'll have to see whether that eventually happens. But this trade war we've been talking about a lot recently seems like it might be back on again. But finally, I just want to kind of raise that question. So China is doing that with rare earths. It's limiting this critical ingredient that no one else is producing. And that raises a question. Is there anything similar that...
What do you mean they're limiting it? You mean that they have a limited resource that no one else produces? But you're saying that they are limiting it. I don't understand what that means.
The US could do. And here's something interesting, okay? So we'll go back to that map. Okay, so there's China, that's where the rare earths are. Swing across to the US, and there's somewhere called Spruce Pine. It's another mining site, it's in North Carolina. They don't produce rare earths here, but they produce something perhaps even more special. In there, they are mining what's known as
Mr. Beast.
Ultra high purity quartz. And this is a type of basically sand, really pure sand, that you need to make the wafers that go into silicon chips. If you don't have this place, you don't have silicon chips or solar panels. So perhaps one thing, who knows, that the US may end up thinking about is whether it can do the same thing that China's doing with its mine on the other side of the world with this critical ingredient. But who knows? What we do know is that we're on a roller coaster and there's going to be more of this stuff in the coming months.
Huh. Interesting. I didn't know that, at least from this framing, that the silicon, the super pure quartz, comes from North Carolina specifically, and then it gets shipped all over the world. That's interesting. That would be a bargaining chip overall. All right. Well, I want to help out Kara with do some stuff. and it's getting kind of late anyway. So, oof, should probably call it a day. Things to get done though. I should at the very least get some work done by doing something for a video, whether it's just for the DSA stuff and compiling some footage and putting together a little something something, or working on something for my private stuff. But yeah, let's see. Let's 3 viewers. Fuck it. It's not worth it. We won't raid. Bye bye. Have fun, everybody. Wait, what?